Alright guys, I'm back live. I had a friend come over. We visited for a while. So, yeah, getting back to it, guys. This is part 2. The Fridays has been shipped already, guys. Packaged up, ready to go out. Now, this is Saturday's 22nd of July auction 2023. Here we go, guys. Getting it started with BCTDM right here, guys. Yo, we'll get these out to you, my friends. Yes, indeed, we'll get these out to you. Looks like you got a random lot right here. You got one of those juicer lots, it looks like. So, we'll see what it looks like over here. We'll pull that out and get it shipped to you. Appreciate you. Let me get back some YouTube stuff. The Sea Peoples of the Late Bronze Age collapse.
Strong Hittite king.
So that's what we're going to be watching right here, listening to while we ship.
And the south that he had to contend with. But the east too. There, to the north of Babylon,
give everybody stuff shit.
Powerful kingdom.
Get it out of here.
Assyria. Late on the warpath. Though still a world power and able to keep the Assyrians out of his heartlands, over the course of the 13th century, Gallia lost many border regions, notably being heavily defeated at the Battle of Nerea by the Assyrian king Tukulti-Ninurta. Gallia conquered Cyprus briefly before it fell under Assyrian control. During the time of his successor, Suppiluliuma II, however, everything began to unravel. Though he reclaimed Cyprus in a naval battle against Alasea, the Assyrians, under Ashur-resh-ishi, annexed much Hittite territory in Asia Minor and Syria, driving out and defeating the Babylonian king in the process, and also had eyes on Hittite lands. The picture we get is a confused one of war after war, and increasingly societal breakdown, famine, disaster. Situation rife outside invasion. As we have already seen, the highland Hittite Empire was particularly susceptible to drought, surrounded on all sides by enemies. Its location was great in good times, and terrible in bad ones. Now vulnerable to attack from all directions, faced by a combined onslaught of new invaders from the north, traditionally named as the Cascas, Phrygians, and Bergers. Around 1180 BC, the capital city.
Alright, so that's going to be number 119 right there, guys. Number 119.
In the empire would soon follow. The kingdom vanishing from the historical record. Now we turn to the most elusive of all sea peoples, the Karkisha. All we have is a name. A name mentioned as attacking Egypt in 1207 BC, but also as a Hittite vassal at Kadesh, fighting alongside 18 other royal nations. One other shred of information from the Hittite archives talks of Karkisha, specifically of King Muatali sending aid to this land, which spirals temporarily into a small rebellion before they were brought back in line. The image we get, like the Luca, is one of a client state, loyal only when it suited them to be. Most often, Karkisha is equated with Caria.
Alright guys, you got BCDM, you got this right here, guys. Let's see what you got right here. We'll get this out to you. You're gonna get the this lot right here. Since this is a bundle lot, on this one, we're gonna take some photos for inventory control for y'all. That's what you get on that one, man. You got that one right there. Alright.
Further west still, beyond the Hittite vassals of Anatolia, lay the outermost of the great powers of the Late Bronze Age. This is Mycenaean Greece, home to a palatial culture of chariot-riding warrior lords, served by literate scribes and loyal retainers. Hilltop citadels overlooking a mass of peasantry in the plains below. This was a rich world of colossal masonry, hard-fought battles, and sea-spanning commerce. Gradually revealed over the last 200 years through archaeology and literary analysis of the epic poetry written about it in future generations. For the Late Bronze Age is the era of the Trojan War, long suspected to be a half-remembered recollection of real events. The city of Troy perhaps being recorded in the diplomatic archive of the Hittites as Wilusa, a sometimes rebellious vassal in western Anatolia, with a history of animosity with the Greeks, and just maybe linked to the invasions of the Sea Peoples too. After all, Homer constantly refers to the Greeks as sackers of cities. In the 13th century BC, we can even see hints of individuals we know from Homer in the contemporary written record. During this age, a warlike Luwian leader named Pia Maradu, whose career spanned some 35 years, launched attacks all over western Anatolia, including Wilusa. And he is sometimes associated with King Priam of Troy. Similarly, a certain prince of Wilusa named Alexander is also found in Hittite sources, just maybe contributing to the story of Paris of Troy, called Alexander in the Greek sources. So, if Troy was a vassal of the Hittites, it could explain the vast coalition raised by King Priam in the Iliad, drawing from lands all over the Hittite Empire. And similarly, the need for all the various Greek powers to combine their forces together. Just maybe then, the Trojan War could in fact be a memory of a conflict between Mycenaean Greece and the Hittite Empire, occurring sometime in the century just before the Bronze Age.
Put this back in there for you.
And there are many other hints of conflicts too between the 16th and 13th centuries BC, perhaps the reality behind the Trojan War.
We'll get these taped up for you, my brother. Them shipped out.
Interestingly, despite their relatively close proximity to each other, Hittite and Mycenaean trade goods rarely show up at each other's sites, whereas hundreds of goods from nearly every other people in the region do.
You got the BCTM. There you go, bro. Grab my other tape roll real quick. Use this one over here. Alright. Alrighty. Roll.
Which put a stop to Mycenaean goods reaching Assyria by sea. Historian Trevor Bryce suggests this might have actually been putting a stop to shiploads of rerouting Mycenaean mercenaries trawling the Mediterranean in search of either plunder or military service in the hire of a foreign king. Roles they'd fulfilled from the middle of the 2nd millennium BC all the way up to the end of the Bronze Age. Unfortunately, Mycenaean writing is few and far between, usually amounting to little more than lists and figures, mere scraps of information, not stories and chronicles.
5.5 on the Richter scale.
The Hittites, however, have much more to say, very much writing in the same style.
Alright, I'm ready to some more bags up here.
Gaining the
Been over.
and deeds of its kings, and most importantly for us, those on its borders. One of these states, mentioned over and over again, is that of Ahiyawa, a great power to their west, often involved in skirmishes and wars. We don't know for certain.
Just so you can see what it weighs.
Ahiyawa describes the Achaeans of Homer. In other words, the Mycenaean world. Or at least one.
Yo! Alright, let me get it in the chute over here.
In 1400 BC, we have the
6
first
by
named
6,
Ahiyawa warlord. A king named Artisawa, ruling in the city of Miletus in Anatolia, during an age when Mycenaean power arguably reached its very height, having developed very quickly only a century or two earlier and expanding to the east. Artisawa was probably a local ruler in western Anatolia, rather than a high king of all the Greeks. We know of him from a tablet called the Indictment of Madewada, possibly a king of Arzawa, a powerful Luwian realm, sometimes vassal to the Hittites. In the text, Madewada arrives at the court of the Hittite king Tudilada II, seeking refuge, forced out of his lands by the expansionist Artisawa, driving 100 war chariots before him. Artisawa again launches an attack on Madewada, along with other Hittite vassals, before the Hittite king finally involves himself, driving the Ahiyawans back. Finally, Artisawa launches an attack on Cyprus with help from the Luca, a similar attack to the Sea Peoples some 200 years later, accompanied this time by Madewada. Interestingly, we can also see evidence of this expansion in the archaeological record. It was around this time that the once mighty city of Knossos on Crete was put to the torch. The formerly all-powerful Minoan world incorporated finally into that of mainland Greece. It had probably always been the case that whilst some Mycenaeans traded, being called great kings and regarded as equals by the other powers,
Look at my phone real quick.
others, impossible to control, went raiding. It's possible the Hittite king could be at war with one Achaean power and at peace with another. Just as the frescoes of the Mycenaean citadels suggest war was waged upon their neighbours much more than anyone else. Though lacking in any sort of literary flair, we do have some written record of the economic and military activities of the palatial elites, mostly from the city of Pylos, where Linear B tablets were found in the early 20th century. The Pylian rower tablets in particular make reference to crews of sailors being called up in service to their lord. In myth, we have story after story of Greeks raiding around the known world. Homer constantly calls his protagonists sackers of cities. And in the Odyssey, he has Odysseus regularly reminiscing about past glories. For before the sons of Achaeans set foot on the land of Troy, I had 9 times led warriors and swift-faring ships against foreign folk, and great spoil had ever fallen into my hands. Of this I would choose what pleased my mind, and much I afterwards obtained by lot. You can clearly see the difference of Mycenaean warriors traversed. Sections of them clearly visible in Egypt for centuries prior to the collapse, where they were thought to have served as mercenaries. They knew the place well. Now we reach speculation. Surely there should be mention
that one out to you, my friend.
Sources. Well, if the Achaeans are indeed the Assyrians, the Hittite records, why not an Ekwesh in the Egyptian? The name Ekwesh is very similar to the Indo-European word for horse. The related Latin word equa is pronounced the same. In this period, Indo-Europeans were starting to lose their exclusivity when it came to using horses, but they still dominated the world's total number of horse users. And the Achaeans, right up until the end, heavily relied on chariots. Homer specifically mentions the Achaean attack on the Nile, and Menelaus of Sparta speaks of the scene
the real deal.
Odyssey, and he recounts his own return home from the Trojan War. Later Greek myths even argued that Helen had in fact spent the time of the Trojan War not at Troy, but in Egypt. After the war, the Greeks going there to recover her.
I appreciate, bro.
However, the situation is further complicated by existing textual evidence of the Mycenaean world in the Egyptian sources, referred to not as Ekwesh, but the Tanahu. During the era of Tutmosis III, who initiated diplomatic relations between the two powers in 1437 BC. Later in the 14th century, a list of cities of the Tanahu are mentioned on an inscription at the mortuary temple of Amenhotep III. Their names given as Mycenae, Naplion, Kythera, Messenia, and Thebes. But of course, these weren't the only Mycenaean cities. Perhaps separate factions going by separate names.
Alright, that
Then
one's
we have the
down.
boar tusk helmets.
Damn wine girl. There you
Armor
go.
often associated
That big one
with
out
sea
of
peoples
that big one
and
out of here.
in Greece. Odysseus' own helmet had a long history, attaining a great age before the hero laid hands on it. And these boar's tusk helmets are found all over the Greek world.
Get all those right there, my friend.
Looking very similar to some of the arms and armor of the sea people.
Get all those. Let's update it.
Probably being the early
Update
example
those as
found
well.
in the 15th century
You're gonna get
BC
some
warrior
several photos
Mozarts.
sent to you. Email.
They are also seen on a papyrus from Amarna, with two figures
117, 117, 118 right there. 120.
This famous battle fresco from the palace of Nestor at Pylos, a sculpted ivory head at Mycenae, and an Aegean-style warrior on a bowl from
116.
in the Hittite Empire from around 1400 BC.
We're gonna ship yours in a box, babe.
Bronze scale of armor from the Greek island of Salamis has been found.
You're gonna get several lots photos right here. You're gonna get these 4 photos right here. You got a damn of a good deal.
Soldier returning home after a successful career. We simply don't know. But then, in 1207 BC, alongside a massive Meshwesh invasion force,
what we got.
Ekwesh, along with the Luca. people they may have had a long association with. Was this the event remembered by Odysseus and Menelaus in Homer's Odyssey?
We'll work our way
What happened
up
to make the situation so desperate?
or down.
How had it come to this?
120.
Gambling everything on an attack on Egypt.
Alright, 13 right here. We'll do this one first. Knowing that they're photoed, but I want to show off.
By around
Get photo as
1300
well.
BC, the mysterious Numidian kingdom of Arzawa again revolted against Hittite rule. Whilst the Ahiawans are said to have claimed many islands, expansion that does seem to be supported by archaeology, notably with Mycenaean-style pottery being found in abundance throughout the eastern Mediterranean. Soon enough, the Hittite king refers to an unnamed Ahiawan ruler as his brother, Great King.
At 13.
Though this later seems to have been crossed out, suggesting rising tensions. By 1230 BC, signs can be seen of growing unease within the Mycenaean palaces. Wall extensions and additional buildings within citadels, suggesting a response to outside threats. And then, all of a sudden, everything came to an end. Both Hittite and Mycenaean cities wiped off the map. Yet surely, all those people don't simply disappear. Just before the Hittite record goes blank, there is a tiny hint of events in around 1200 BC. With an Ahiawan presence in Lucca being mentioned. With only archaeological evidence to go by, it remains unclear whether civil war or outside invasion sounded the final death knell of the Mycenaean world, with all the major sites of the mainland meeting their end around the same time. Yet, Mycenaeans lived all over the place, and it's been argued that some of the old elites may have fled to the islands of the sea. Perhaps the Cyclades, mysterious home to the civilization that came before the Greeks, makers of these strangely modern-looking figures, and later said to have been the very birthplace of Zeus himself. Here, these early Greek lords may have fled to end their days. Their followers and their descendants, who knows? Whether it was the palatial elites going off on invasions, or their subjects now free from overlordship to do as they wished, it remains unclear. Maybe it was both. The picture we get from archaeology is of massive fires, huge quantities of arrowheads and destruction. However, in some places, only the palace structures were burned, suggesting a popular uprising. We can follow not only the swathe of violence from Greece all the way across Anatolia to Cyprus, into the Levant, and finally into Egypt, but Mycenaean-style pottery too. With Cyprus, Rhodes, Crete, and finally the Levant.
Set that right there. 118 we'll do
Evidence
next.
also exists of a refortification and construction boom on Cyprus, Mar Paleocastro, Hala Sultan Teke near Larnaca, and especially Enconi. There is an argument for these having been built by ousted Mycenaeans forced onto the high seas by societal and political turmoil. Perhaps dethroned Mycenaean Greeks and even Hittites amongst their ranks, victims of the Bronze Age collapse rather than instigators. But of course, their presence exacerbating it. Maybe some allied with the Luca, their neighbours on the Anatolian coast, like Artazawa of ages gone by. In mythology, the Cyclopean masonry at Tiryns is said to have been built by Cyclopses.
I have to write the dates down for inventory, the ones we did the juice on.
Back to Greece,
117.
to help claim
Big juice lot right here.
Just maybe a half-remembered tale of Luca and Equesh going back to Greece after their raids elsewhere. Of course, when Odysseus returns, his land and wife have been claimed by many suitors, often referred to as pirates. Maybe, rather than wait and have their lands ravaged, some Mycenaean warriors...
This is going to be 117 right here.
Yet, there is a problem with the theory. Egyptian sources clearly tell us that these warriors were circumcised. They counted their dead by making piles of corpses. This would have been unusual for Greeks, so we are left confused once more. But it isn't just the Equesh with possible links to Greece. In the late 19th century, sun-scorched desert around him, pioneering Egyptologist Flinders Petrie found the immaculately preserved mummy of a long-deceased...
Alright, we'll have to write those dates down before I package them all up. You're going to get cardboard anyways, we're going to put it all in a box for you. And here's your last lot right here, your juice box lot. Yo, from no other than JMG.
Was Anne N. Tertia, a butler in the service of the dynasty. Clearly having fair hair, it's been hypothesized that Anne N. Tertia was not originally from Egypt. Based on the name of the mummy, it's further been speculated.
This is 16 right here.
Teresh,
away from each other.
last of the sea peoples spoken of in
So you can see.
BC. Just maybe one member of a nation on the moon,
Just doing it for
pulled into the vast displacements of the late Bronze Age.
inventory control plus
But if he was
for our records, your records, everybody's records.
End up at Ramesses' court. Laid to rest in the decades after the Sea People's invasions.
That was number
An
116.
elite member of Egyptian society. If his origins had been with that seaborne confederation, what things that Tereshi might have seen.
Alright, now put it up. We start with the 120 real quick. I gotta bring him over here.
To end his
Look
days
him up.
in Egypt, the focus of the last great gamble of the peoples. Succeeding where so many others had failed.
So this
Who were
one,
the Teresh?
1897.
Picked them as bearded, wearing pointed kilts, strips of leather or linen to protect their chests, and carrying either spears or scimitars. As to their origins, there are many hypotheses. Anatolia is a popular choice, with arguments ranging from the Hittite Empire to their Luwian neighbours in the west. There is even an especially controversial inscription allegedly discovered by archaeologist James Mellard in the 20th century. Also the discoverer of the Neolithic city of Çatalhöyük. Unfortunately, the inscription may well be a forgery. Though, if real, It provides an unprecedented window into the Lurian world, purporting to describe a great raid through the Hittite Empire and on into Egypt at around the time of the Late Bronze Age collapse. Another argument is for the Troad region around Troy. Trojan names themselves as Tarutia, and whether they'd been fighting the Greeks on their own behalf or on behalf of the Hittites in the aftermath of the destruction of their city, either destroyed by Greeks, Phrygians, Thracians, or a combination of all. Had to go somewhere. Finally, an Italian link has been argued, perhaps forebears of the Etruscans, ousted from mainland Italy, or even inhabitants of the Tyrrhenian Sea between Italy and Sardinia. Related people to the Shurden and Shekelesh, perhaps. There is a shred of evidence for this too, in the form of an 8th century BC epic tale commonly attributed to Homer, which describes a band of Tyrsenian pirates sailing well-decked ships to war. Though at present we can't know for sure where Anentertia originated, we know that thousands of outsiders were settled in Egypt during this time. With a coalition so elusive as the Sea Peoples, where they ended up is often just as interesting as where they came from. To investigate this further, we must move forward a few centuries in time, to the territories once held by Imperial Egypt, now held onto by a number of local powers, some having inhabited the region for centuries, millennia even, others being new arrivals. In 1177 BC, just as the late Bronze Age world collapsed, yet more warriors came to Egypt, sailing their oared galleys on the myriad waterways of the Nile. 30 years have passed since the last recorded invasion.
Now there's that 120 right there.
Entire generations having lived and died in the midst of societal turmoil.
Let's do the 117 real quick.
The names of these newcomers were Teleset, Tojeka,
2468
Luna, and Washesh.
Walkers.
The first of these names arrives seemingly out of nowhere. Teleset. In the Medinet Habu release,
1891.
are depicted
Yeah.
as fighting alongside Shurden with the Egyptian army.
1891 P.
Most, however, fight alongside the
and
Libyans
S.
against Egypt.
1900.
Anything else, we know tantalizingly.
1900 S. Right.
Yet, the Peliset remain probably the most well-known of all the Sea Peoples. Not necessarily for their appearance in the Egyptian sources, showing up only in the reliefs of a single pharaoh and a handful of other sources, but for their possible appearances in the Holy Bible. Ultimately, no material has ever been excavated that can be definitively equated with the Sea Peoples. For the most part, we simply don't know where they ended up, and we wouldn't know what
1879 S and 1900 P.
The newcomers very possibly merging into whatever society they came into contact with. The best case, however, and there is a lot of evidence, must be for the Peliset.
1878 S, 1878,
Back in the early 19th century, Jean-Francois Champollion was the first scholar to equate the Peliset to a people we already know well. For there is a good argument that the Peliset are one and the same as the Philistines. Longtime rivals and antagonists to the Israelites of the Old Testament who inhabited the southern Levant during biblical times, aka the period immediately following the Bronze Age collapse.
Alright, we'll put this up right here right now.
The Old Testament of the Bible is filled with violence and war. The Philistines are no exception, seeming more powerful than most, a martial culture imposing itself on a fragmented landscape. For the mighty warrior Goliath, of David and Goliath fame, was a Philistine. Over the last century, extensive archaeology has been carried out of 4 of the 5 cities of the Philistine Pentapolis: Ashkelon, Ashdod, Tel Mikne, and Tel Assar, all situated on the southern coastal plain of ancient Canaan, a land long held by Imperial Egypt. Though not definitively linking the cities to the Peliset, the general archaeological consensus is of an incoming culture arriving in the years after the Bronze Age collapse. There are hints in the Egyptian sources too. In the Papyrus Harris, Ramses III claims to have settled vanquished peoples in strongholds found in his name, suggesting groups of Peliset may have been settled on his orders in Canaan. Lingering Egyptian influence seen in the Philistine Pentapolis might suggest that they were technically vassals of Egypt, a buffer guarding the imperial frontier, before finally going their own way as Egyptian influence waned by the 11th century. Finally becoming famous in the Bible, rising to dominate the local population of the region. But where did they come from? Greece, Crete, Illyria, and Western Anatolia have all been suggested. There is even an argument that the Philistines originated in Canaan. However, archaeological and written evidence seems to suggest this not to be the case. The distinct people being clearly visible after the Bronze Age collapse with their origins elsewhere. A mass migration perhaps, or at least replacement of the elite. It's likely that they only arrived in Egypt after decades of wandering. Maybe they were made up of several different groups. The strongest evidence of all, now astonishingly supported by genetics too, suggests origins in Greece.
89 P.
Though the archaeological evidence isn't quite as simple as that. Mycenaean pottery made in mainland Greece was imported all over the Mediterranean from the 14th century until the very end of the 13th. And is found at 350 palaces all over the Mediterranean. This then promptly disappears to be replaced by an imitation style known as late Palladic 3C, which is the style used by the Philistines. This is primarily why they have been associated with Greece. It could just be that their potters imitated the Greeks of old. However, there is more evidence. Peliset, Tejeka, and Danuna are all depicted as wearing armor.
No, we're getting you out of there right now. Appreciate you, young girl. Appreciate you. Build up to you, only you. I had to redo that for my inventory control. That's only downfall when I do that, when I do the juice lock. I have to go back and inventory control that shit.
Very similar to the palisade. In terms of archaeology, there are other hints that link between Philistines and palisade. This Philistine-looking headdress found on Crete. And these anthropomorphized Philistine sarcophagi at times look as if they are adorned with feathered headdresses. In the Philistine Pentapolis, changes in food European-style cooking jugs and the increased consumption of beef and pork, foodstuffs not usually associated with the region, but associated with Greece and the Aegean. Many biblical passages refer to the origins of the palisade as being on the island of Kaftor, often equated with Crete. Indeed, some may have originated in Greece, although really it may have been their ancestors who have done it, but this time having changed a significant amount. The world had changed, and almost every Greek city was long dead by this time. It may even be that the range of objects associated with sea creatures, Aegean-style drinking sets, feathered and horned helmets, bird-head devices and ships, all served as the foundation of a new going some way to explain the mixed nature of sea peoples, old identities going out of the window, new charismatic leaders gaining power. Amazingly, there is an archaeological site where you can see hints of this new identity before. This is the ancient city of the northeastern Cyprus. Once, this place probably served as the capital of the city of Kingdom of Syria. But by around 1200 BC, archaeology suggests that after a sacking, or at least some kind of destruction, it was under the control of Greeks, or at least an incoming sculptor from the Aegean. Perhaps most famous for this ivory board game, displaying cherry pillars and a figure with a feathered headdress. Also found here during the 12th century BC were several bronze horned figurines, looking very similar to those found on Sardinia. Given the close proximity to Ugarit and Hatti, it seems possible that this place, until its destruction in 1050 BC, did serve as a staging post for seaborne attacks. Interestingly, the bronze figurines found on Sardinia don't only have horned helmets. This one is a feathered headdress, just maybe an Aegean warrior who ended his days in the west. Nevertheless, the Philistines had a golden age in the late 12th through the 11th century, which would make sense if they had been conquerors, living on in figures such as Goliath. Suggesting dominance over the surrounding people. Today, the people of Gaza may well be descended in part from these sea peoples. Unfortunately, the Palisades are the only of the sea peoples to be almost conclusively known from archaeology. Many must have merged with the people they settled with. But we do have some more evidence nonetheless. In the early 11th century BC, an Egyptian nobleman found himself plying the seashores of the Levantine coast. Much had changed since the days when Egyptian power here had been unquestioned. When the cedar trees of Canaan had been shipped south en masse as tribute, and warriors flocked southwards to have the honour of serving in the armies of the great pharaohs of the new kingdom. Now, in the twilight years of the imperial age, he and his men had to barter with local leaders for passage, let alone tribute, with no guarantee of success. Such is the account of Wenamun, a rare literary work during this dark age. Upon reaching the city of Dor in the land of Canaan, Wenamun is forced to present the local king with his complaint that the gold was stolen from his ships. Interestingly for us, Dor is specifically used as a town of Tujeka, one of the names in Medinet Habu. Scraps of archaeology support this too. Cow bones, Philistine-style bichrome pottery, bone handles, iron knives similar to Philistine sites, and a lion-headed cup being excavated here during the 1980s. The evidence is far from conclusive, the rest of the finds of Dor being consistent with the rest of the region. What it might suggest, however, is an elite takeover, a small influx of Tujeka, replacing those who ruled here before. But who were the Tujeka? Well, at Medinet Habu, they're depicted as fighting with short swords, long spears, and round shields, armour reminiscent of Mycenaean Greece. Other scholars have even equated the Tujeka with the Troas of the Trojan War. It could even be that they were both arriving in Canaan away at Cyprus, where they met with other displaced peoples. By this time, generations having now lived and died without ever knowing the authority of the racial complexes and elites of the late Bronze Age world. Now having forged new identities through fire, evil, and cataclysm. Finally, an Egyptian document, the Onomasticon of Amenhotep, appears to confirm that the Peliset, Shurden, and Tujeka were still settled in Philistia in around 1100 BC. As we have seen, there is a great deal of evidence to link the sea peoples with the Aegean and the Greek world. None more so, however, than the Hangin, considered one of the major groups to attack Egypt in 1177 BC. But also seen in Hittite, Egyptian, and later classical sources. In the works of Homer, all Greeks are known as Danoids, Danaans. They are mentioned over 100 times, along with Achaeans and Argives, spoken of more than 500 and 100 times respectively. In other words, it seems that all Greeks were Danaans, but not all Greeks were Achaeans, they hailing from a specific area. Briefly mentioned as Tanahu in the reigns of Tutmosis III and Amenhotep III, the first definitive reference to Danu comes in the Amarna letters in relation to Amenhotep IV's vassal Abi-Milki of the Phoenician city of Tyre. In the text, the death of the king of Danu is mentioned, replaced by his brother, and as a result, the land is now at peace. Even proposed that while Ekwesh may relate to Achaeans and Ahiawans, Denyen and Tanahu may relate to the classical Greece Denoi. Unfortunately, we can't be sure. And there are other theories too. Notably, based on an 8th century BC bilingual inscription which talks of a king of Karatepe, an Iron Age kingdom in Cilicia, named Azitawada, boasting of expansion into the plain of Adana to restore his people, the Danumites. Another argument is that their origins lay in the lands near Ugarit, possibly in Cyprus, serving as mercenaries in Canaan. Once defeated and captured, like the Tajeka, Shurdan, and Peliset, it's thought the Danuna may have been settled along the coast of Palestine to help guard Egypt's way of the Philistines between Egypt and Syria. And there is some evidence for this too, like the Peliset in the Holy Bible. One of the tribes of Israel, that of Dan, is said to have originated on the sea, settling with their ships in between the cities of Ekron and Joppa, perhaps afterwards being forced inland by the newly arrived Philistines, before merging with the Israelites over time. The most notable Israelite of the tribe of Dan was Samson, the ruler who lost his power when he cut his hair, just maybe at his origins in far-off Greece, a testament to the interconnectedness of the late Bronze Age world. In light of this, we now must turn to the last and arguably most enigmatic of all the sea peoples. When the Hittite capital of Hattusha was wiped off the map in the 12th century BC, little did its inhabitants know that at the dawn of modern historical scholarship in the 19th century, they would be forgotten. Writing just a few hundred years after the events, Homer, too, has no memory of the Hittite Empire. What other kingdoms have been forgotten too? Their tales never to be retold. This brings us to the last named of the sea peoples to attack Egypt in 1177. Most mysterious of all, with little more to go on than a name, the Weshesh. While their origins remain unknown, some have theorized roots in Caria in Anatolia, while others see their end in Canaan, where they became the Israelite tribe of Asher. Unfortunately, there is little concrete to go on. It seems likely that Homer's Troy, the Trojan War fame, was in fact not a fully independent state, but a subject kingdom to the Hittite Empire, Melusa even being mentioned in the diplomatic archive retrieved from Hattusa. Like Hatti, Troy was destroyed around the same time, leading some scholars to suggest that Melusa became Weshesh. Finally, writing many centuries later, the Roman writer Virgil, using sources we've lost today, finishes Homer's story, adding on the tale of Aeneas, legendary founder of Rome. For, according to Virgil, Rome was founded by exiled Trojans, forced onto the high seas to settle in Italy, where they founded the Italic race. Far-fetched this may seem, but if Sardinians, Sicilians, and Tyrrhenians showed up in the Eastern Mediterranean at this time, it's not impossible to think of mainland Italians involving themselves too. Which brings us to our very last theory, perhaps the most fascinating of all. In recent years, a number of scholars have argued for even more involvement from the Western Mediterranean. It's nearly impossible to prove. However, it's just as difficult to disprove entirely. But in the West, events were playing out too. Events that remain almost entirely unrecorded today. By 1300 BC, Greece wasn't the only mainland European power that kitted out its warriors with body armor, helmets, shields, and swords of bronze. The Mycenaean Greece had many neighbours. Though aspects of their culture were borrowed from the Eastern Mediterranean, much of it was native to their lands. For this was the beginnings of the Urnfield culture. Ancestors of Celts and Romans who spread over much of the European mainland during the Age of Upheavals in the 13th to 12th centuries BC. Distinguished from the tumulus culture which preceded it by the custom of cremating the dead and placing their ashes in urns, which were then buried in fields. Numerous hoarded items of the Urnfield culture and the existence of fortified hilltop settlements has often been taken as evidence of widespread warfare and upheaval during this time. A much more disunited people than Mycenaean Greece, Urnfield communities lacked the palatial complexes of the East, yet they had all the martial trimmings. On the battlefield, a force to be reckoned with. The Bronze Age battle found in Germany's Telenza Valley has more bones in it than any other found during the Bronze Age, Middle East included. A conflict involving thousands of combatants. And lots of other evidence exists too of wars and military expansion. Any written record or even oral traditions have been entirely lost today. These bronze cuirasses found in Marmessa in France. And this is the Frankleben hoard, an astonishing collection of items. This collection of 300 bronze sickles, coated in strange symbols, may even be the form of proto-runic primitive writing system. If they were, what they said was anyone's guess. One of the more curious phenomena of Bronze Age Europe, however, must be these ceremonial hats, several of which have been found at different locations, dating from around 1200 BC, made of thin sheets of elaborately decorated gold. It's thought that these may have been worn as ceremonial items during rituals by king priests or oracles. An early form of calendar. Echoing similar vintage style of hats of fame and even be seen in other areas of Europe, most notably in Sardinia, not far away. Urnfield settlements, usually of small dimensions, were generally built on hills and circumscribed with fortifications. Their economy was mostly based on agricultural and pastoral activities, metallurgy and trade, no doubt some undertaken on a wide scale. But how did the Urnfield way of life become so successful? Part of the reason could be technology. Unique sword technology, now used for slashing instead of just stabbing, surpassing that of the preceding tumulus culture. Originating in northern Italy from around 1200 BC, the weapon quickly spread all across the Bronze Age world, being found as far away as Ugarit, just before its end. Historian Robert Druce has further suggested that the new slashing Nauvoo II sword may have ushered in an entirely new type of warfare, never before seen. Mobile bands of soldiery infantry replacing chariots. Druce even suggests the political instability wrought on centralized states in the decades leading up to 1200 BC may have been caused, at least in part, by this new sword. Far from unified nations, today the Urnfield culture is further divided into a number of subgroups, one of which, the Proto-Villanovan, emerged in Italy in the first half of the 12th century BC, lasting until the 10th century. It may be that this was, at least in part, a military invasion of Italy. One that could have had knock-on effects far away. This means wide-ranging warriors of the Urnfield culture on the search for plunder and glory could have continued on into the eastern Mediterranean, joining up with seaborne Shervan and Shekelesh, the lands far away. And there may well have been pressing concerns which, to a certain extent, forced them to do so. As we have already seen, science tells us that this was an era of immense environmental turmoil. The earthquake storms of the east may not have affected Western Europe, but crop failures certainly did. Just a slight change in the climate can have a massive effect on societies. And pollen samples from northern Syria tell us definitively that with the shift from the Bronze Age to the Iron Age, the climate did change, becoming drier and thus much more difficult to grow food. For 300 years to come. What do martial cultures do when they can't grow their own food? They go looking for it elsewhere, creating a domino effect across the world. As far north as Britain, Bronze Age hill forts bear the marks of war around 1200 BC. Could the knock-on effects of events here have continued all the way to the south, then onwards to the glacial systems of the east? So far, we simply can't say for certain, but it's interesting to wonder nonetheless. You've been watching History Time. I've been your host, Pete Kelly. Don't forget to like and subscribe, share, and let me know what you think in the comments. If you're interested in natural history, check out my latest channel, The Entire History of the Earth, where myself and David from Voices of the Past are telling the entire story of our planet from the very beginning. Also, check out Voices of the Past, the dramatic
Quinholic, here you are, bro.
And my other history
Let's get you an update.
where I visit historical sites and take a closer look at archaeology. Thanks for watching. There are many, many more documentaries like this one on the way. If you made it this far, then why not leave a comment letting me know what you think. Thanks again, and I'll see you on the next one.
Earth, a 4.5 billion-year-old planet, still evolving. As continents shift and clash, volcanoes erupt, and glaciers grow and recede, the Earth's crust is carved in numerous and fascinating ways, leaving a trail of geological history behind. In this episode, an investigation into California's San Andreas Fault, the greatest fault line on Earth. 800 miles long, this ugly scar on the landscape has spawned earthquake after earthquake. But for now, it waits quietly, deep under our cities, building up stress to strike once again. The San Andreas Fault is one of the most dangerous geological features on Earth. California's greatest cities and millions of her citizens live in constant peril. Since records began, there have been 13 large earthquakes along the San Andreas Fault. And now, America's geologists, her rock detectors, are warning of a potential disaster. A major damage has been done. In the fall of 2008, more than 300 scientists calculated what a major earthquake would do to Southern California.
We've been conducting a special study of a magnitude 7.8 earthquake on the southern San Andreas Fault, large enough to potentially damage tall buildings. Fire will be very significant.
The definitive scientific report presented to politicians was codenamed Shakeout. It forecast thousands of deaths and billions of dollars of damage in the city of Los Angeles, which makes it crucial to investigate the most important question. When will the next big earthquake hit the San Andreas Fault? The latest preparations for disaster are the climax of an investigation that started more than 100 years ago. In the aftermath of the Great San Francisco earthquake of 1906. The earthquake struck on a Wednesday, just before dawn. The ground shook violently for 45 seconds, igniting fires that raged unchecked for the next 4 days. $28,000 buildings, a tenth of the entire city, were destroyed, and more than 3,000 people, 1 in every 100 of the population, were killed. With a magnitude of 7.8, it's been the top 20 of North America's strongest ever earthquakes. Instead, the Great San Francisco earthquake shook the nation. But no one understood what had made the city shake. Native American myths explained earthquakes as shocks from a battle between warring spirits. Latter-day explorers couldn't understand the shocks that destroyed their mission vehicles. One Spanish missionary wrote, "The earth shook around me from explosions off the ground." Years later, science has still made little progress. Refugees in the ruins of San Francisco still blame earthquake on mysterious underground explosions. So, just 3 days after the earthquake, the state of California asked one of the world's most famous geologists, Andrew Lawson, California State University to investigate what had destroyed the city. He and a team of 25 scientists began collecting damage evidence in the city and surrounding countryside. There were roads that had buckled, rail tracks that had twisted. The most startling evidence of all, that came near the town of Bolinas in Marin County, to the north of San Francisco. This picket fence had an 8-foot gap in the middle. Before the earthquake, it was a solid boundary fence dividing 2 fields. But when he recreated what had happened, Lawson realized that the land had jolted apart and torn the fence. Plotting the evidence on a map around San Francisco revealed a surprising pattern. Because connecting the dots drew a straight line, and at every point, the earth moved in the same way on the coast to the north, inland to the south. This line of weakness was the tip in search. South of San Francisco, the suspect line ran underneath a lake, the Laguna de San Andreas. So now, the earthquake perpetrator at last had a name. Professor Lawson, who a decade earlier had identified cracks in the earth here as a harmless rift, now in modern-day San Francisco, the buildings, the roads, and the railways have long since been repaired. But if you know where to look, evidence of the 1906 quake can still be found. Geologist Charlie Paul follows in the footsteps of Lawson's team, seeking signs of the havoc from 1906. He finds it on the cliffs at Muscle Rock, 12 miles south of San Francisco.
The cliff is not nearby. There's a very good reason why half a mile or so of the shore space apparently fell off in the 1906 earthquake. And if you look down below us, there's a big located block.
All right, Cohen Pilot.
This is just inboard of the San Andreas Fault. The San Andreas Fault is about a quarter of a mile offshore here. That's one of the major crustal junctions on this side of North America.
Modern computers can now trace how damage waves spread out across the city. And that pinpoint where the quake originated along the San Andreas. It was offshore, about 2 miles out to sea from the Golden Gate Bridge. So, to continue tracking the fault, the investigation must head out to sea. Marine geologists use remote operated vehicles, mini submarines, to map the seafloor.
What you see is subtle variations in geography. If geography it would not naturally line up. There could be a line on the ocean floor that is higher or lower on one side, and you can use various techniques that can determine that this actually is a fault instead of some other process.
Running south across the seabed, the San Andreas finally runs out of ocean and hits the land. This broken line of rocks, stretching in from the sea, marks where the San Andreas hits land, 12 miles south of San Francisco.
We're here at Muscle Rock, and we're essentially standing on the San Andreas Fault right now. And if there was an earthquake, I don't know what would happen right here, but I wouldn't want to be here.
This Pacific coastline, where cliffs crumble slowly into the sea, is the boundary between two of the Earth's massive continental plates. Separated by the San Andreas Fault, two vast separate blocks of the Earth's crust lie directly alongside each other. Here, the continent of North America lies slightly on top of the adjacent section of crust which holds the Pacific Ocean. The join can be seen where these lower, darker rocks are overlaid by light-colored sedimentary rocks.
these rock types differ by more than 100 million years in age. Two rock bodies that are not similar in many ways have been brought together.
The fault line was exposed to geologists when the cliff collapsed here in the 1906 earthquake. But back then, nobody understood how and why the two different types of rock were next to each other. Until around 40 years ago, when the answer was finally revealed by the theory of plate tectonics. The theory showed that the Earth's crust consists of separate moving plates on which the oceans and continents sit. Around 200 million years ago, the heavy Pacific Ocean plate collided with North America and started sinking underneath the lighter continent. Professor of Geophysics Mark Zoback studies that process, called subduction, in his laboratory at Stanford University.
For many millions of years prior to the existence of the San Andreas Fault, the Pacific Plate was subducting beneath North America. The oceanic plate was diving down, and that process went on for well over 100 million years. So a tremendous amount of activity was occurring.
As the unstoppable force of one plate met the immovable object of the other, they were forced to change direction.
About 20 million years ago, the plate motions were such that the Pacific Plate had to start sliding north.
All right, Bart Gang.
To North America. And now, the principal motion, the sliding process between the two plates. And 20 million years ago, the San Andreas Fault was born.
It was the moving plates that crushed different types of rock together, just as here, Muscle Rock. At last, the investigation knows what it is doing. The San Andreas Fault is 800 miles long, emerging from the seabed north of Point Arena in northern California and running down to the Salton Sea in the south. Coming together. In the 1906 earthquake, such as the picket fence that was torn apart, proved that the land was moving. Connecting the dots identifies the straight line of the San Andreas Fault. And Muscle Rock uncovers different plates of the Earth's crust on either side of the fault line. But investigators still need more information about how often San Andreas has formed. All important questions. San Andreas
I'm trying to plot right in a little for you.
The San Andreas Fault will strike again. The investigation needs to know about ancient earthquakes that have struck along the fault line. But there's an immediate problem.
Well, here in California, it's a particular challenge, and some of the earliest written records were from the missions and from the early explorers, so only dating back into the 18th century here. Other parts of the world, we have an earthquake history going back millennia.
The investigation moves 350 miles south of San Francisco to a desert where the San Andreas may have been active for thousands of years. There's crucial evidence here about earthquakes from ancient times.
This creek used to flow straight across the San Andreas Fault here, with several earthquakes forming natural mountain where the San Andreas Fault wedges up here in front of me. That created a small pond, and now we're looking at the dry sediments of that pond that record the history of earthquakes, and that tells us quite a great deal about the toxic behavior of the San Andreas Fault.
Some of the clues are so small that Putnut's detective work gets him down and dusty among tiny cracks inside the fault.
Sometimes we can find out about the past behavior of the San Andreas Fault by looking at the tiniest details.
At the bottom of this small ancient pond, mud sediments collected above a fine line of pebbles. Then, an earthquake shifted the land upward on one side of the vertical fault line.
So this layer was originally flat, and then in a subsequent earthquake, it was broken like this along this tiny fracture strand of the San Andreas Fault.
But finding proof that this is the site of the original earthquake needs to know how long ago it happened. The bare rock layer with no help in dating his find. But just above the fracture line of the rocks, he has found evidence he needs.
Here, a bush was burned by a prehistoric wildfire, and that remnant of carbon is why you see this black stain on the side of the trench wall.
The key to unlocking the age of the rocks is carbon-14, known as radiocarbon. Its molecular structure means that carbon-14 is a more unstable isotope than other forms of carbon. It's absorbed by growing plants, then radioactively decays in a known rate after the plant dies. So measuring carbon-14 in vegetation burned in a wildfire reveals how long ago those plants died. Takes the rock in which the carbon is found.
And through this, we can reconstruct the evidence of the past earthquake.
Radiocarbon data has proven that earthquakes have been happening along the line of the San Andreas for thousands of years. The particular small earthquake investigated by Hutnut, for example, is around 3,500 years old. It happened at a time when the last woolly mammoths were dying out in America. The investigation moves to an even more remote desert spot, the Carrizo Plain, 160 miles north of Los Angeles. Here lies a dried-up riverbed, which takes an unusual course. Coming down off the hills, the creek bed takes a sudden, sharp turn to its right. A few hundred feet later, it takes an equally odd 90-degree turn to the left. The creek crossed the line of the San Andreas Fault, but early geologists were mystified. Why did it bend in this way? The scientific pioneers were limited to studies on the ground. However, Hutnut has an advantage. He can take to the air.
The San Andreas Fault, where it cuts through the Carrizo Plain, it almost looked like a scar, and it was caused by repeated earthquakes in the past.
Along the long line of hills marking the course of the San Andreas, Hutnut spots the puzzling bend that he's seeking.
Uh-oh. If we could swoop along the fault through here, that would be awesome. Oh, there's a great angle. See that right angle onset channel with the elbow in it right there? That's a classic one right there.
Hutnut's aerial view of the creek bed shows that the river once flowed straight on across the fault. But little by little, a series of earthquakes along the San Andreas dragged the creek away from its original course. Recreating how the land had moved showed Hutnut that the two parts of the creek had traveled more than 300 feet apart.
So if you imagine the North American plate is fixed and the Pacific plate is moving through the northwest, the Wallace Creek site records that offset because the channel is straight across the fault, but it's been offset through time.
Earlier investigators had already radiocarbon dated the land on each side of the fault here, revealing that it took 3,000 years to change the creek's position. So, knowing the distance and the time it took to do it, lets Hutnut calculate the average speed with which the two land masses are moving past each other. 300 feet in 3,000 years. 1 foot per decade. Just over an inch a year. But this was never a steady, sliding, 1 inch a year movement. The reality was a series of sudden, small jumps whenever tension built up enough between the two moving plates to overcome friction between the rocks and rip the land apart with an earthquake. It's an important moment for the investigation. Knowing how fast the land is moving not only reveals the stress that's building up, but also the risk of an earthquake. The San Andreas Fault is giving up its secrets. Clues from a long dried up pond reveal the site of ancient earthquakes. Carbon from a prehistoric fire provides the dates. And bends in a riverbed prove how fast the plates are moving along the San Andreas. But now the investigation has a new mystery to solve. If the land along the San Andreas is moving 1 inch every year, causing earthquakes, then why has one small town along the fault line never had any? The investigation has discovered how fast the land is stretching and straining along each side of the San Andreas Fault, which should help establish when that ever-increasing stress will snap the land apart in the next major earthquake. But there's a problem. One part of the fault line just doesn't fit the pattern. The small town of Hollister is unique along the San Andreas Fault system. It's never had an earthquake. The investigation is going to find out why. Hollister has a population of 37,000. And nothing here is quite the way it should be. There are plenty of clues suggesting that the land must be moving here. Sidewalks with cracks in them. Curbstones way out of line. And walls bent out of shape.
Walking through Hollister, you can see anything that man has built that was laid out in a straight line may have a jog in it. Every year it changes a little bit. It's a progressive thing.
The clues add up to one clear conclusion. Even without any earthquakes, the earth in this town, in the heart of the San Andreas system, still slides imperceptibly slowly and effortlessly along.
In one sense, the damage that you see here associated with the creeping is clearly sort of under control. But as a geologist, if you start playing that out for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands or millions of years, the consequences of that become enormous.
For many years, the creeping ground that moved without earthquakes remained an unsolved mystery. But then, the investigation moved 100 miles south to another small community where the land also creeps along. The village of Parkfield has a population of just 37 people and a bridge to expand right across the San Andreas Fault. The bridge separates the Pacific Plate on one side from the North American Plate on the other. And the bridge railing started to bend.
I'm right now on the Pacific Plate on the west side of the San Andreas Fault. And, you know, the San Andreas comes off the flank of that hill and right across that field, right under the bridge, and then right over by the corner of that building on that fence post, and then on the middle mountain.
The movement here around the bridge is strikingly similar to the slow creeping ground of Hollister. But there is one important difference here in Parkfield. Every couple of decades or so, this village does have earthquakes.
It's up to Big J.
But they're big enough to be recorded on earthquake monitoring seismographs. That's why the village proudly boasts of being the earthquake capital of the world. But it's perhaps more accurately called the earthquake study capital, because scientists are fascinated by the fact that earthquakes here follow a predictable pattern. Elsewhere, earthquakes always strike without warning. The toll of death and destruction made worse because nobody knew they were coming. So scientists are desperate for any clues that might help predict when an earthquake could happen. And here in Hartfield, the earthquakes happen with astonishing regularity, on average every couple of decades or so. Minor quakes happened here in 1857, 1881, 1901, 1922, 1934, and 1966. After the 66 earthquake, investigators set up a network of monitoring instruments to see if the fault gave any warning before the next earthquake arrived. They expected it sometime between 1988 and 1993, but it was late, and months of waiting stretched into years. But still, the scientists waited until finally, in December 2004, the long-awaited earthquake arrived and was caught on film from a now slightly worn and damaged camera.
This goes up to you, Big.
The earthquake moving may not have seemed that impressive, but the instruments collected a mass of information. The data didn't, after all, help with earthquake prediction, but it did pinpoint where the earthquake started underground, which told investigators where to look next. Deep down under the Parkfield countryside. Starting slightly to one side of the fault, the aim was to angle in and stab into the very heart of the San Andreas. After 3 years of drilling, long cores of rock were extracted from the exact spot where the earthquake occurred. This was the first time that team leader geologist Mark Zobak had ever seen rocks from the center of the San Andreas.
What we're looking at here are cores from the active San Andreas Fault from a depth of about 2 miles. So for the earth science community, these are like moon rocks. As we were trying to exhume these cores, we had a great deal of drilling difficulty. The San Andreas Fault was literally fighting back. After 9 weeks of attempting to recover the cores, in the middle of a huge lightning storm, almost a scene directly out of Hollywood, with the thunder and lightning of these cores into the surface. And so there's a tremendous feeling of satisfaction. The lightning and thunder just made it. And we're all wearing gloves. We oil from our fingers to affect the core. And the rule was that you touch the core as little as possible. Oh, look at this beautiful rock. The reality was we couldn't help ourselves. It was just a remarkable thing to be actually looking at this and
Buried within the rock cores, they found a vital clue about the way that land slips along the San Andreas.
102 coming up, Big.
They found serpentinite.
Serpentinite is an unusual rock type that was originally formed at the base of the ocean crust and zoomed up onto the
I'm just doing this for my inventory control.
It's so interesting. In fact, serpentinite is very
I need to clean up on that one.
altered to talc. It allows the rock to slide at very low force levels.
321.
Water is very slippery.
That's
Crystalline structure of soft, sliding, flat plates makes it one of the slipperiest rocks known to science.
So talc could well be a key mineral in deciding how the fault is actually working in Central California. We see that the secret of the slippery San Andreas fault is actually the rocks themselves.
The talc explains the tiny earth.
then you got 6 them half the time.
Nobody's yet
People
been
were
able to
6.
investigate the rock's ecology, but scientists suspect the talc is present there too.
That was a clean pickup right there, my friend. Yo.
And a bend in the bridge reveals the
So let me get you some photos.
in a nearby town. Rock cores extracted from the fault contain serpentinite, leading investigators to the softest and slipperiest mineral, talc, which lubricates some parts of the fault. The investigation is having success, but one crucial question remains to be answered. What will the San Andreas Fault do next? The investigation into the San Andreas Fault is trying to predict when and where its next major earthquake will strike. So far, the only certain prediction is the far distant future of the San Andreas. Look 20 million years ahead. If the plate movements continue to follow their pattern, Los Angeles will end up becoming a suburb of San Francisco. But predictions on a shorter time scale are more difficult.
If you ask the question, can we predict earthquakes? My answer would be no, because I know what your question really meant is, can we predict that an earthquake is going to occur on a certain fault at a certain time that we can specify in the future? And we cannot do that. But there are many things we can predict. We can predict which faults are likely to produce the big earthquakes. We can predict how big the earthquakes are likely to be. And we can even predict the probability of the earthquake occurrence over some period of several decades.
This is 109. I don't know what we juiced on that. I don't think we gave it put it to 1879S, 1879S, 109.
1,500 years and more. And they follow a regular pattern. Major earthquakes strike here with monotonous regularity every 200 years. But the latest one is long overdue. There hasn't been an earthquake here for more than 300 years. That's a concern, because parts of the San Andreas Fault system run straight from here towards the city of Los Angeles. The faults will transmit earthquake shocks in a straight line towards California's biggest city. Geologist Yuri Fialko regularly monitors how the ground moves on either side of the fault line. He lines up his GPS equipment precisely over a series of metal pegs fixed into the ground.
Big B, you got this fat daddy burrito.
This information is crucial for estimating how fast the fault slips itself and what is the rate of accumulation of strain in the crust. In other words, how close the crust is brought to failure by slip of the fault itself.
Repeated ultra-precise measurements reveal that land here on the surface hardly moves at all. This is a problem because deep underground, stresses and strains are still building up.
Just fucking gonna sit there and watch the video again over this, but I will like just break them out and reload them back in there for you. Oh, that was a big lot there.
Which tells that in the century,
Oh yeah, that's all that topic.
the surface should have shifted
Morgan.
25 feet or more.
Juiced it, baby.
It hasn't.
Juiced it, baby.
Something's got to give. Fialko knows what that something is.
That was 131, the big one.
And
Oh.
this type of rock, which is called granite, so this is in fact the rock.
1, 2, 4, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, $12.
The crystalline structure of the granite. The crystals make the rocks tough, but they have a hidden weakness.
All right, that one goes right there. 1891. Another 131.
It is able to crack and be sheared on the full surface. The brittle behavior of these rocks is what behind the physics of earthquakes.
P.
Granite rocks underlie all the San Andreas Fault.
1902.
Rocks under greater stress than anywhere else because it's so many centuries since a major quake occurred.
1890.
300 year limit. So it means that the amount of strain that has
1921.
at this point is
very close to the maximum strain that this fault has ever seen through its geologic record. And this
Yo, that was a big one.
Generating great destructive earthquakes.
Fialco believes the coming quake could be the big one people have been talking about for years.
That's right. I'm gonna take some photos for you. Forgot, bro.
When the last huge quake occurred 300 years ago, Los Angeles was just a tiny Spanish mission community, fewer than 100 people. Now it's America's second largest city, with almost 11 million people living in the earthquake-vulnerable metropolitan area.
People who live in California probably experience a small and moderate-sized earthquake every year. A few things moving in your house, but it's really actually kind of fun. There's no major disruptions. People just go on with their life. Much bigger events, on the other hand, are quite a bit different story.
With the threat to Los Angeles becoming ever clearer, the investigation is nearing its conclusion. Data and repeated GPS measurements in the desert reveal evidence that stress is building up, while examination of the rocks of the crust show they may not take the strain for much longer. All the evidence points towards a potentially huge earthquake building up in Southern California. And new experiments suggest the coming quake could be far worse than anyone ever imagined.
You have a new one?
There is new urgency in the investigation into the San Andreas Fault, as revealed by recent evidence compiled by 300 of America's most respected scientists. They warned that Los Angeles will be devastated if a major quake strikes along the southern section of the fault line. While there hasn't been a major quake for hundreds of years, even small ones can still be deadly, like the Northridge earthquake, which struck this LA suburb in 1994. Ruptured along an offshoot of the main San Andreas Fault, the quake was only a magnitude 6.7, considered moderate on the scale of earthquake measurement. But it still killed 72 people and injured 12,000 more. And new evidence suggests Mother Nature might have a lot more in store for Los Angeles. Scientists now know that earthquakes generate several distinct sets of waves. They travel at different speeds, each spreading damage and destruction out from the epicenter. Modern city buildings in earthquake-prone areas like California are engineered to cope with such waves. Now, new research by geophysicist Professor Ariz Razak suggests that the San Andreas may be a new and even more deadly threat. Razak's researches how earthquakes rupture along straight-line faults, just like the San Andreas, where it approaches Los Angeles. He creates his own mini-earthquakes, representing the San Andreas Fault by a hairline crack in a thick, transparent block. This special material shows up internal stress lines when it's lit by a laser. And the earthquake is triggered by a tiny explosion.
Now we'll upgrade those.
2, 1, 0. The load has dropped. And the explosion was big enough to leave in her effect.
An ultra-high-speed camera capturing 10 million frames a second reveals a startling and newly discovered phenomenon. This frozen picture reveals stress lines speeding along the mini San Andreas in the milliseconds after the explosion. The cone to the left of this frame is a previously unrecognized type of shockwave racing along the rupture line from the earthquake center. On a microscopic scale, it looks and moves exactly like the sonic boom produced when a supersonic aircraft such as Concorde breaks the sound barrier.
Because we also see map cones, lines that are emitted from the raptor tips, are from the tips of moving airplanes.
109, man. 109 is up there as well. There you go, bro. We'll get you a flat rate box for that.
The danger comes because many high-rises just aren't built to cope with extra stress from this newly discovered type of shockwave.
So if you are in an old building, for example, you will take one wing, you will accumulate some damage, and very soon after that, you will get very strong ground shaking because of other types of waves coming also.
The high-speed ruptures that the doctors call supersheet happen where faults run in a straight line, which might help explain a 100-year-old mystery surrounding the Great San Francisco quake, natural disaster which launched the entire San Andreas investigation. The overwhelming damage San Francisco has long seemed surprisingly out of proportion to the 7.8 magnitude of the quake. And there's a particularly straight section, the San Andreas, approaches San Francisco.
Alright, let's check the YouTube stairs. Nobody jumped in on there. I'm just showing y'all what I do, yo. Alright, let me get some cardboard on these.
Of greater concern to modern emergency services is not what happened a century ago, but what could happen tomorrow. Because there was a similar straight section of faulted ground heading straight towards Los Angeles.
Yo.
And if a super shear earthquake
Done with
develops
that.
on that line, then the consequences.
Maybe it might work. We'll see.
All
Yep.
the investigation's warnings about the San Andreas came together in the fall of 2008 with the biggest earthquake drill ever tested in California.
If this earthquake would have happened in reality, there would have been buildings coming down, we know that there would be no water now. So
Let's go, everybody. JMG here.
The real chance of Los Angeles soon being hit by a massive earthquake. Likely, the best scientific consensus now warns that there's a 99% chance of a major quake in Southern California within the next 30 years. To better understand
Big old burritos, big check.
geologists produced their study jointly with experts in charge of the city's disaster center. And none of them know that the big quake is coming.
It really isn't even a question of if. And
There you go, bro.
The shaking is going to be severe for 2 to 3 minutes. All those other sounds they have in the disaster.
The study estimates that a major earthquake in the LA metro area would cause 2,000 deaths, 50,000 injuries, and $200 billion of damage.
You're going to have conflagrations developing. Tons of blocks will be on fire.
The water lines were ruptured. There is no water coming out of the fireplace.
That's the kind of nightmare scenario that we're looking at.
This specter of disaster to California's people and cities motivates the search to unravel the secrets of the San Andreas Fault. All the evidence is finally in. The damage reports from the 1906 disaster show the fault 800 miles long. The different estimates provide clues to how the fault was created 20 million years ago. Prove how fast the land is moving. The mineral tau explains why some parts slip without major quakes. Brittle granite rocks reveal a threat to Los Angeles. And recent land experiments uncover new and more dangerous earthquake shockwaves. But one goal has eluded the rock detectives who study the greatest fault line on Earth. When sleeping ever evolving story of how the Earth Earth, 4.5 million year old the Earth's crust is carved in numerous and fascinating ways. This episode, the Mariana Trench, deepest point of Earth. Its sheer walls cut 7 miles into the Pacific Ocean. The mystery of what created this deep dark chasm takes science detectives on some of the most dangerous dives ever attempted. Deep into the abyss. Scouring the ocean floor, scientists uncover a strange undersea world of fiery mountains, bizarre mud volcanoes, the largest geological structure on Earth. This unique underwater world will revolutionize our understanding of powerful forces that shape not just the trench, but the Earth itself. Hidden beneath the waves of the Western Pacific lies the Marianas Trench, the deepest point of all the oceans. The first step on the journey of what created this mysterious scar in the Earth's crust, and how it continues to mold the planet, takes us back to 1872. The British research vessel HMS Challenger set out on the first ever mission to map the ocean floor.
Throughout most of recorded history, men have just assumed that beyond a certain level the sea was pretty flat, pretty dead, fairly lifeless. They weren't expecting to find anything very interesting.
For 4 years, the Challenger crisscrossed the ocean, covering 7,000 miles, a third of the distance to the moon. The crew covered the depths every 140 miles, using a total of 249 miles of rope and hundreds of pounds of lead weight. It was tedious, backbreaking work, but at the time it was the only way to measure the depth of the ocean floor. When they got to the Western Pacific, 200 miles off the island of Guam, the crew routinely lowered the rope for a measurement. But the weight kept on dropping and dropping.
It's a big surprise. Nobody thought the ocean was this deep. So all of a sudden you've got scientists saying, "What is that?"
Eventually, the weight struck the bottom at 4,475 fathoms, nearly 5 miles beneath the ocean's surface.
The scientists were going, "Wow, we found something. What does it mean? Is it a little hole? Is it a big hole? What kind of feature is it down there?" There's a whole lot of questions you get when you find this one spectacular reading.
The Challenger expedition marked the birth of modern oceanography, provided the first crude map of the ocean floor. It showed how the ocean floor gently slopes away from the land and plummets thousands of feet into vast flat plains. But the Western Pacific is different. It drops off again into the 5-mile deep hole, a hole that blew right over the sea floor. And it spawned a mystery. Because nobody could understand how this strange underwater feature came about, It would be 75 years before any answers emerged. It took a revolutionary new technology, sonar, to push the investigation forward to the next crucial stage. Sonar was first developed in the early 1900s and then perfected during the 1940s to detect submarines lurking in the deep. The system works by pumping sound waves through the water. By measuring the time it takes for the sound waves to scientists realized they could build a remarkably accurate picture of the world beneath the waves.
The world's major navies spend a lot of time and effort developing submarines. Then the hydrographers discover that you can use this to chart the bottom of the sea. And it's an awful lot cheaper and easier than using large number of sailors pulling on ropes.
In 1951, a British Navy research ship returned to the deep hole found by the Challenger expedition. This time, detailed sonar maps revealed that the deep hole in the Pacific Ocean floor isn't a hole at all. It's part of a massive trench, 30 times deeper than the Empire State Building is high. It runs twice the length of California, 1,500 miles from the southeast of Guam to the northwest of the Mariana Islands.
People were probably astounded by what they were seeing because clearly the ocean floor had enormous changes. It's very mountainous in some places, had great deeps in other places. To a geologist, this would be extremely exciting.
Even within the trench itself, there are remarkable variations. At its southern end lies the greatest surprise of all. The seafloor drops down another 2 miles to its lowest point, a staggering 7 miles beneath the waves. Scientists have discovered the deepest part of the ocean. Even today, it is the lowest known point on the planet. They named this part of the trench the Challenger Deep in honor of the ship that discovered it.
We get a sense of just how deep trenches are. And if we take the height of Mount Everest, we would still have about a mile of water above us before we get to the ocean surface.
But how the Marianas Trench was formed remained a mystery. Investigators decided the best way to find the answer was to dive to the bottom of the trench. To see for themselves the lowest point on the planet, the Challenger Deep. But they faced a major problem. At the bottom of the trench, they would have to contend with pressure 1,000 times stronger than at the surface. That's the equivalent of being squeezed on all sides by the weight of 50 jumbo jets. To demonstrate the effects of such pressure, scientists use a dummy head.
Today, what we're going to do is actually put one of these styrofoam pressure chamber. The pressure we would see in the Marianas Trench. That's about 16,000 psi.
A human skull would be crushed to a pulp, but the rubbery head will only have all the air squeezed out.
Wow, that's smaller. And here's what the original size was, just for comparison. Quite dramatic. Pretty stark difference between something that hasn't been 7 miles deep in the ocean and something that has. Glad I'm not going there. At the Mariana Trench, human life is impossible. We're not equipped to resist those kinds of pressures. And so it's necessary to protect humans from that type of environment.
The challenge the engineers how to accomplish this. In 1953, Swiss scientist Auguste Piccard designed the Trieste, a pioneering vehicle that could withstand crushing pressure. The submersible was dominated by a 50-foot-long hull, filled with light aviation gasoline with lead weights to control buoyancy. Slung underneath it was a tiny 6-foot spherical cabin with 5-inch thick steel walls. Finally, 7 years of modifications and manned test dives no deeper than 3.5 miles, the Trieste was ready to attempt the 7 miles to the bottom of the trench. The commander of this perilous undertaking was U.S. Navy Lieutenant and deep-sea explorer Don Walsh.
I know the astronauts that go through this all the time. Why do you have to be there? Why can't we just put a robot do it? You've got to be there because that's what we do.
Only a few officers and scientists knew about the risky mission, which was launched in January 1960 from the western Pacific island of Guam.
Guam, in those days, was kind of a backwater. It was just right for us because we were trying to do this project sort of out of sight because we were too sure it was going to work. And they just didn't want to be embarrassed by a failed science spectacular.
Accompanying Walsh was the son of the Trieste designer, engineer and oceanographer Jacques Piccard. The two men would spend the next 9 hours squeezed inside the cramped sphere.
And we had 20 cubic feet of space inside. That's about the same as a household refrigerator. And the temperature was almost that cold inside. It was a drama.
The Marianas Trench, one of the most remote inaccessible places on Earth. In January 1960, 2 deep-sea explorers, Don Walsh and Jacques Piccard, plunged into its depths on board the submersible Trieste. At a speed of just 3 miles per hour, they began a slow descent into the twilight zone. By 3,000 feet, the darkness was total. The only illumination was from the Trieste's powerful lights.
The depths we were operating at, it was always black. The only thing that lit up the abyss was the bioluminescence from animals and plankton. Like fireflies that carry their own light sources with them.
Encased in their 5-inch thick steel sphere, Walsh and Piccard quickly passed their test dive record of 18,000 feet. Everything appeared to be going to plan. At the rear of the cabin, the crew were protected by a double layer of glass. 2 hours into the dive, the outer pane cracked.
We had a great big bang. We didn't know what it was. We were about 20,000 feet. And we looked around and checked everything.
Every square inch of the tiny life-supporting capsule was fighting back 8 tons of pressure. With the outer pane broken, the only thing between the men and instant death was a single pane of glass.
If the air window had cracked, we would have been instantly dead. Maybe even before we knew it.
But incredibly, the inner pane remained watertight. Walsh and Piccard decided to continue the descent. After a tense, claustrophobic 4 hours and 48 minutes, they approached the bottom of the trench, only to be startled by movement on the sea floor.
Just before we landed, we saw a flatfish about a foot long. And that's a bottom-dwelling fish, so you can see one without it.
Nobody expected to see life at these crushing depths, but it meant the explorers had reached their goal. The very bottom of the Marianas Trench. The depth gauge with a reading of 35,800 feet, nearly 7 miles below the surface, confirmed the sonar findings. Squeezed inside their bubble of breathable air, the two explorers were closer to the Earth's center than man had ever been.
Look at yourself. Focus. That's the picture that you see. Is everyone gonna do it? And we did it.
There was work to be done. Walsh and Picard wanted to make detailed observations of the enormous trench. Unfortunately, the Trieste stirred up a cloud of fine, powdery sediment from the sea floor that obscured their view.
It's like being in a bowl of milk at that point. So, realizing we're going to get staying with them, we decided to go on back up to the surface.
Off the island of Guam, the Trieste surfaces after a descent into the Marianas Trench.
After 9 grueling hours underwater, Walsh and Picard returned to the surface on January 23, 1960, and officially entered the record books the deepest dive of all time. To this day, the extraordinary feat never been repeated. The mission was a success, but the mystery remained. The geologists still didn't understand what could form an immense trench. If they couldn't find the answer inside the trench, they would have to look elsewhere. Perhaps there was something somewhere on the ocean floor that might explain the trench's origins. Throughout the 50s and 60s, a team of geologists led by Princeton's Harry Hess compiled sonar data from all of the world's oceans. It was as though they had pulled out a giant plug to drain away all the water and expose the ocean floor. Their maps revealed that the Marianas Trench is just a tiny fraction of a network of enormous underwater canyons stretching right around the planet. But that wasn't all. Running parallel to the trench, on the other side of the Pacific, the map showed a giant underwater mountain range, the East Pacific Ridge. And this too is part of a global network, a 40,000-mile-long chain of mountain ranges that ring the globe like the seams of a baseball to make the largest geological feature on Earth. It was a major development in the investigation, one that scientists hoped might explain the trench's formation. The next step was clear. Investigators needed to understand whether there was a connection between the trench and the East Pacific Ridge. The breakthrough came from the unlikeliest of sources. During the Cold War, the U.S. built a vast network of underground seismometers to pick up atomic bomb testing around the world. Inadvertently, the seismometers also detected naturally occurring earthquakes. When geologists plotted these on a map, a pattern emerged. The earthquakes were clustered along the ocean's ridges and trenches. It was a discovery that transformed our understanding of the Earth. Geologists realized the friction that causes earthquakes comes from movements that must be occurring deep beneath the ridges and trenches.
With this great investment in seismology, it became possible to locate very precisely where earthquakes had occurred. And it was these things, the precise location, the depth, and the motion, that really gave the outlines of plate tectonics.
It was the birth of an extraordinary new theory. The solid layer of rock, the crust on which the land and ocean sits, is broken up into a series of vast slabs that geologists call tectonic plates. It's these plates that are moving, grinding past each other, and triggering earthquakes. The underwater ridges and trenches sit on the boundary between tectonic plates. The Pacific Ridge and the Marianas Trench lie on opposite edges of the Pacific Plate. The journey to discover what formed the Marianas Trench is accumulating additional evidence. The Trieste dived to the bottom of the trench and confirmed that it is the deepest point on the planet. Sonar maps then revealed the East Pacific Ocean ridge running parallel to the trench. To solve the mystery of the Marianas Trench, investigators needed to find out exactly what was happening at the East Pacific Ridge. That meant exploring these vast mountains, 8,000 feet underwater. The pieces of the Marianas Trench puzzle are falling into place with the knowledge that it lies on the western edge of the Pacific tectonic plate. On the opposite side of the plate lies the East Pacific Ocean Ridge, part of an enormous chain of underwater mountain ranges that ring the globe to create the largest geological feature on Earth. Scientists had a hunch that this colossal ridge might help explain how the trench was formed. They found a major peak halfway around the globe, where the ridge passed beneath the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. During the Cold War, the U.S. Navy developed new techniques to spot Soviet submarines. They scanned the sea with a tool called MAD, magnetic anomaly detector, which could pinpoint steel hulls lurking in the deep. But they stumbled across something else. Running parallel on either side of the ridge, they found strange stripes of magnetic rocks, alternating positive and negative away from the region's peak.
Here's the mid-Atlantic ridge coming down through here. Almost perfectly symmetric on either side of that are these white and black stripes, often called zebra stripes.
Geologists know that the Earth is like a giant magnet, a north and a south pole. But the magnetic poles aren't fixed. Every 300,000 years, the magnetic field suddenly flips 180 degrees. When the field flips, a compass that was previously pointing north will swing to the south.
This reversing of the Earth's magnetic field is a very interesting and exciting but very puzzling phenomenon for geophysicists to explain.
Scientists think this reversal explains the stripes either side of the ocean ridge. In the 1960s, geologists discovered that molten volcanic rock, known as magma, swelled up from deep underground.
I'm not gonna get the foot. I gotta pay taxes. I gotta eat too.
As magma wells up between the tectonic plates, it pushes the seafloor up, forms the colossal mid-ocean ridge thousands of feet high. When the rock is hot and molten, its magnetic minerals line up at the north-south direction of the Earth's magnetic field. As the magma cools, the minerals are locked in position. These rocks act as a permanent record of the magnetic pole's location when the rocks were formed. As more and more magma is forced up, the old crust is pushed away from the ridge and records the reversals in the Earth's magnetic polarity.
If you have reversals of magnetic polarity, then the seafloor acts sort of like a tape recorder and records these changes in magnetization. Then the pattern of magnetic stripes allows people to calculate the speed at which the
I don't need to do this. You need to do that all, man. You write yours down, I write mine.
Over time, the seafloor in both the Atlantic and the Pacific is spreading away from the ridge at a rate of more than 2 inches a year.
Come on, brother.
Geologists
You gotta understand how market goes.
if red hot molten rock is formed in the enormous mountain range in the Pacific, allowing water to be warm. 1987, a team of scientists set out to discover whether this warm water really existed. Dudley Foster was the pilot for these historic dives.
It's been an exciting patient because you're on the cutting of the science. New discoveries all the time. Crews as you move through the science, new scientific objectives, is the exploration of the discovery. And that's really what puts the thrill in the job.
A bizarre pillar of rock, spewing hot, toxic gas.
And you saw the water sort of shimmer, sort of like a bubbling glass teapot. We stuck the temperature probe in there and measured 38, 39 degrees Fahrenheit, which was really amazing because the ocean is a huge heat sink. So to see something warm like that was startling.
In these pillars of rock, the expedition had found the heat from the magma surging up from deep inside the earth. It wasn't warming the water either along the ridge. It was hot through strange hydrothermal vents.
When we make these discoveries, we don't know how significant that is. True significance of them may take several years to appreciate. This is one of those times.
The Marianas Trench is a decisive piece of evidence. Side of the Pacific Plate. But this created the ocean ridge. The Earth isn't expanding, and the old crust must be disappearing slowly.
It's not getting bigger, which is okay, because the same amount of seafloor is being destroyed in the Pacific.
Something in the Pacific Ocean is devouring the seafloor, and all the evidence points to the Mariana Trench. In the hunt to discover what formed the Marianas Trench, scientists now know crust created at the ocean ridge is being devoured somewhere and by something in the Pacific Ocean. They suspect the Marianas Trench is involved. The proof is not from the trench, but from these. The Mariana Islands, a chain of volcanoes that break through the ocean surface 200 miles west of the trench. Scientists noticed the island chain mirrors the trench's exact shape. This led them to think the trench was responsible for the island's creation.
You see pictures of the Marianas Trench, it's curved, and the line of volcanoes that it generates is curved exactly parallel to it.
Geologists believe that the trench formed the volcanoes via a process called subduction. Subduction occurs where two tectonic plates collide. As they grind past each other, the heavier plate is pushed beneath the lighter plate. The descending plate is forced down into the Earth's intensely hot interior called the mantle. It takes with it water and sediment built up over millions of years.
Volcanoes form above subduction zones not because the Earth is hotter there, but because this is where we're taking the water that once was in the ocean, it's taken into the mantle, it's sweated out, causes the mantle to melt, and this magma and rises and erupts explosively after the
The water in the sediment forces magma to swirl up and push through the plate above. And when it breaks the surface, it creates a volcano. like the volcanoes that formed the Mariana Islands. It was subduction that formed the islands west of the trench and gave investigators the breakthrough they've been looking for. Because here at last was a process powerful enough to create the Marianas Trench. As the descending plate dives down, it digs into the mantle. Here, the colliding plates form a trench, a giant crease in the ocean floor. It seems that scientists have finally explained how the trench was formed. There was just one problem, a very large problem. Around the world, subduction zones cause violent earthquakes and catastrophic tsunamis.
We know subduction is happening because of the active earthquakes, and these are the most devastating earthquakes. This is the earthquake that generated the tsunami in Sumatra. Also, the other very large earthquakes in Alaska.
But the Marianas Trench, the deepest subduction zone in the world, hasn't caused the devastating earthquakes since records began in the 17th century. Investigators needed to know why.
Wow, that's a $60,000 question.
They hope the trench's shallower western edge might provide some answers. Here they found an intriguing chain of underwater hills 2 miles below the surface of the sea. Engineers drilled down into the hills and collected core samples. And when the scientists analyzed the samples, they discovered the hills were actually volcanoes. And they spewed out not lava, but mud. The fine powdery mud is made up of a soft type of rock that has been ground up in the subduction zone. It seems this soft rock might explain why there has been
Not all volcanoes erupt rock. There's some volcanoes that erupt mud, and a certain kind of unusual kind of mud in the Marianas is made out of serpentine. And serpentine is a very weak rock, and it can be scratched with a knife or something like that.
Investigators realized the grinding plates crush the soft rock to form a lubricating mud that prevents large earthquakes. Then the mud bubbles up to the ocean floor, where it forms the strange mud volcanoes found along the trench's western edge.
Other parts of the world, like the Andes or maybe Indonesia, you've got 2 plates that are grinding together, and one of the plates is quite strong. And you can take the big earthquakes that rupture that plate energy. But if these rocks are weak, like they are in the Marianas, where you've got these serpentinites, those are very weak, and it doesn't take much energy at all to get the 2 plates to glide one past the other.
At last, geologists had discovered what created the Marianas Trench. 50 million years ago, the Pacific Plate slipped under the edge of the Philippine Plate. As it bent and dived into the Earth's mantle, it formed the colossal Marianas Trench. And the plate is still moving. Like a giant conveyor belt, the Earth's crust travels slowly across the Pacific Plate, from its birthplace in the East Pacific Ridge to its graveyard 10,000 miles away. Today, the Pacific Plate movement can be tracked in real time.
Confirmation has come from GPS technology, where we can actually put a transmitter on an island and come back year after year and actually follow it moving a few centimeters a year towards the Earth.
It's devouring the crust at a rate of 3 inches a year, about as fast as a human fingernail grows. Every 4 million years, it swallows an area the size of the United States. By consuming the crust created in the Pacific Ocean ridge, the ravenous Marianas Trench is the world's largest recycling plant. But there was one remaining and major piece of the puzzle to find. Scientists still didn't know why it is the deepest trench on Earth. They suspected the age of the seafloor at the bottom of the trench may provide the answer.
It turns out there's a really strong relationship between the age of the seafloor and its depth in the water.
In 1999, a team of deep sea drillers returned to the trench to collect core samples.
One great thing about drilling this ocean crust is we actually got pieces of it. So we're holding in our hands here the material that's actually getting subducted at the Marianas Trench, which is 70 million years old. We say with confidence that's the oldest ocean floor before it's getting swallowed up in the mantle after the trench.
But why is this piece of rock the oldest ocean floor?
The seafloor of the Marianas Trench is so old because it's been so long since it was born. So it was born in the equivalent of the Eastern Pacific today, and it's just been going on longer than any other place in the ocean.
The Pacific Plate is the planet's largest tectonic plate, covering an area 11 times the size of the United States. When crust bubbled up from the edge 170 million years ago, it was light and buoyant. But as it traveled 10,000 miles across the plate, it cooled and became compact and dense. Over millions of years, the dense crust got heavier and began to sink into the mantle below. Scientists realized that because the crust of the Marianas Trench is the oldest ocean crust, it's also the heaviest, and so has sunk deeper into the mantle than any other area of ocean crust. Here at last was the explanation for the trench's extraordinary depth. The picture of the Marianas Trench is almost complete. The investigation into the Marianas Trench has one final puzzle to solve. At the trench's southern end, the sea floor plummets a further 10,000 feet into a 7-mile deep chasm called the Challenger Deep. It's the lowest point on the planet. So far, scientists have been unable to explain why this one section of the trench is so deep. Now, they believe the shape of the descending tectonic plate may hold the answer.
The Challenger Deep, in addition, is a little bit deeper because of some peculiarities relating to how the slab is going down to the deep.
A narrow slab of crust has torn away from the Pacific Plate's descending edge.
Well, it's basically got to do with how the slab pushes the mantle out of the way. Where you have a narrow slab, like you have at the Challenger Deep, it can sink almost vertically because the mantle that is trying to space can move around out of the way.
Investigators have finally unraveled the mysteries of the Marianas Trench. In the process, they've made a discovery with implications that stretch far beyond the trench itself. Studying the ocean ridges led geologists to believe that magma welling up at the ridges was pushing the plates apart. But the exploration of the Marianas Trench has changed this idea forever.
People used to think that maybe the magma would kind of push the plates apart. And that idea is largely discounted.
As the ocean crust travels from the Pacific Ocean from a buoyant red magma into a colder, denser, and heavier crust. The plate's leading edge becomes so heavy that it drags the rest of the plate along behind it.
The heavy coal plates of the trenches are sinking down into the mantle and pulling the plates apart at the ridges, and the magma just passively pops into gaps.
The investigation into the Marianas Trench has revolutionized our understanding of how the Earth's plates move. We now know the world drag tectonic plates around the globe, powering the movement of continents over millions of years, and moving the very Earth we stand on.
The plates that are moving fastest on the Earth are the ones that have all the trenches.
The Pacific Plate is the fastest moving of the 9 major plates on the planet, because it is surrounded by dozens of destructive trenches like the Marianas. They are consuming the ocean crust faster than the ocean ridge can produce it. Over millions of years, the Pacific Plate will shrink until sometime in the distant future, the largest ocean on Earth will disappear. Australia will crash into the United States, reshaping the planet. Perhaps one day, downtown Seattle will compete for real estate with a suburb of Sydney, Australia. And all because of subduction zones like the Marianas Trench. But for all its significance, man has only ever dived to the bottom of the trench once. There are no immediate plans to return.
Imagine asking someone, what is the flora and fauna of California? And saying that someone spent 10 minutes and come back and said they've sampled California. That's probably how I would have it.
Less than 5% of the world's ocean is explored. Only by returning to the ocean's very deepest reaches will we fully comprehend the incredible forces that recycle and rebuild our world.
The way I like to think of it is that ocean exploration leads to new research questions. And if we don't have exploration, we don't even know the right questions.
It is now known what a geological wonder the Marianas Trench is. Since this deep chasm in the Earth's crust was first discovered with a length of rope and a lump of lead more than a century ago, evidence has piled up. Record-breaking dive to the lowest point on Earth. Giant undersea mountain ranges with bizarre magnetic zebra stripes. Proof that the ocean crust is spreading towards the hungry Marianas Trench, lined with slippery mud volcanoes which prevent devastating earthquakes. And the planet's oldest ocean crust, the reason that the Marianas Trench is the deepest point in the ocean. In the darkest, most remote place in the world, scientists have added to their knowledge about the powerful forces that contribute to the dynamic story of our planet. Earth, a 4.5 billion year old planet, is still evolving as continents shift and clash, volcanoes erupt, and glaciers grow and recede. The Earth's crust is carved in numerous and fascinating ways, leaving a trail of geological mysteries behind. In this episode, Krakatoa, one of the deadliest volcanoes in the world. More than 100 years ago, it erupted with such devastating fury that it wiped itself off the face of the Earth. In the process, it sent out the loudest sound in recorded history. It killed nearly 36,000 people. Deadly volcanic heat is back. Geologists investigate one of the world's fastest growing volcanoes to hunt for clues that will tell them if and when Krakatoa will explode once again with the same cataclysmic force. As they prise apart the rocks, the answers they find will be another piece of the puzzle of how the Earth was made. Krakatoa is one of the most dangerous volcanoes the world has ever seen. When it exploded apart in 1883, the blast was heard over nearly 10% of the Earth's surface. It was a worldwide clarion call announcing the awesome power of volcanoes. The site of this monstrous eruption lies between the Indonesian islands of Java and Sumatra, in a channel known as the Sunda Straits. Today, a new volcano is claimed in exactly the same spot. It's called Anak Krakatau, meaning the child of Krakatoa. Right now, it's in the midst of a new and extremely dangerous phase. Dr. Charles Mandeville traveled here to see if the child will one day be as deadly as its parents. Within 50 miles of the volcano.
Oh, wow, look at that. We got a little explosion going on the internet in my office, but it's been good to kind of see the thing live again. I've noticed in coming here that the volcano itself has grown possibly as much as 250 to 300 feet since the last time it actually stood on its crater back in 1990.
Growing at a rate of 12 times a year, the 1,033-foot volcano is both one of the fastest growing and youngest volcanoes on the planet. This remarkable footage shows its explosive birth in June 1927, when it first broke through the seafloor and erupted out of the water. Its rapid growth is clear evidence that this new volcano is extremely active. But will it be as deadly as its parent? These eruptions are always accompanied by a series of ground-shaking tremors. For geologists, these small earthquakes are evidence that this volcano is entering a more destructive phase. Seismographs have been buried deep on canal slopes to record this underground activity. But these small quakes are not the only sign of a dangerously active volcano. A more subtle clue is right beneath Mandeville's feet.
Black sand beaches are very common in volcanic areas. The minerals and the glass fragments that comprise the ash as the volcano erupts is typically dark charcoal gray colored, and usually these materials don't stand up to weathering over long protracted periods of geologic time. But you find them in relatively fresh, pristine form when you're near an active volcano.
Anak Krakatau is rarely completely quiet. But the level of activity in 2008 shows that the volcano has become unusually violent. To discover just how much of a threat it could pose in the near future, volcano detectives must turn to their history books to learn what made its parent, Krakatoa, so destructive. This is a story that has fascinated geologists for over a century.
What got me switched onto volcanology was the 1883 eruption. I learned about this at school, and I remember thinking how incredible that an island could just blow itself into oblivion. And what was going on? What was that all about? What was special? How does that happen? And could it happen again elsewhere on Earth?
Before it exploded in 1883, Krakatoa was an uninhabited island with 3 jagged peaks covered in lush vegetation. It was part of the Dutch East Indies, a thriving, bustling hub of international trade. Indonesia's wealth of minerals and spices attracted many Western traders, journalists, and geologists. Their reports provide first-hand accounts of what happened before and during Krakatoa's deadly and shocking eruption. There had been no hint of volcanic activity in anyone's memory. No one had a clue that Krakatoa was about to blow. Beneath its green and placid surface, Krakatoa was a time bomb waiting to explode.
It's the first time I did the locals sort of got that anything strange was happening on their island. It was in May 1883. The earthquakes, the earth tremors.
These tremors reached as far as the capital, Batavia, more than 100 miles away. These suspected that the island of Krakatoa, seen on the distant horizon, was to blame. And that these earthquakes were the first clue to its deadly potential. Then, on May 20th, 1883, Krakatoa announced that it was no mere island. One of Krakatoa's 3 peaks exploded with extreme force, shooting a plume of ash hundreds of feet into the air. But after these initial fireworks, the activity appeared to cease. The population breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking it safe, the governor of the Dutch East Indies sent a research party of geologists to the island in late May, where they observed the scorched landscape and smoking craters with amazement. Their meticulous report gives modern-day geologists the first clue as to what lay behind Krakatoa's immense power. A key discovery was a layer of pumice 1 foot deep that covered the island's shores. This pumice is the solidified lava that comes from the heart of the volcano, and it's riddled with bubbles. These bubbles suggest that lava is a stratovolcano.
Those volcanoes are typically volcanoes that can access to very steep sandy, especially sharp like mountains.
These are the most dangerous types of volcanoes on Earth. They are fueled by molten rock called lava, known as magma. The magma flows through these volcanoes is like liquid diamonds.
Stratovolcanoes are dangerous because of the sort of lava that they erupt. And the lava that comes out of stratovolcanoes is very sticky, viscous lava. And the danger there is that the sticky lava often contains large amounts of gas.
The bubbles inside the pumice discovered on Krakatoa in 1883 show that the magma was once packed with explosive gas. Because the magma was so sticky, a term describing its thickness and resistance to flow, the gas could not easily escape.
And the formation of gas bubbles in the sticky lava can be powerful enough to actually rip the lava apart, and in the process you actually tear away the volcano. The whole thing becomes explosive and you produce very dangerous volcanic activity.
Krakatoa's magma had another deadly property.
In some situations, the lava can become so sticky that it sort of freezes up and congests or chokes up the volcano. It forms a kind of a plug or a seal. And what will happen is that over time, more magma is coming up and being trapped beneath that plug. Sometime in the future, the pressure will be so great, there'll be so much magma wanting to get up that you just rip the plug apart, and that can produce, again, a catastrophic volcanic eruption.
This is exactly what happened at Krakatoa on May 20th, 1883.
From then onwards, over the summer, it quietened down a bit, but this was really the kind of calm before the storm.
The investigation into Krakatoa's deadly potential has produced important evidence. The frequent earthquakes on Anak Krakatau today indicate the volcano is still dangerous. The pumice from 1883 reveals that Krakatoa was a stratovolcano, its sticky, gas-rich lava making it dangerously explosive. Krakatoa's eruption in May 1883 was spectacular, but beneath the surface, Krakatoa was refueling. An even greater eruption was gathering force out of sight and out of mind. Anak Krakatau is one of the fastest growing volcanoes in the world. Geologists are investigating its threat to the region. They have turned to the past to uncover what made its parent so deadly. In 1883, exactly 100 days after Krakatoa first blew, the volcano showed its true power. This final phase of eruption began at 6 minutes past 1 on the afternoon of August 26th. All three volcanic peaks erupted simultaneously, hurling dense clouds of ash and smoke an astonishing 17 miles into the sky.
The eruption of Krakatoa was one of the biggest volcanic events of the last few hundred years, and it would have been, to people observing it, it would have been like the beginning of the end of the world, if you like.
The power of this eruption was immense, like a giant jet engine aimed skywards. The air quickly became choked with tons of thick black ash, blotting out the sun.
The temperature, because of all the ash in the atmosphere, would be stifling, and if you were very near, for example, the west coast of Java, you'd be getting the ash in your throat and in your eyes. It would have been a real vision of hell.
And a nightmare that showed no signs of ending. By the next morning, August 27, 1883, Krakatoa's three craters had been raging for more than 14 hours. Then, sometime between 5:30 and 10:02 a.m., the land was deafened by a series of 4 huge explosions. The noise was so loud it could be heard over 2,000 miles away in the Australian desert near Perth. The third was the loudest recorded noise in history, the equivalent to 200 megatons of TNT, 13,000 times the size of the bomb that destroyed Hiroshima. The Hunt Project takes geologist Charles Mandeville to the jagged island of Napata. This tiny island is in fact a part of the once mighty Krakatoa.
The record of what the volcano did from May 20th to August 26th to 27th is here, represented on the island by the layered deposits that we see preserved in the jungle. This is a gold mine for a volcanologist trying to reconstruct the events that took place here, because each one of these deposits tells us something particular about what the volcano was doing.
This pumice was thrown out of the heart of the volcano in 1883. Mandeville believes that it holds the key to understanding the forces that destroyed Krakatoa.
What I have in my hand is a mixed pumice or streak pumice, and what it represents is that we had two magmas mingling in the conduit of the 1883 eruption of Krakatoa.
This chart is proof of the two types of magma inside Krakatoa. The lighter bands represent the cooler, rich magma that was present during the earlier eruption in May. This eruption only partially emptied the magma chamber. By August, this void was filled from deep below by searingly hot, dark-colored magma. When these two magmas mixed together, it was a lethal cocktail. The intense heat of the dark magma caused the huge amounts of gas within the light magma to expand.
The magma chamber that was holding this mixed bag became overpressurized to the point where it exceeded the rock strength of the roof rocks above it. And when that happens, you can get really rapid ascent of magma.
This mega explosion caused the loudest noise in recorded history. The striped pumice on Mercado proved that magma mixing was the trigger. The Krakatoa wasn't just the loudest volcano in history, it was a killer. Because Krakatoa itself was uninhabited, some of the volcano's first victims were at Hangin, a village on the southern coast of Sumatra. Hangin is on the mainland, 20 miles from Krakatoa, separated by the waters of the Sunda Straits. How these people fell victim to the deadly acid is a mystery. To uncover the answer, we have to return to the scene of the crime, Rakata. These imposing white cliffs. They may seem part of an ancient landscape. These 200-foot white cliffs were laid down in a matter of hours. They are what's left of a raging torrent of hot gas and rocks, a terrifying force of nature known as a pyroclastic flow.
Pyroclastic flows travel extremely quickly, so you can't outrun them. They're also extremely hot, several hundred degrees centigrade, so they will, if you're caught in the middle of it, they will incinerate you instantly.
Perhaps the most famous victim of a pyroclastic flow lie at Pompeii, the Roman settlement that was utterly destroyed during the eruption of Vesuvius in Italy in the year 79. The perfectly preserved remains of the people here are testaments to the power of these fiery avalanches.
And most people die not because of 100% burn, but because they inhale the gases, which are so hot that they just destroy the air passage in the lungs instantly. And so after 2 breaths, you're dead.
The sheer size of the cliffs of Rakata have led geologists to estimate that the pyroclastic flows thrown out by Krakatoa were an amazing 2,800 feet high. But the victims of this deadly torrent were on the other side of the Sunda Straits. What happened next was truly astonishing.
Pyroclastic flows are ground covers. In other words, they follow the ground surface as they go down. But they also have an upper part which is very rich in gas, so it's low density. Now, when the pyroclastic flow hits the sea, the dense bit carries on down onto the ocean bed, but the gas-rich, but still very hot, it goes hurtling across, scooping across the top of the water. There's virtually no friction between the gas and the water, so it can come a very long distance.
Over 2,000 people at Kepinbang perished from the burning debris that could not just walk on water, but run at amazing speeds of up to 200 miles per hour across 20 miles of open sea. The investigation into the Krakatoa volcano has pinpointed the extraordinary force that ripped the island apart. Striped pumice is proof that magma mixing created the vast explosion. 200-foot cliffs on the island of Rakata are evidence of vast pyroclastic flows, big enough to cross the ocean and claim the volcano's first victim. But contemporary reports show that most of Krakatoa's victims were not killed by these deadly avalanches, but by a very different force of nature. August 1883, Krakatoa's second and most deadly eruption. More than 2,000 people were killed by searingly hot pyroclastic flows. But there was worse to come. These gigantic boulders are on the shore of Hangin in Java, 22 miles away from Krakatoa. There are pieces of what the volcano did here, a stark reminder of what could one day happen again. They are made of coral, which can only grow underwater. So some immense force unleashed by Krakatoa must have put them here. These shattered bricks are another piece of the same puzzle. They are velvet remains of a lighthouse that once was one of the sturdiest buildings from the Java coastline. But no match for Krakatoa.
I'm standing at the top of the new lighthouse in Hangin, 120 feet above sea level, built 2 years after the eruption of Krakatoa in 1883. The old lighthouse down there is nothing but a trace of bricks because it was wiped out by a large tsunami.
Eyewitness accounts detail the exact height of this terrifying wave.
Difficult though it might be to comprehend, the momentum of that wave would have taken the water up to the level that I'm now standing.
Krakatoa's death throw had triggered a massive wall of water that now raced towards the shore of Hangin.
I don't think anyone living along the shores of Western Java or Southern Sumatra would have known about the tsunami that they were about to face, and certainly nobody would have been able to survive those sorts of wave heights.
The power of the wave can be seen in this 600-ton block of coral that was ripped from the seabed and smashed the lighthouse to pieces. Still here today, it provides some of the clearest evidence of the immense power of Krakatoa's 1883 eruption. The same wave that shifted this boulder also destroyed houses, villages, and transport, leaving nothing but twisted wreckage behind. The mighty wave even picked up and stranded a Dutch steamer, the Beirut, 2 miles inland. This immense tsunami claimed the lives of more than 34,000 people.
It's quite possible that those people who lived in the villages in Western Java and Southern Sumatra thought, well, the volcano's out there somewhere, it's an island, so it can't possibly affect us here. But of course, the eruption itself triggered the tsunami, which meant that the water adjacent to the volcano was being displaced right across to where they lived. So, that feeling of safety was sadly misplaced.
For modern-day investigators, the puzzle was how fire and water had combined to wipe out an entire region. The evidence came from the shattered remains of the volcano itself, Rakata Island, part of one of Krakatoa's 3 original peaks. Its sheer vertical cliffside tells volcano detectives about Krakatoa's final moments.
When you have a very large volcanic eruption, you evacuate a lot of magma, it leaves behind effectively a hole, so quite often the crust just collapses down into that hole, and that leaves behind what we call a caldera.
Krakatoa had ejected such vast amounts of burning magma and rock, it could no longer support it. Drain away the water, and we can see how it collapsed, creating an immense caldera.
So this cliff behind me marks the end of the 1883 caldera. Under the boat, this water depth is about 40 times as deep as most of the area around us. The scale of this collapse is pretty big. It formed a caldera that's about 3 miles in the north-south direction by about 5 miles in the east-west direction.
This immense collapse has only occurred once in recorded human history. The combined weight and power of Krakatoa's awesome pyroclastic flows and this huge collapse was more than enough to trigger the tsunami. The riddle of just what had caused Krakatoa's tremendous tsunami had finally been solved. When the smoke had cleared and the waters receded from the most devastating eruption in recorded history, the island of Krakatoa had vanished. In total, Krakatoa had killed 36,417 men, women, and children. It was, without doubt, one of the most dangerous volcanoes in history. But while investigating the 1883 eruption, scientists discovered ancient lava flows hidden in the jungle and on the seabed. This deadly volcano had struck before. But when scientists dated the lava flows, they hit a problem. Radiocarbon dating was only able to place the eruption to between the 1st and 13th centuries, a spread of 1,200 years. Scientists needed more information in order to try and shed light on a new Krakatoa threat and help the hundreds of thousands of people living in the area. The trail of evidence at Krakatoa had gone cold, literally. Because thousands of miles away from the sweltering heat of Indonesia, in the frozen wastes of the Antarctic, scientists recently discovered a critical clue to Krakatoa's explosive past.
Ice cores are cylinders of ice that were drilled from the ice cap in the Antarctica. Things like volcanoes, any material used in surrounding oceans, making sure where we can detect it in the ice. You might imagine that we see the dust and the ash of volcanoes. In fact, very little of that in the big Indonesian type volcanoes that are native to Antarctica. So what we do see is sulfuric acid. Big volcanoes spew out a lot of sulfur dioxide into the atmosphere, which is oxidized into the sulfuric acid, which we then measure in the ice.
The sulfuric acid cannot be seen in the ice cores with the naked eye, but can only be detected back at the British Antarctic Survey's lab, where the cores are kept at a continuous -15 degrees Fahrenheit.
So this is a piece of core for Antarctica, just in case I'm joining James Ross Island. About 10,000 years old, this ice. What we're doing now is measuring the volcanic signals. And what we see is very, very distinct, clear electrical pulses that come from the sulfuric acid from the volcanoes. So very quickly we can see all the volcano signals throughout the whole core.
One of the strongest signals found in the ice cores was from the 1883 eruption of Krakatoa.
What we can see from the 1883 eruption, we can't see the ash, we can see a very large peak in sulfuric acid. In fact, it's one of the biggest peaks we've got in the last 1,000 years. It's such a big peak, in fact, they only use it to date the ice cores because it's like a reference rise that you can see there.
Each ice core is like a diary of the Earth's climate. Each layer of ice represents 1 year. In the same way that we can count tree rings, scientists can count back each layer of ice to determine the exact date of any eruption. Counting back to the 1883 signal, there is a huge spike in the sulfuric acid levels in the year 535. This is clear evidence of an enormous eruption during the dying days of the Roman Empire, an eruption far greater than Krakatoa in 1883.
We are now beginning to come to the conclusion that yes, there was a large volcanic eruption in 535. In fact, it looks one of the biggest ones on the record in terms of how much sulfuric acid it put into the atmosphere.
The ice cores tell us a lot about this mystery volcano. Its eruption was so enormous that its impact was global. Its date falls exactly in the middle of the time span of the lava flows around Rakata. Could it be Krakatoa? The clues seem to fit. If they are the same eruption, this is evidence that Krakatoa has a far more deadly past. Potentially, a far more deadly future.
Can we tell where it's come from Krakatoa? That's more difficult. We can see it in Antarctica and we can see it in Greenland, so that tells us it's probably somewhere in mid-latitude, so somewhere around about the equator maybe. So it's a possibility, but we cannot really pin it down at the moment.
Despite this uncertainty, there is no doubt of Krakatoa's capacity for destruction. The steep cliffs of Rakata show that Krakatoa collapsed to form an enormous caldera, triggering a deadly tsunami. And yet ice cores from Antarctica suggest that Krakatoa may have exploded before, with even more force than 1883. To discover what originally created not only 1883 Krakatoa, but also the current Anak Krakatau, scientists will have to travel even further back in time, some 2 million years. The source of Krakatoa's awesome power remained a mystery to scientists for centuries. One clue is its location. Indonesia contains no volcanoes in any
Indonesia is a jackpot for volcanologists simply because the evidence of volcanic centers that may have lasted several million years are available and ready for observation and study.
Incredibly, there are 21 of these fire mountains on the island of Java alone, an area the same size as New York State. The National Park of Tengah Bromo in East Java is one of Indonesia's most active volcanic zones.
To view a landscape like this is actually humbling because it tells us that there are forces at work that far exceed anything that mankind can construct.
But why there should be so many volcanoes in such a small area, no one could explain. A key discovery was that Indonesia lies adjacent to the notorious Ring of Fire, a chain of volcanoes stretching around the entire Pacific Ocean. In the 1950s, American geologist Harry Hess began research into the groundbreaking hypothesis known as seafloor spread. This laid the foundation for plate tectonics. Plate tectonics is based on the idea that our planet is not a perfect and unbroken sphere. It's composed of 8 major tectonic plates that jostle and jar against one another. These plates are driven by heat from the planet's core. Here in Indonesia, plates collide faster than almost anywhere else on Earth. The volcanoes here are created when the heavier oceanic plates is pushed under the lighter continental rock. This is subduction. When the rock is pushed deeper, it melts to produce magma. Over thousands of years, it builds up into a vast magma chamber many miles beneath the surface of the Earth. Eventually, the pressure of the extra magma becomes too great for the Earth's crust. The magma forces its way up to the surface in a storm of hot and boiling lava. A volcano is born. In the case of Indonesia, this is a nation constructed almost entirely from volcanoes.
Composed of volcanoes that initiated from somewhere down below sea level, rose up to sea level, and then grew as islands and amalgamated to form bigger land masses that now comprise the Indonesian nation.
Using the theory of plate tectonics, scientists can rewind the clock. 45 million years ago, the Australian plate started to move north rapidly. The island chain of Indonesia began to emerge from the ocean at the point where the two plates collided. Vast numbers of volcanoes exploded as the Australian plate was pushed deep into the bowels of the Earth. Krakatoa was a product of these same forces. And it was 2 million years ago, as our early human ancestors were taking their first primitive steps, that the volcano began.
So the fact that under the Sunda Straits of Indonesia, you have all these processes taking place 70 or 80 miles down below the surface, made it inevitable that a volcano like Krakatoa came into existence, but also had a catastrophic eruption.
What made Krakatoa so much more dangerous than hundreds of other volcanoes in Indonesia only became clear in 1988. Scientists discovered that large clusters of earthquakes were taking place beneath the Sunda Straits. Earthquakes are common along plate boundaries, but this one was off the charts. This major clue would enable scientists to finally identify the killer factor in Krakatoa. Beneath Krakatoa, in the middle of the Sunda Straits, the subduction zone contains a kink. This twists and rips the Earth's crust and provides even more material to fuel Krakatoa's hungry magma chamber.
When you have those kinks, two things can happen. First, there might be a greater chance of earthquakes because the kink itself actually starts to tear or rip. And secondly, where the kink is, you might generate more melting. And it's the melting that takes place in the mantle that opens and leads to the lava that erupted from the volcanoes at the surface.
Finally, the origins of Krakatoa have been revealed. Hundreds of volcanoes in Indonesia show that the country lies on a volatile plate boundary. Unusually high numbers of quakes show that Krakatoa lies on a deadly kink within this zone. But can scientists now use this knowledge to predict Krakatoa's future? A prediction that is today more important than ever because the volcano is back and it's getting bigger every day. Today, these shattered islands are all that remain of the cataclysmic 1883 Krakatoa eruption. But the deeper understanding of this event is now more important than ever. How did it start? News spread and growing. Krakatoa is back in the form of Anak Krakatau, Indonesian for child of Krakatoa. And that child is now an angry teen. Like a phoenix from the ashes, Anak Krakatau has grown directly over the site of the original Krakatoa volcano, leading scientists to conclude it's being fed by the same magma chamber deep beneath the Sunda Straits. This deadly heritage means that Anak could potentially be one of the most dangerous volcanoes on Earth. Just how immediate is this threat? Since its explosive beginnings in 1927, Anak has erupted frequently and violently. As one of the fastest growing volcanoes on the planet, this 1,033-foot-high mount bears watching. Predicting exactly when another major eruption will happen is difficult, but there are clues. Underground tremors are a sure sign that the magma deep within the volcano is starting to move.
We have seismometers stationed on the volcano that tell us when rocks are breaking not just at the vent, but in the subsurface, heralding the arrival of new fresh magma into the edifice, into the cone.
These details are transmitted via radio signals to the monitoring station on the mainland, which is operated 24 hours a day. They have a simple scale to measure the threat, running from 1 to 5. Anything above a 3, and they go on red alert. At the moment, it's hovering around the danger zone, a level 3. The type of magma within the volcano is another way geologists can judge the potential of a major eruption. The magma itself is impossible to test, as it lies several miles deep within the earth. The next best clue is to look at what has been literally thrown out of the volcano. Lava bombs.
I've got my hand on a basaltic andesite thorium that was probably blown out of the vent about 3/4 of a mile from here, and you can imagine to be hit by one of these would not be a good situation. These can actually range up to things that are the size of refrigerators and television sets, and they're thereby making them even more lethal, particularly when they're traveling at 120 miles an hour.
Mandeville analyzes these rocks made up of basaltic andesite, which will give him a clue to the makeup of the magma deep underground.
Part of what this composition tells me is the composition of magmas being erupted at Anak are unlike what was typically erupted at the 1883 eruption of Krakatoa, which was much more silica-rich and much lighter in color, typically light beige to almost white.
The more silica in the magma, the more viscous or sticky it is. And that's what contributed to Krakatoa's explosive eruption in 1883. The explosive gases were trapped in the magma, and pressure had been building up over time. Fortunately, the dark color of the lava bombs from Anak Krakatau are evidence that the magma is low in silica. And the explosive gases have yet to reach critical 1883 levels. But this is not a permanent state.
Over the years, a magma like this can, in fact, evolve into something that was that explosive.
As Anak Krakatau grows, the magma will certainly become thicker and stickier. As in its parent, once the magma gets too sticky, the vent could become blocked. The silence could signal disaster. It means that pressure could be building up inside. Too much pressure, and Indonesia could suffer another cataclysmic explosion. More than 100 years of investigation into Krakatoa has helped unlock the secrets of its past. Provided scientists with strong evidence that Anak Krakatau is following in its footsteps. The pumice from 1883 suggests that Krakatoa was a deadly stratovolcano. The stripes in the pumice show that the massive 1883 eruption was triggered by an injection of superhot magma. It was this that blew the volcano to pieces. The remains of vast pyroclastic flows that were over twice the height of the Empire State Building, plus the immense caldera, show the massive scale of Krakatoa's 1883 eruption. But most ominously of all, the position of Anak Krakatau near the deadly ring of fire directly above the peak in the subduction zone means that a future massive eruption is inevitable.
A lot of the Anak Krakatau activity that we now witness today was actually almost a continuation of the volcanic activity that took place back in 1883. We could have another eruption here on the scale of the 1883 eruption of Krakatoa.
The 1883 eruption of Krakatoa may be the most famous, but it is a geological certainty that it won't be the last. Krakatoa is on the rise again. Dynamic proof that the Earth never ever ends. Earth, a 4.5 billion-year-old planet, still evolving. As continents shift and clash, volcanoes erupt, glaciers grow and recede, the Earth's crust is carved in numerous fascinating ways, leaving a trail of geological mystery. In this episode, the 450-million-year-old geological history of New York City is explored. A metropolis pockmarked with strange rocks, haunted by footprints of ancient giant reptiles, and lined with a vast curtain of solidified lava. Scientists investigate the evidence for fiery volcanoes, massive floods, and ice sheets 4 times as high as the Empire State Building. With clues to understanding geological facts provide the formation of Earth itself.
investigation into New York City's geological history begins here, with Manhattan's rocky outcrops. These rocks are clues to how the land was made, and how its geology helped it become a dense, thriving, pulsating city. They're scattered all over Manhattan, poking through the surface of parks, through the concrete between the buildings. Some squashed between two apartment blocks to the size of the road. Most importantly, they are the surface tips in which Manhattan's buildings are anchored. Gigantic skyscrapers stand in two clusters, in downtown and midtown. In the section between, the buildings are lower. And clues to the shape of Manhattan's familiar skyline are the rocks beneath the surface. A leading expert on rocks in New York is geologist Hangin.
The entire history of the development of the Earth's crust is these blazes in the rocks beneath us. The rocks here in New York City harbor an ancestry that dates back over a billion years of time.
Hangin is searching for evidence to show how the city's bedrock was made. At Inwood Park in Upper Manhattan, he's found an extremely hard piece of bedrock known as Manhattan schist. To the untrained eye, it's just a piece of rock. But to Hangin, this is his first clue.
The rocks that we're looking at right here are rocks of the Manhattan schist formation. And these rocks are very severely deformed. And the structures here in this rock is a structure that comes up like this, bends around, and comes back down on itself as such. And in three-dimensional view, it's a structure that looks something like this, a very, very tight fold with a tongue towards the south. These are rocks that were very, very strongly deformed over protracted periods of time. It's the same bedrock that occurs over much of New York City.
This tight fold in the rock suggests New York's bedrock was formed under great pressure. To confirm this hunch, Hangin takes a sample to the lab for detailed analysis. Radiometric dating proves this rock is about 450 million years old. But the rock has even greater secrets to tell. It contains a kaleidoscope of minerals, which opens a window into the ancient world.
To me, minerals are like the instrument cluster in your car. They tell you everything about how your car is running.
Hangin uses a microscope with polarized light to view the minerals.
Examination tells us the former depth regime, how deep the rocks were. They tell you the age of the rocks. They tell you everything you want to know about the development.
What's striking about these samples is that the minerals inside are polarized. The colors support this theory. Under the polarized light, the sample from Inwood Hill Park shows up blue. This comes from a mineral called kyanite, which formed at great depths. It's conclusive evidence that this rock was compressed deep under the surface. Rocks forged at these depths are much harder, ideal for a city's foundations. But what gigantic weight was on top? Hangin believes there is only one answer. The rock was once buried under the crushing weight of a chain of massive mountains.
The minerals that we find in the bedrock units of New York City tell us that the rocks of New York City were formerly buried when they were formed under very high pressure. And that those high pressures indicate that these rocks formerly were produced at depths of 20 to 25 miles. And probably the mountains were as high as the outside.
But even the most impressive mountain chains can't survive the ravages of time. Rocky Mountains, for example. Millions of years ago, they soared nearly 6 miles into the sky. Today, erosion is past. The same process happened in the rain, wind, and ice wore the ancient mountains almost flat. But the microscopic crystals found in the rock in Manhattan testify to that great existence in the past. How did the mountains form? The answer lies in the way the Earth's crust moves. A network of interlocking individual pieces makes up the Earth's surface. Geologists call them tectonic plates. Over millions of years, they collide and break apart to form different continents. 450 million years ago, the Earth's surface looked completely different. North America was much further to the south.
North America was tilted 90 degrees clockwise from its present orientation and was straddling the equator. As such, the climate was tropical. The east coast of North America was really experiencing flood-made conditions.
The weather may have been awesome. The ancient East Coast was heading for trouble. The plate beneath was moving. The East Coast was on a collision course with ancient West Africa. 450 million years ago, they collided. The impact unleashed geological chaos. Under intense compression, the land was forced upwards to form a soaring range of mountains.
The collision took place as the most fundamental and impressive mountain building event to affect the east coast of North America.
Today, all that remains are their stumps. Stumps that form the bedrock of modern-day New York. The collision that built up the ancient mountains also folded the bedrock into dips and rises. These folds are responsible for the shape of Manhattan's skyline. The city boasts two clusters of skyscrapers in downtown and midtown. Here, the hard bedrock that formed deep underground was forced up. It is now close to the surface and provides solid anchoring. In the drifting mist, the rock was folded down. The area is filled with loose sediments, less suitable for skyscrapers.
When the bedrock is at the Earth's surface, where it's actually exposed, then it's pretty easy to build tall buildings because you can root them directly into solid rock. However, in areas where the bedrock is deep and covered by glacial sediment, in those cases, it's very difficult to build tall buildings because you need to root those buildings either into solid rock or build concrete abutments, called caissons, that can support tall buildings.
New York's deep history is beginning to take shape. Building up from tiny crystals in the rock, scientists revealed how New York's bedrock was formed under the crushing weight of a massive ancient mountain range. The result was hard Manhattan schist, a perfect foundation for the city's skyscrapers. But New York City still had a long way to go. The colliding plates created an enormous landmass, the last great supercontinent called Pangea. New York was now trapped in the center. But somehow, it made it back to the coast. Hidden beyond the city's streets is evidence of huge volcanic eruptions.
Come on, JB, that goes up to you, bro.
Torn into pieces. Clues that could explain how New York became one of the world's great maritime cities.
Nice corn.
Investigators were piecing together how New York City's unique geology was formed. Much of its early success as a trade and commerce center is owed to its deep water harbor and its location at the coast. 450 million years ago, things were different. The area of New York City was landlocked, embedded in the heart of a huge supercontinent. How did it get to the coast? The investigation fast
Fast forwards 250 million years. In a
Now 3 of them, buddy.
25 miles northeast of Manhattan, paleontologist Paul Olson unearths the first of a string of clues that could explain how New York City reached the coast. A giant fossilized footprint.
This is the footprint that we noticed in the footprint of a 4-footer crocodile relative. Toes here have little pads on them, and here's the handprint. And these animals would have been, in this case, about the size of the largest crocodile, but some of them became much, much larger, the size even of a T-Rex.
The footprints between a huge crocodile
Nice big up, Jay.
Then, some 30 million years later, its footprints suddenly vanished. But Costosuchus wasn't alone. Half of all land animals perished at the same time. The fossil evidence proves it to be one of the biggest mass extinctions ever recorded.
The evidence for this mass extinction is that we have lots and lots of fossils right in this area. And what you see is, especially in the reptile footprint, you see range of forms that the crocodiles disappear.
Whatever caused the mass extinction must have been a catastrophic event. Also had a hunch the mass extinction would show how the region returned to the coast. The plate bound where 2 continents joined.
Let's take one more home office depot tape.
And it was unstable.
Oh, look at it, Scott.
Olson's quest to find the evidence for the natural disaster that finished off Costosuchus 200 million years ago.
Appreciate you, bro.
And the dark rock above the footprints in the New Jersey quarry caught his eye. It was basalt, the smoking gun.
So we're going up or down, guys? I want to know.
Basalt is a volcanic rock. It forms when hot lava erupts onto the surface and cools. Did the volcano that forms this basalt trigger the mass extinction and also rip Pangea apart?
Another push.
The evidence at the quarry was unconvincing. The layer of basalt is only a few feet thick. Scientists needed corroborative evidence. High above the Hudson, and out of Palisades, a dramatic geologic feature that hugs
Feet of basaltic magma, about 1,000 feet thick. It's about 40 miles long, so it's a very prominent set of cliffs that run all the way up the west side of the Hudson River.
Here is proof of massive volcanic activity. Hot lava flooded out of ruptures in the Earth's crust and covered ancient North America in a mile-deep sheet. The lava cracked as it cooled. The vertical ruptures formed regular pencil-shaped columns. These distinctive rock formations have been known to geologists since the 19th century. Intriguingly, they appear on both sides of the Atlantic, in North and South America, Europe and Africa.
Almost there, guys. About halfway through. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Until the 1950s, scientists
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Right on the fucking nose.
They could study the magnetic properties of rocks. Many rocks, including basalt, have a distinctive magnetic signature, formed as the rock is born. Tiny crystals inside the rock act like compass needles. When the magma that forms the rock is fluid, the crystals align to the Earth's magnetic field, pointing north.
As the rock solidifies, the crystals freeze, forever locked in that fixed magnetic alignment. As continents move and the rocks travel, the crystals end up pointing in a different direction than north. Goring and his team investigate the magnetic signature of the Palisades. To get a sample, they bore into the rock with a water-cooled drill. They measure the exact orientation of the crystals today with a compass. When they offset this reading with magnetic
watts, kilowatts,
yo. Of the rock.
You got 46.
One of the useful things you can do with this rock is you can take it back in the lab and measure its magnetic orientation. And that magnetic orientation will be when this rock crystallized or solidified 200 million years ago. So this rock would have minerals that would be pointing in some other direction other than north today.
When scientists compared the magnetic orientation of the Palisades with the other basalt outcrops around the Atlantic, they discovered they formed at approximately the same latitude. Not only did the rocks have the same age, they were also born at the same location. For example, 200 million years ago, New York and Morocco were neighbors. The geologists had all the proof they needed. They could now confidently piece together what happened. It began with a global volcanic disaster.
About 200 million years ago, North America and Africa began to pull apart from each other. There was gigantic lava. These lava flows erupted along very long cracks in the crust. Countless of lava extending thousands and thousands of feet into the atmosphere. They covered an almost inconceivably large area. Roughly 4 million square miles. From southwestern France to southwestern Brazil. From New York to central America, this area was covered. Some places ended up being nearly a mile thick.
Volcanic eruptions led to soaring temperature. Half of the plants and animals died. Costa didn't stand a chance. As enormous forces tore Pangaea apart, a giant sea formed between the separating land masses, the Atlantic Ocean. The city of New York was now at the coast. 200-million-year-old footprints beneath a layer of basalt, and the Palisades towering above the Hudson, provide evidence that Pangaea split apart to create the east coast of North America. But the story of New York City was far from over. After being built by fire, the region was about to be overcome by another destructive force. Scientists are piecing together the story of New York's violent geological past. 250 million years ago, the Atlantic Ocean opened up, leaving the area of New York on the coast. But the maritime city still had a long way to go. There was no deep Hudson River channel. It was nothing but a small stream. What forces transformed it into the wide river capable of carrying heavy freighters far inland? A clue to how the Hudson Valley was created is the strange boulders that are scattered throughout Manhattan's Central Park. Some of them weigh several tons. But they're strangers to these parts, totally unlike the surrounding rocks. Geologist Charles McGarry investigated.
This boulder is a boulder from the Palisades Peak on the other side of the Hudson. You can see it's very nicely polished. compositionally, it's totally different than surrounding rock, which is Manhattan schist. And the Manhattan schist here is very rich in mica. This rock has no light-colored mica whatsoever. The Palisade sheet is located to the west and north.
Hungarian knows the answer is ice. Scientists have noticed a similar phenomenon 4,000 miles away in the Swiss Alps. As huge glaciers run their way across the landscape, they gather lumps of rock and carry them along in the depths of the ice. These rocks act like sandpaper and carve out deep scratches. When the ice melts, it leaves the boulders behind. Hungarians convinced the same thing happened in Central Park. Ice moved the Palisade boulders and carved out grooves in the bedrock underneath.
This bedrock exposure in Central Park shows the profound effects of glaciation in the form of these spectacular glacial grooves that move up the outcrop and show this pattern where glaciers grabbed huge boulders, and those huge boulders acted like tools to produce these scratches.
To Hungarian, the rocks in Central Park are compelling.
There you have you, baby.
Once was covered in ice. Over billions of years, growing and receding ice has repeatedly turned North America into a frozen wilderness. But the grooves on the rocks in New York don't tell the full story. The destruction caused by the ice points to a gigantic glacial event that would drift the future metropolis. To find out the extent of the ice, Hungarian traveled to Bear Mountain, some 50 miles north of New York City. Once again, the clue was in the rocks. He found glacial marks similar to those in Central Park.
What we're looking at here are chatter marks. Chatter marks are very diagnostic features of glacial erosion. They're produced by boulders embedded in the base of a thick sheet of glacial ice. Those boulders impinged on this bedrock surface, polishing it, smoothing it off, and then plucking pieces of rock off as the glacial ice moved over with the boulders embedded in the base.
The gouges in the rocks could mean just one thing. The glacier must have been thousands of feet thick.
In this case, although we're standing at an elevation of about 1,280 feet above sea level, the glacial ice sheet covered Bear Mountain and the majority of the
Scientists have found identical chatter marks on nearby peaks up to a mile above sea level. It was unmistakable proof. A glacier at least 1 mile thick ground its way across these mountains. Did this same ice sheet also plow through Central Park? Another nearby rock face provided the answer.
The feature that we're looking at here are a series of subparallel glacial scratches and grooves. These are produced by the glacial ice sheet dragging boulders across this very durable granite surface. It's kind of polished the surface, and in addition, it's produced these rather subtle, but obvious when the lighting is right, striae or grooves in the bedrock. Now, if we measure the orientation of these, these come out about north 20 degrees west. Just about identical orientations to the striae that we measured at Central Park.
It's significant evidence that the ice sheet that covered Bear Mountain also flowed over the surface of Central Park. Proof that New York City was covered by a glacier 4 times higher than the Empire State Building.
Just imagine glacial ice, a huge, thick ice sheet over a mile thick, exerting tremendous pressure on the surface and sculpting the surface into the landscape that we see.
The ice sheet's crushing weight bulldozed everything in its path and cut through the remains of the ancient mountains. Before the ice arrived, the waters of the Hudson River had gently cut down through the landscape to form a V-shaped valley. But a mile-thick glacier takes no prisoners. It gouged out the sides and the bottom of the river valley and turned it into a U-shaped riverbed. The Hudson River was now navigable for big ships. The picture of modern-day New York was almost complete. Long grooves in the rocks in Central Park showed scientists that a vast ice sheet flowed over the eroded remains of these mountains. And rocks and glacial striations on Bear Mountain proved this ice sheet was at least 4 times higher than the Empire State Building. When the ice melted, it left a vast ridge of debris blocking the Hudson River from the Atlantic. The final challenge for geologists was to find out how the ridge was destroyed and how New York's harbor opened to the oceans. New York today boasts one of the largest natural harbors in the world. But it wasn't always that way. Towards the end of the last ice age, the port's wide entrance was blocked. 16,000 years ago, the melting glaciers left behind a 220-foot-high wall of debris. The ridge stretched from Long Island to Staten Island and forced the Hudson River through a narrow, more westerly course to the ocean. What powerful forces destroyed this rock jam? The prime suspect was a flash flood. But scientists needed evidence to prove that such a flood had happened. In the 1960s, fishermen made an unexpected find at the mouth of the Hudson River. They dredged up a giant mammoth tusk in the depths of the sea floor. Herds of these giant beasts roamed the plains of North America before they became extinct. Finding the odd mammoth tusk here and there is not so surprising. But since the initial discovery, scientists have found hundreds more tusks and bones in the mouth of the Hudson River. It was as though a violent torrent swept the mammoths away and dumped their remains off the coast. And there were more clues nearby. Huge boulders resting on the sandy sea floor. Some of them as big as cars. The boulders must have been part of the ancient moraine that once ran between Long Island and Staten Island. Geologist David Franzi knows that only a raging torrent could have shifted them.
Based on the size of the boulders that we see here, we know that flood must have discharged on the order of 1.5 million cubic feet per second. That's 3 times larger than the largest Mississippi River flood ever recorded.
And all that water had to come from somewhere. Scientists began looking for the source of this flood, a flood powerful enough to transport huge boulders all the way to the sea.
Books for geologists are like pages in a history book. For us, erosion oftentimes rips some of the pages out of our history. It's the job of the geologist to put together a fragmentary record of authentic history of events that happened in the past.
300 miles north of the city, in upstate New York, Franzi tracked what might have been the flood's path to an unusual grove of trees on Covey Hill in the Adirondack Mountains. The trees are jack pines. They are rare in this area, where the soil is usually fertile and deep. But On Covey Hill, their presence shows that there is no more than a few inches of soil on top of the rock.
The jack pine is essentially rooted right on the top of the rock surface here. This is a bare sandstone surface, very little mineral soil, and it's subject to prolonged periods of dryness during the summertime. Jack pine's adaptations make it able to survive here where no other tree species can.
What happened to the soil? The jack pines continue to grow at the entrance of a long gorge over 300 feet wide. Usually, gorges like this are cut down over thousands of years, but in this case, the missing topsoil thanks to a sudden flood. A rising torrent must have destroyed the soil and cut deep into the rock. In a helicopter, the engine follows the gorge west. Eventually, it opens into a vast, empty basin located next to one of the Great Lakes, Lake Ontario.
It doesn't take much of a stretch of the imagination here to imagine this valley filled with water, and then with these telescoping to
16,000 years ago, this basin was filled with 2 billion cubic miles of water, a huge lake geologists call Lake Huron. It formed at the end of the last ice age. As glaciers receded, the meltwater slowly filled up the lake. The ice dams holding the waters weakened. Eventually, the dams collapsed, causing sudden and devastating flash floods.
Lake level dropped on the order of 70 feet, and about 160 cubic miles of water were released into the Champlain Valley catastrophically. That flood water would, of course, down the Champlain Valley, through the Hudson Valley, and ultimately out into the ocean.
The torrent raced towards New York City, 300 miles to the south, then straight course to the sea. The floodwaters smashed into the ancient moraine, the huge pile of debris blocking the direct exit of the Hudson River.
The bridge we see behind me spans the channel just cut by the floodman. When the floodway
Poker man.
over top of the dam very rapidly.
The gap that was created by the flood still exists. It's now a tidal strait called the Narrows. Today, the gap is spanned by the Verrazano Bridge. The channel is deep enough for even the biggest ocean-going ships. It's the most important entrance to New York City's harbor. Mammoth tusks and huge boulders at the mouth of the river showed scientists that there was a torrent big enough to blast a hole through the ancient moraine. And a channel leading towards the Great Lakes revealed the source of the flood. It was this flood that created the Narrows and gave New York a wide entrance to its port. A unique geology laid down the foundations for New York City. But the same forces that constructed it may also have sown the seeds for New York's destruction. Scientists have pieced together the half-billion-year history of New York City. Huge mountains, volcanic eruptions, and glacial ice shaped the area. New York still doesn't end here. The geology that created one of the greatest cities on Earth also has the potential to
And it's important because in 1821, the Category 2 hurricane raised the water level at the battery 13 feet in 1 hour. And literally, the Hudson River met the East River, and Canal Street was covered by water, and Manhattan was actually 2 islands for 3 hours until the water receded.
New York City is vulnerable because of its position on the coast. Long Island is northeast at a right angle from the New Jersey shore. New York City is nestled behind the western end of Long Island. Normally, it even protects the city from the sea. But when hurricanes threaten, the opposite is true. Long Island becomes a dangerous liability. Hurricanes racing north along the beaches of the Atlantic coast pile up huge bulges of water in front of them. They're called storm surges. Hitting the right angle junction of Long Island, the winds funnel the storm surge in through the narrows, the gap between Long Island and New Jersey.
This is the place that the action was right in in the distance is the Paramount and all that water is going to go through the passage called the Narrow. It's going to be accelerated toward New York City, where it will rise abnormal heights.
Experts believe that in the United States, New York is the third most vulnerable city after Miami and New Orleans to a hurricane disaster. If it was hit today, the consequences would be serious.
New York City is hit by hurricanes only infrequently, like in 1821, 1893, and in 1938. However, the point is that the hurricane that will eventually hit New York City again will be catastrophic. And what is going to happen when utilities are not? What is going to happen when saltwater and ruin the electrical system? We're talking about unbelievable amounts of money to restore the system. We're talking about stops and delays of commerce and banking and transportation. A catastrophe that's never been seen.
Storm surges are not the only threat to New York's future. Earthquakes are also part of the vast geological forces that shape this area. They are still at work today. Some could change the city in an instant. November 4th, 1884. New York City was by an earthquake that lasted 10 seconds. The Brooklyn Bridge swayed and people panicked. The earthquake showed 5.5 on the Richter scale. January 17th, 2001. New York City was struck again. This time, the quake was relatively small, only 2.4, but it struck right under 125th Street.
The earthquake in 2001 is the first earthquake that we could confidently locate in Manhattan. That's its claim to fame. It was felt widely.
It's impossible to study the cause of the quakes at the surface. The evidence is buried beneath the city. Deep within New York's bedrock, seismologist Leonardo Sieber studies the cause of these quakes. In a subway tunnel 100 feet beneath the bedrock under the East River, there is a ready-made laboratory. Here, Sieber can study the rocks up close and personal. It is the same bedrock Manhattan is built on. But Sieber fears it isn't as solid as once was thought.
New York area is considered a seismic zone, meaning there's a cluster of known earthquakes that have occurred in this area. So we are, as geologists, very eager to discover which faults are responsible for these earthquakes.
The majority of earthquakes
33, 37.
sections of the Earth's crust, the tectonic plates on which the continents sit. New York's earthquakes are different. The city is firmly in the middle of the tectonic plate. halfway between the Mid-Atlantic Ridge to the east and the San Andreas Fault to the west. Siebert is anxious to discover what's going on. As he examines the walls of the tunnel, he comes across a possible clue. The long fractures in the rock are fault lines that formed when pressure built up. As the tension was released, the rock cracked and shifted. This is felt on the surface as an earthquake.
This is an example of a very small fault, but it's a fault that probably did generate some small earthquakes. When one of these faults generated an earthquake, we think that perhaps other faults in the same family can generate earthquakes.
These faults in New York's bedrock are evidence that the area was hit by earthquakes in the past. But Siebert has no way of knowing if the faults are still active and dangerous. If a large earthquake hit New York today, the consequences would be catastrophic.
A large proportion of New York City buildings are simply not built to withstand earthquake damage. We worry about transportation tunnels, in particular tunnels that traverse rivers where parts of the tunnels are rooted in solid rock and other parts are resting on soft sediment. The oscillation of these two different materials could cause severe cracking and fracturing. The infrastructure would be severely damaged. It would take tens of years to repair the damage caused by such a large event.
With the evidence geologists have collected, the story of the creation of New York City can now be told. The city's bedrock was formed under a chain of mountains over a mile high. Volcanoes and lava fields over millions of square miles stood up the ancient supercontinent and created the east coast of North America. Glacial ice, 4 times as high as the Empire State Building, carved out the deep Hudson River. A catastrophic flash flood broke through the moraine to form the Narrows and opened up New York City's heart to the ocean. Looking ahead to the distant future, geologists see more challenging times for the city. In 40,000 years, they predict this region will be engulfed by another ice sheet. And in 250 million years, the Atlantic will start to shrink again. Europe and Africa will eventually crash back into the American coast. The fossilized remains of the once great city of New York will become just another layer of rock in a vast new mountain range. A footnote in the immense, ever-changing story of planet Earth. Earth, a 4.5 billion-year-old planet, still evolving. As continents shift and clash, volcanoes erupt, glaciers grow and recede. The Earth's crust is carved in numerous and fascinating ways, leaving a trail of geological mysteries behind. In this episode, Loch Ness in the Highlands of Scotland is explored. It holds more water than any other lake in Britain, with a bedrock containing some of the oldest rocks on the planet. Set in a landscape that was once part of America, Loch Ness is a lake with an enduring myth. A team of scientists investigate how Loch Ness was made. What they uncover also provide a window into the formation of the Earth itself. Deep, dark, and full of mystery. This is Loch Ness in the Highlands of Scotland. For thousands of years, there have been claims that this vast lake hides a strange and terrible secret. The fabled Loch Ness Monster, a mythical beast, suggested by some as a descendant of the dinosaur, which once roamed this part of Scotland. Loch Ness would be the perfect hiding place for a prehistoric monster.
At 23 miles long and a mile wide, this vast freshwater lake covers the same area as New York's Manhattan Island, and it's more than 700 feet deep. But the monster is not the only mystery that surrounds Loch Ness. In the hills above the loch, there is a type of rock whose origin baffled scientists for years. It's a sandstone, and it's the start of the investigation into how Loch Ness was made.
It's known as the Old Red Sandstone, and it's given that name because it's red and it's a sandstone. And it's called old because it's about 350 million years old.
The Old Red Sandstone runs down one side of Loch Ness. But the most astonishing fact about these rocks is not their age, but where they come from.
These rocks actually belong to my homeland of North America because these rocks originated on the North American continent and then got separated from North America. But in many ways, this is almost a little bit of home for me here in Scotland.
But how do geologists know that this Old Red Sandstone comes from 3,000 miles away on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean?
These rocks are identical in age compared to the rocks that actually form the Catskill Mountains. And so this part of Scotland belonged to northeastern North America.
For more than 1,000 years, Old Red Sandstone has been used for building castles in this part of Scotland. But it's also been quarried in the U.S. and used for brownstone buildings in New York City. Under the microscope, rocks from both continents have an identical crystal structure. And chemical analysis has also proved that they're exactly the same age. But how did part of America end up on the shores of Loch Ness? To answer this crucial question, the investigation must go much further back in time to look for evidence in the ancient bedrock of northern Scotland. It's here that the story of Loch Ness begins. The trail starts north of Loch Ness, where the bedrock comes to the surface. This landscape is full of the extraordinary mysteries of an unimaginably ancient past. It's made of a type of rock called Lewisian gneiss. Recent drilling and blasting for a new road cut have exposed evidence which uncovers an amazing chapter in Earth's history. The long straight lines are the drill holes left in the rock face. Modern radioisotope dating has given geologists the first clue to understanding the origin and formation of these rocks.
These rocks are very special to geologists. They're some of the very oldest rocks in the world. We see them in very few places, perhaps a dozen places across the globe contain rocks of this age. We're talking about 2.5 to 3 billion years old.
The origin of the grey Lewisian gneiss lies in the first crust that cooled on the surface of the Earth. After its formation 4.5 billion years ago, parts of this crust were mixed together with the earliest sediments, buried, remelted, and forced back up again and again for more than 1 billion years. These extraordinary rocks are the result of that devastating period in our planet's history. And there's more evidence exposed in this road cut, revealing crucial information about the early history of the Loch Ness region.
This exposure contains 3 important pieces of geological jigsaw puzzle. First, we have the grey gneiss, 2.5 to 3 billion years old. Secondly, we have this black igneous material which has been intruded into the area. This is 2 billion years old. And thirdly, we have this granitic intrusion that both intrudes the black material and the gneiss, and this is 1.8 billion years old.
This evidence reveals that after the formation of the Lewisian gneiss, much younger rocks were then melted and mixed into the ancient crust. But this process took an incredible length of time.
What we've got here are rocks that record over 1 billion years. To put that into perspective, that is almost 1/4 of the age of the Earth recorded in the
This is the Loch Ness.
This suggests that these rocks have been held back 2 or 3 occasions over a billion years ago.
Geologists now know that the only hill powerful enough to produce this extraordinary mix of rocks is plate tectonics. Plate tectonics is the process by which the giant plates of the Earth's crust are driven slowly across the planet's surface as vast convection currents deep in the Earth's hot mantle. In the Loch Ness region, the evidence in the road cut reveals that incredible pressure forced the crust deep down into the ocean, where it is melted, returned, mixed together, then finally brought back to the surface. After that, for another billion years, this ancient landmass quietly eroded down to a rough, rolling landscape. But this wasn't the green terrain we see now. It was much less oxygen in this atmosphere than today. The surface would have looked like a lunar landscape, desolate and sterile. Incredibly, remnants of that billion-year-old landscape are still preserved today. The clues are revealed in another road cut, where the trained eye can draw amazing conclusions from what looks like a jumble of rocks.
At this road cut, you can see the Lithium mass, which is between 2.5 and 3 billion years old. But up here, we have something completely different. If I go up to this level, and look above there, we have horizontally bedded red sandstone.
This sudden change in rock type helps to unravel the mystery hidden in these ancient formations.
They're believed to have been laid down in a continental environment by rivers. We've got river systems that laid down horizontally bedded sedimentary rocks on an ancient landscape.
So this simple outcrop reveals that even in a world with little oxygen, the ancient bedrock of Scotland was covered in rivers a billion years ago. And there's yet another secret hidden here.
There is a junction between these rocks, which are almost a billion years old, and the rocks below are 2.5 to 3 billion years old. This is a major time gap of between 1.5 and 2 billion years.
The time gap revealed here is extraordinary. It shows that after the traumas of their early formation, the rocks of the Loch Ness region went through a period of calm, which lasted more than a third of the age of the Earth. The investigation into how Loch Ness was made has uncovered its first evidence. Identical old red sandstone found on 2 continents proves that Scotland and America were once joined together.
Tim Doolittle takes this one.
Revealed that the bedrock underlying Loch Ness was made during the primeval creation of the Earth's crust. Bedded sandstones lying on the ancient bedrock show that rivers flowed over this landscape a billion years ago during a long period of tranquility. But the calm couldn't last forever. A major continental collision was looming, with it the union between Scotland and England. The investigation into how Loch Ness was made will next uncover the geological structures which would eventually create Loch Ness. The search for evidence begins with a 19th century scientific mystery. In the 1880s, geologists in Scotland were baffled by a sequence of rocks they found north of Loch Ness. Here in a remote hillside lay the problem. A huge mass of very old Miocene ice was lying on top of much younger rocks. But the 19th century geologists had never encountered this before. In their experience, younger rocks always lay on top of older rocks. Then, one scientist invented a novel approach to try to solve the puzzle.
A survey geologist back in the Victorian age, 125 years ago, mapped this area, and his name was Henry Cabell. He went back to Edinburgh and he worried about what he'd seen in the field and thought, how do I replicate what I've seen? How does this happen? So he built a model
and he attempted then to show, using the model, what it was that he saw in the field.
Cattle's model was simple. He suspected that some force had squeezed the rocks horizontally to make this upside-down sequence. So he built an apparatus containing layers of sand and clay to test his idea. Professor Underhill is using a replica of Cattle's equipment, filled with alternating layers of black sand and plaster of Paris, to try and duplicate Cattle's experiment. Turning the screw winds the block forward, imitating the horizontal pushing force that Cattle thought was the culprit. As the horizontal force increases, the layers are pushed over each other along a shallow plane, which geologists now call a thrust fault.
And we've got the first thrust appearing. Oh, look at
The experiment showed Cattle exactly how older layers, the ones on the bottom, are pushed over and on top of the younger layers, along the plane of the thrust fault.
There's the beautiful structures in here. There's a thrust fault running through here, which duplicates the white layer. There's another one through here, and the final thrust fault, which is at the lowest angle, out here towards the left-hand side. A success in terms of a simple model replicating what we see on the ground. And I can see how Paddle and others, when attempting such things, began to understand what it was that they saw in the field. They could replicate it in a simple, crude model, but replicate it in a very successful manner.
Once Cattle and his colleagues understood the principle of thrust faults, the apparently illogical sequence of the rocks they saw in northwest Scotland began to make sense.
Well, the slope represents a thrust fault. What we have underneath it is a embedded younger quartzite succession, which is pink. Above it, the grey rock, the rubbly grey hillside we see above, is the Lewisian gneiss again. And the surface in between would be putting older rock, the grey material, onto the pink rock, the younger material, is the thrust fault, just like in the model that we saw before.
Geologists now know that a thrust fault is a smoking gun that shows where continents are colliding. But which continents were colliding to make the thrust fault in Scotland? How are they involved in making Loch Ness? The scientists' trail now led them to another thrust fault, the Moyne Thrust. The Moyne Thrust is one of the biggest thrust faults on Earth. Running for 120 miles down the northwest of Scotland, it's mostly hidden from view. But Professor Underhill has found one of the rare locations where the thrust can be seen on the surface. This apparently insignificant join between two rock layers is the actual line of the thrust. And it reveals a geological bombshell. The dark layer above the thrust comes from England, but the surprise lies in the yellow limestone below. Just like the old red sandstone at Loch Ness, this rock comes from North America. This one small piece of evidence has enormous implications for the formation of Loch Ness.
The amazing thing about this contact is that it's the meeting point between two continents. So here we are on a white Scottish hillside on a Sunday afternoon, and I am touching the contact between effectively America and northwestern Scotland on one hand, and England on the other, as was 425 million years ago.
But how did these two ancient continents collide? 450 million years ago, a supercontinent containing North America and Scotland lay deep in the southern hemisphere. At its margin was an ocean wider than the present-day Atlantic. On the other side was England and Europe. The forces of plate tectonics were slowly pushing the two land masses together.
Well, around 450 million years ago, there was a major ocean where we're standing now. It was called the Iapetus Ocean, and it separated America and northwestern Scotland on one hand, and effectively southeastern Scotland and England on the other hand.
Now, what happened in the 20 million years after that? That ocean closed, and eventually it was closed sufficiently that two continents collided into each other.
The collision between America and Europe pushed massive layers of rock over each other, forcing up the range of mountains higher than the Himalayas are today. Still firmly attached to America, Scotland and England became fused together. But what did this collision have to do with the making of Loch Ness? The loch itself provides the most fundamental evidence.
One thing that's quite striking about Loch Ness is that when you look at it, particularly from this perspective, you can see that it runs straight, almost straight as an arrow. And that straightness goes on for about 20 miles. As a geologist, that tells me that there has to be a control on this topographic straightness because nature doesn't produce things in straight lines. And so there's a structure here that is controlling the overall shape of Loch Ness itself.
This structure is the Great Glen Fault, a major geological fault line formed during the continental collision 425 million years ago. It runs for more than 300 miles right across Scotland, slicing the country in two. Loch Ness exactly follows the line of the Great Glen Fault.
The Great Glen Fault is not a thrust fault like the Moyne thrust, where material has been pushed up over. It's not a normal fault where material drops down vertically. It's lateral motion. The Great Glen Fault is Scotland's version of the San Andreas Fault. It's just 400 million years older.
The Great Glen Fault is no longer active, but this giant split in the Earth's crust has been a feature of the Scottish landscape for more than 400 million years. It's the foundation of Loch Ness, and without it, the loch could not exist, nor could the legend of the Loch Ness Monster. The investigation into how Loch Ness was made has uncovered more evidence. The discovery of thrust faults showed geologists what happens when continents collide. Yellow limestone from North America found at the Moyne thrust proves that America and Scotland crashed into England 450 million years ago. And the shape of Loch Ness reveals the straight line of the underlying Great Glen Fault formed during that continental collision. After the collision, the forces of plate tectonics drove Scotland south around the surface of the Earth. Now, the investigation must follow its amazing journey. The next step in the investigation into how Loch Ness was made traces Scotland's journey around the surface of the Earth, driven by the forces of plate tectonics. Understanding what the environment was like in the past gives clues to the location of Loch Ness millions of years ago. So the investigation now moves on to the Jurassic period, 165 million years ago. The trail leads to the Isle of Skye, an island off the west coast of Scotland. At Staffin Bay, there is an incredible piece of evidence which sheds light on this period in Scotland's past. Astonishingly, it lay in plain sight but undiscovered until 1994, when an amateur geologist made an extraordinary find. On the flat, rocky shoreline of this popular beach, he discovered a fossilized footprint of a giant dinosaur. Dr. Anjana Katwa has come to analyze the details of this remarkable evidence.
When you walk across these ledges, it's just an incredible feeling to think that dinosaurs walked on the same ledge that I'm walking on now 165 million years ago. This ledge, we've got this wonderful Megalosaurus footprint. The Megalosaurus was a 25-foot high carnivorous dinosaur, quite a formidable predator during Jurassic time.
With some individuals standing as tall as a football goalpost, Megalosaurus was a fearsome monster. But how could something as temporary as a footprint be preserved for 165 million years?
The footprint is so unique. What's happened is that a dinosaur has travelled over a kind of sticky, gooey mud, and their impressions have been left behind. that mud has dried off and it's hardened, and then over time, wind-blown sand has come in and covered that footprint over. And then as further time has developed, we get layers of clay and sand building up over that footprint, and that footprint becomes fossilised over time. Now, over a few million years, erosion occurs, and those footprints become exposed for us to see today.
Dr. Catwa is making a plaster cast of one of the footprints, so she will be able to examine it more closely.
We take the parts in order to have a record of the footprints, so we can take them back to the lab and have a look at them and understand how this creature used to live.
As she carefully removes the plaster cast, its shape reveals a 165-million-year-old secret.
One thing that really strikes me actually is the deep impression that this front tail has made and how pointed it is. And this tells me that this dinosaur was moving at a fast speed and really pushing down on its front 3 toes. So it might have been chasing some kind of prey.
But Megalosaurus wasn't the only dinosaur to leave its footprints in these rocks only 60 miles from Loch Ness.
This is the smallest dinosaur footprint that anywhere found in the world. You can actually see it's about the size of my finger. And we think it's a coelophysis. And it's quite interesting because the small footprint here, which we think is from a hatchling, is embedded in the larger one here that you can see. What we think this tells us is that young travelled with their parents in a group, and that most probably the adults were...
You're out of spice.
Geologists have used the amazing evidence of the footprints of coelophysis and Megalosaurus, together with the muddy rocks they were found in, to better reveal the story of Loch Ness in the Jurassic period. At the time, Scotland was still attached to America. Plate tectonics had driven this landmass much nearer the equator, 2,000 miles further south than it is now. And that had a major effect on the climate and environment of Loch Ness.
Back during the Jurassic times, the climate and the environment was very, very different to what we see today. There would have been lots of tropical vegetation, and the dinosaurs would have been living in ledges of jungle, travelling over lagoons into wetlands. This climate was unclear because it supported huge influence on wildlife that they would have created on.
Bones of one more dinosaur have recently been found on the Isle of Skye, the plesiosaur. But this discovery generated a completely different kind of interest. Enthusiasts see a strong resemblance between the shape of the plesiosaur and some descriptions of the Loch Ness monster. Could a descendant of the long-extinct plesiosaur really be the source of the legend? Yes, the unravel the extraordinary geological history of Loch Ness is getting stronger. The findings of Megalosaurus and Coelophysis footprints prove that dinosaurs lived in Scotland 165 million years ago, and that Loch Ness was then a subtropical paradise 2,000 miles further south than it is today. But about 60 million years ago, 5 million years after the dinosaurs became extinct, plate tectonics would tear Loch Ness and America apart. The investigation into how Loch Ness was made now moves forward to a time 60 million years ago. Scotland and America are still firmly joined together. The next question is, when and how did they become separated? On the Isle of Skye, the landscape is full of evidence which can unlock the secrets of this turbulent period in Scotland's past. At Talisker Bay, the massive sinkholes provide the first clue to the events that devastated the region. They're made entirely of volcanic lava.
I'm standing here on a single lava flow, and this lava flow is only about 10 feet thick. This whole cliff above me is made up of lava flows, maybe 150 feet or more, and stretching for miles in all directions. Now these lava flows are composed of basalt, It's the same type of rock that is being erupted today from modern volcanoes like Hawaii or Iceland.
Geologists have calculated that these basalt lavas on Skye are about 60 million years old. Where is the volcano which erupted? The clue comes from the range of mountains on the southern tip of Skye, the CURRENCY Hills. It's the type of rock that makes up these craggy peaks, which provide the evidence.
The radio rocks with graduates. Now these are the same chemical composition as the basalt that's been erupted onto the surface, but there's a difference. The basalt that was erupted was cooled very quickly because it was exposed to the air. It shows the current fine grains. On the other hand, the magma that was trapped maybe a mile down beneath the Earth's surface, that cooled pretty slowly. It was kept warm for quite a long time. You see, it's very large crystals growing, and when you get a rock with large crystals, that's what we call coarse grain.
The large crystals give away their origin. They tell geologists that the CURRENCY Hills are the remains of an enormous magma chamber deep below the volcano, where lava was stored before being erupted onto the surface. But how much lava was there?
We may be looking now at a beautiful green valley, but actually all these hills around here are made up of rocks that were formed in a series of massive volcanic eruptions about 60 million years ago. And at that time, there were volcanoes erupting all over Scotland. Here we are on Skye, and it's just one of those volcanoes.
It's now known that an incredible 500 cubic miles of lava was erupted on Skye alone. That's enough to cover the whole of Texas with a layer of lava 10 feet thick. The tip of the iceberg. The evidence is clear. Huge regular columns in the lava flow, looking like they've been carved out of the rock. In reality, these amazing formations are made by gentle cooling of thick lava. Exactly the same type of columns are found at outcrops of basalt lava 80 miles away off the west coast of Scotland. And as far away as the coast of Ireland, 150 miles from Scotland. These lavas have all been dated at about 60 million years old, and they were also part of the same series of massive eruptions that spread out for hundreds of miles in all directions. But what was the cause of the eruption? Dr. Goodenough has found another clue that points to the origins of these lavas and their role in the creation of Loch Ness.
This is the route we took to another flow. Why they call it the whole road? And what happened is that the lava is skin on the surface of the cores that's still flowing underneath that skin, and eventually the wrinkles and gets pushed forward, giving this local texture that you can see here. It's really quite rare to see them like this in these old lavas. So it tells us a lot about the type of magma that was erupting from that volcano.
Geologists know that this kind of magma comes from deep within the Earth. It usually erupts on the surface when tectonic forces split the Earth's crust apart. Is that what happened here 60 million years ago?
At that time, Scotland was still joined to North America, but the two continents were being stretched and thinned with tectonic forces. And that allows molten rock, or magma, from deep within the Earth to well up and to be erupted from these volcanoes. And eventually, that volcanic activity led to the development of a new ocean between Scotland and North America, the Atlantic Ocean.
So the lavas are the trail of evidence which show that the opening up of the Atlantic Ocean began with volcanic eruptions all over Scotland. As magma erupted under the ocean, the seafloor spread out, slowly pushing Scotland and America apart. The birth of the Atlantic Ocean had a direct effect on the making of Loch Ness. As the ocean grew, it huge forces involved reawakened the 400-million-year-old Great Glen Fault.
So faults like the Great Glen, these are zones of weakness in Earth's crust. And they're like scars or wounds. They can reopen. And in the case of the Great Glen, it was reactivated when the Atlantic began opening 50 to 60 million years ago. And this is why you see this feature now present in today's landscape, even though the fault itself is 400 million years old.
The massive geological movements shattered and weakened the rocks along the fault. Along this line of weakness, a river started cutting down through the shattered rocks, slowly carving out a valley. For the next 55 million years, the landscape of Scotland weathered and eroded. The outlines of the mountains softened, and the coastline began to take on its present shape. Loch Ness became a long river valley, following the line of the Great Glen Fault. The investigation is close to uncovering the final stages in the story of how Loch Ness was made. Huge lava flows on the Isle of Skye revealed that massive volcanic eruptions 60 million years ago were the start of the separation of Scotland and America. The sharp outline of the 400-million-year-old Great Glen Fault shows that the fault was reawakened as Scotland and America were torn apart. But there was one final land-changing event to come. Nature wasn't finished with Loch Ness, and it was this event that created the lake we see today. Tracing a violent history that lasted for 3 billion years, the investigation into how Loch Ness was made now moves forward to the recent past, only 10,000 years ago. The final link in the chain of evidence is to discover how the wide, deep waters of Loch Ness were finally made, and whether a descendant of the dinosaurs could possibly have survived there to create the myth of the Loch Ness Monster. A vital clue was uncovered in the 19th century by one of the greatest scientific minds the world has ever known, Charles Darwin. In 1838, Darwin came to Scotland to investigate a mystery in the remote valley of Glen Roy, 20 miles from Loch Ness. For hundreds of years, people had been baffled by 3 extraordinary parallel lines which run around both sides of the valley. Strange horizontal cuts in the These parallel roads, as they were called, run exactly level for more than 20 miles. What could have made them? Dr. Pete Neiman is following in Darwin's footsteps to the Glenroy parallel roads and the story they reveal.
Their creation was a mystery for a very long time. Initially, people just thought they were perhaps created by giants, a thing of myth or legend. And then in the 19th century, a number of scientists came here, including Charles Darwin. And when he saw them, he thought they were exactly the same as features he'd seen in South America, where earthquakes had uplifted old submarine shorelines and left them abandoned higher up from the sea.
Darwin was so convinced the parallel roads were the remains of old seashores that he published a paper with his results, and the world of science believed it. But for once, Darwin was wrong. In 1840, 2 years after Darwin's visit, a Swiss scientist named Louis Agassiz came to Glenroy. Agassiz had spent a lifetime studying glaciers and the effects of glaciation on the landscape of the Swiss Alps. When he examined the parallel roads, Agassiz realized that they were ancient shorelines, but the deposits had been filled not by the sea, but by a freshwater lake. From his knowledge of glaciers in the Alps, Agassiz was able to show that a freshwater lake had once filled the valley. The lake was kept full by a huge glacier which blocked the end of the valley. As the glacier melted and froze again 3 times, the water in the valley emptied and filled up to a different level, carving out 3 relic beaches.
Initially, it wasn't believed that people believed Darwin, and over time it became clear that Agassiz was correct. And Darwin saying one of his great embarrassments that he got something so terribly wrong. Which sort of shows that even great scientists can make mistakes.
Must have been made by glaciers. That led him to the startling conclusion at the time that the whole of Scotland had once been covered by ice.
And the means of most likely that what we got here is very cold naturally. We've instantly got to make use of the fact that we must have had a very cold climate in the past, cold enough for ice sheets and glaciers to build up. This site is of world importance in terms of the understanding of glaciations and the fact that in the past ice was a much larger proportion of the planet than it currently covers.
This extraordinary investigation led eventually to the idea of the Ice Age, periods in the geological past when much of the northern hemisphere was covered in glaciers and ice sheets. Since Agassiz's discoveries, scientists have been investigating the role of ice in making Loch Ness.
About 2.5 million years ago, the global climate started to cool. And since then, we've had a series of repeated glaciations, roughly about once every 100,000 years.
Each time the ice advanced, temperatures changed. Average winter temperatures were at least 30 degrees colder than today. As the ice built up, it reached extraordinary thicknesses.
The ice in central Scotland would have been 3,000 or 4,000 feet thick, and here in Loch Ness, it would have certainly been a couple of thousand feet thick. You might see a few of the highest mountains just peeking out the top of the ice sheet, but in the main, the whole of the landscape would have been blanketed by ice.
But what effect did this vast weight of ice have on the creation of Loch Ness? The loch itself is difficult to investigate because it's full of water. But there's another location where the evidence is clear. Just 20 miles from Loch Ness is the forbidden valley of Glen Cove. Glen Cove is a legendary place in Scotland, and it was here that an infamous massacre took place in 1692, when the MacDonald clan were murdered in their beds by the Campbells. The shape of this valley sheds light on the way Loch Ness was made.
If you get getting the water out of Loch Ness, what you actually end up with is a valley with this sort of shape. And this is down Glen Cove, you can just a very, very steep-sided, flat-bottom valley. And basically, you create the glaciers successively going down the valley, eroding it, and basically flanking out a U-shaped valley until you can create a decent U-shaped valley.
Glaciers are extremely efficient at eroding the landscape. They pick up vast amounts of rock debris, which is carried along at the base of the glacier. With the weight of millions of tons of ice on top of it, this rock debris grinds away the bedrock like sandpaper, scouring and deepening the valleys to a characteristic U-shape. Across Scotland, there are hundreds of valleys with this distinctive U-shape, bearing witness to the huge number of glaciers which once covered this whole region. At Loch Ness, underwater mapping has revealed that the loch has this signature U-shape. Its flat bottom is very steep sides. In some places, only 50 feet from the shoreline, the water is over 500 feet deep. Further proof that Loch Ness was There was already a long river valley which had formed along the line of weakness created by the jagged rocks along the Great Glen Fault. During the last year, a giant glacier flows down the valley, slowly carving out Loch Ness.
The ice flows down it scouts it out, deepens it, and over a series of glaciations, it deepens it to the extent that it's now a loch 750 feet deep.
The investigation is now faced with two final questions. How did Loch Ness fill up with fresh water, and what keeps it full? Loose rock and boulders found on a huge ridge 250 feet high at the head of the loch could provide the answer.
The immediate obvious thing about these large rocks is that they're extremely smooth and well-rounded, and that indicates that they've been transported by water. They're also very large, this is very heavy, so you need a lot of energy, so that tells you that you've got a lot of meltwater powered it and then subsequently dumped it where we are now.
This evidence, combined with discoveries about climate change, shows what happened here. About 10,000 years ago, global temperatures rose rapidly, the ice began to melt, and the glaciers retreated.
Glaciers down there would have been eroding Loch Ness, bringing up large amounts of sediment, and that sediment is then being transported in this direction by the flowing ice and also by flowing meltwater.
As the ice melted, a huge river formed under the Loch Ness Glacier, carrying with it vast amounts of rock debris.
And then what we've got here, what we're standing on, is effectively the zone where the glacier is now dumping that sediment.
Millions of tons of rocks created an enormous plug which dammed the river and stopped the water from escaping. As the ice melted, the valley filled up, finally making the lake we know as Loch Ness. Loch Ness is only 10,000 years old, but the investigation into its history has revealed an amazing story. Old red sandstone rocks show that Scotland and the US were once joined together. The shape of Loch Ness is controlled by the Great Glen Fault, formed when Scotland and America crashed into England more than 400 million years ago. Fossilized dinosaur footprints place Loch Ness near the equator during the Jurassic period. Lava flows reveal that massive volcanic eruptions 60 million years ago began the separation of Scotland and America. And the profile of Loch Ness proves that it was carved out by glaciers 10,000 years ago, finally creating the Loch Ness we know today. But what of the Loch Ness Monster? The iconic image is now known to be a fake. But is there any way that the mythical beast could be a descendant of the dinosaurs?
We have two geological facts that tell us that Loch Ness could not be inhabited by a dinosaur. One is dinosaurs died a long, long, long time ago, and the loch itself, geologically, is very young. Dinosaurs went extinct 65 million years ago. So 65 million years to 10,000 years is a long time distance, and there's no chance at all that you would have preserved this long an ancient monster from time millions of years ago. Go watch the
Geological evidence proves that Loch Ness could not be home to a dinosaur that somehow survived there since the Jurassic. The geological history of Loch Ness has thrown up many mysteries. But for science, the Loch Ness Monster is not one of them. A unique planet, restless and dynamic. Continents and clash, volcanoes erupt, glaciers grow and recede, titanic forces that are constantly at work, leaving a trail of geological mystery. And there is nowhere more mysterious than Death Valley, the hottest and driest desert in the United States. This is a place where even 700-pound rocks appear to move by themselves. It's the lowest point in the U.S., and right here, the Earth's crust is thinner than almost anywhere else on the planet. Death Valley is a dynamic laboratory for investigators who uniquely read rocks like X-rays to reveal the inner workings of the Earth and its history, adding to the continuing story of how the Earth was made. Death Valley is the largest national park in the lower 48 states, more than 3 times the size of Rhode Island. Straddling the border of California and Nevada, and surrounded by towering mountain peaks. 140 miles long, and up to 15 miles wide, with temperatures reaching a scorching 134 degrees Fahrenheit. This is one of the most inhospitable places on Earth. But for geologists, Death Valley has a unique attraction. Here, they can witness the interplay of the Earth's most titanic geological forces.
When you look at Death Valley, really you're looking at a battle between processes that are occurring on the Earth's surface. And you can see the record of those forces of nature locked into the rocks. Death Valley has an archive that is almost unrivaled worldwide.
To uncover Death Valley's earliest history, Prave is hunting for its oldest rocks. He is searching in one of its most remote spots, in the extreme south of the valley, in the isolated Alexander Hills.
This is one of the oldest rocks in Death Valley, 1.2 billion years old. And given the color of this rock and the fact that it's quite soft, it can powder when I scratch it, these are all clues that tell me that this is a limestone.
The limestone is a major clue to revealing the way this arid desert used to look.
If we think about the environments, the limestone can be the first that comes to mind is underwater in a green setting.
There is only one way to form limestone. It is made from the tiny bones and shells of sea creatures. They die and sink to the sea floor, where the weight of further layers on top of them crushes them slowly into solid rock. And Prave has discovered other startling evidence that Death Valley had a watery past.
Fossils are a major clue. They are vital in the type of evidence that a geologist will use. And these are some very nice examples of the type of fossils that you can find in these ancient rocks. And you can see here these curving surfaces outlining what look to be large cabbages that are sliced in half. These were algae, known as a stromatolite.
Ironically, these marine fossils have survived in the Death Valley Desert only because there is so little water that might otherwise have washed them away. But they would have originally looked like this when they flourished in the Death Valley waters as the limestone formed more than 1 billion years ago.
These tell us that the environment in this rock form would have been a shallow sea. If I'd been here when these rocks were first being formed, I'd be sitting in my swimming trunks about waist deep in water, very much like the Bahamas today.
The stromatolites are some of the earliest signs of life on our planet. To discover what happened over the next 1 billion years, Prave studies evidence in the surrounding hills.
The different bands of colors, the rock layers, and the hills represent ancient seas that covered the Death Valley area. The sea would deposit a layer of limestone, move back across the land, another layer of limestone would be deposited. And so we have the history of the seas moving across the Death Valley region from the time of the stromatolites to these rock layers now, more than 1 million years later.
Geologists wanted to figure out what dramatic geological upheaval could have turned Death Valley from a shallow sea to the baking hot desert of today. And Prave has found clues in a rock that is entirely different from the marine limestones he has studied up until now.
This is a nice example of a rock type called a granite. And it forms those veins that are in the hillside behind me. You can think of these like the fingers of my hand. They're fed upward from a much more larger, massive area of granite sitting underneath.
The granite tells scientists the reasons why Death Valley's ancient seas vanished.
Electric boy, yo!
Today, it is solid rock, but it was once hot, molten magma from deep underground.
All right.
Only one force of nature has the awesome power and 2,000 degree Fahrenheit heat to melt rock into magma and fire it to the surface. Volcanoes. The seas here didn't just drain away. They were pushed back by these mountains of fire. It was only in the 1960s, with the realization that Earth's continents were drifting around the planet, that scientists figured out why the volcanoes erupted under Death Valley. The theory of plate tectonics revealed that around 100 million years ago, an ancient oceanic plate began sinking under North America, pushing up the land. Heat from the collision powered a coastal chain of volcanoes, erupting on the land and finally driving away the seas, submerging Death Valley.
This landscape would have been very explosive, a hostile type of setting, and that then set the stage for what was to become Death Valley.
Still surviving in the valley to this day is the ghost town evidence of another substance far rarer than granite that the volcanoes brought to the surface. Gold. Although gold occurs naturally in more than 30 different U.S. states, the gold in Death Valley was concentrated in veins in the rock as magma solidified near the surface. It made it worth mining, and millions of years after its formation, it sparked the Death Valley Gold Rush.
It's a wonderful example of a gold mine shaft, the Eureka mine, high up in the Panhandle Mountains, associated with trying to find gold in the granites that were intruded into these rocks 100 to 200 million years ago. The gold would have been injected up into these rocks, and the gold would have been concentrated in these veins.
The gold rush here miners often have to remove a ton of rock to recover only 1.1 ounce of gold, enough to produce just a single wedding ring.
Oh.
Today, all that remains are empty tunnels and ghost towns.
It's interesting to consider the frenzy of activity, mining gold, is actually a direct result of the kind of volcanic activity 100 to 200 million years ago.
Geologists investigating the battle that raged in Death Valley between fiery volcanoes and ancient seas have found important evidence. Stromatolite fossils are proof that Death Valley was once submerged by the waters of a shallow sea. Veins of granite could only have formed in the fiery heat of the volcanoes that burst to the surface around 100 million years ago and drove that sea away. The volcanoes built up the land that was to become Death Valley into peaks as high as the Cascades mountain range. But deep beneath the Earth's surface, awesome geological forces were about to destroy those peaks. Stretch the land apart, transform the mountains of Death Valley into the lowest point in the U.S. Death Valley remains a flat plain under the sea. Around 100 million years ago, erupting volcanoes formed high mountain ranges. Then, the real geological mystery began. The land began extraordinary transformation. Because today, in Death Valley, those high mountain ranges have vanished. Incredible,
dig
the
some more.
one-time mountains have sunk below sea level to become the lowest point in North America. Yet all around the valley, snow-capped peaks still soar up to 11,000 feet into the air. The investigation digs deep under the landscape to discover what vast geological forces could have caused that huge difference in height between two places. just 20 miles away from each other.
There are a lot of mysterious aspects about Death Valley. It's a unique landscape because the valley floor itself is very deep. It's below sea level, and the mountains rise up very steeply on either side.
Clues to the power of these underground forces lie all over the valley, if you know where to look. Many of the rock layers were originally deposited on the ancient flat seabed. They can still be seen as horizontal layers. But other nearby layers aren't horizontal. They tilt downwards into the ground. Miller finds a further clue of Earth's power in the unusual shape of this cinder cone, a mound of ash and debris lying on Death Valley's floor.
It looks like it's two cinder cones, but in fact it's really just one that's been pulled apart along the big fault zone. This is some 700 feet in 700,000 years, so that's about a foot per 1,000 years, which sounds like it's really, really slow, but if you look at it over a great length of geologic time, you get quite a lot of slip. And give it even longer time, it'll be offset even more.
Miller's next challenge is explaining what is making the fault line move. For that, she studies other ancient rock formations, whose jagged outline has given them the name turtlebacks.
The turtlebacks are crucial to understanding Death Valley's early origins. They have so much of the record here if you're willing to spend time to try to unravel it.
The real clue lies in the rock's distinctive texture.
If you just take a look at this rock closely, you can see that it's very kind of strung out, very stringy. It tends to be pretty fine grained.
This texture tells Miller where these rocks came from.
We see evidence that these rocks were formed, just like if you take a piece of plastic and you bend it, it's the same with rock. And so these rocks form at high temperatures and pressures within the Earth's crust at depths of about 10 miles or so. And they have since been brought to the Earth's surface.
Miller concluded that some overwhelming underground force must have raised the turtleback rocks to the surface and stretched them out like warm toffee as Death Valley formed. The final explanation of what happened here, once again, came back to the way continents drift around the globe. As the collision of the plates that had forced ancient volcanoes to the surface slowed down and ceased, the high mountains that once dominated the land were slowly pulled apart and tilted downward. Gradually, as the underlying crust grew thinner and thinner, a deep basin formed between the mountain ranges. Death Valley is the most extreme example of what such stretching forces can do. By measuring seismic waves, scientists discovered that here, the continental crust is just 16 miles thick. This might sound like a lot, but it is far thinner than almost anywhere else on the planet. Around the globe, the Earth's continental crust averages 25 miles thick. It's strongest beneath the Himalayas. At 43 miles, thick enough to support the weight of massive mountains, such as Everest. The turtleback rocks also offer Miller evidence as to when Death Valley's stretching started. Dating these rocks reveals that the deformation started here around 13 million years ago, although Death Valley did not take on its final shape immediately.
Death Valley's really young when you look at the whole geologic timescale. Modern Death Valley is probably 3 or 4 million years old at the most. The stretching started before that, but Death Valley itself is a very recent region.
Scientists know that the process is far from finished.
They've found irrefutable evidence in the alien Death Valley landscape known as Badwater Basin.
I'm standing here at Badwater, which is the lowest point in the Western Hemisphere. It's 282 feet below sea level. We're actually standing below sea level about the depth of a football field. This floor has been sinking to about an inch per year, which is about half of the speed at which your fingernail grows.
Continual stretching of the Earth's crust has turned Badwater into one of the lowest spots on any continent on the planet. Yet, its true depth is even lower still.
The surface that we see here is the present-day surface. But what one has to realize is that beneath our feet, we can go down through sediment that represents ancient periods of time in Death Valley with its surface that goes down 3 miles.
You would need to drill down through the sediment to a depth equivalent to 11 Empire State Buildings end to end before you hit the crustal bedrock. The total volume of material in this basin would bury New York to the depth of nearly a mile. The valley floor is constantly being covered with sediment cascading from the surrounding mountains, but it can never fill up completely.
Sediment is coming in at a rate that is less than the rate of sinking of Death Valley itself, so that we're always maintaining a surface here on the valley that is sitting below sea level and is continuing to sink through time.
This constant movement shows Earth's geological forces at their most dynamic and makes Death Valley unique.
The allure is that nowhere on Earth do we see continental crust being pulled apart at this rate or this magnitude.
The investigation into Death Valley's creation has established how it sank to become the lowest point in North America. The Turtleback rocks were deformed by the powerful tectonic forces pulling the mountains apart to form a wide valley floor. The still sinking landscape of Badwater, currently 282 feet below sea level, is proof that the crust here is still being stretched today. But the sinking of Death Valley is just one part of the story. Geologists still need to investigate how one of the hottest places on Earth was shaped by the power of moving ice. 1.2 billion years ago, Death Valley was submerged by ancient seas. Around a billion years later, volcanic mountains drove the seas away. 13 million years ago, the continental crust started stretching apart here. And by 3 million years ago, Death Valley was one of the lowest points on Earth. The clue that showed investigators what happened next was the discovery in the valley of a little-known but highly valued white crystalline rock.
When one thinks of prospectors in the Death Valley region, one often thinks of them hunting for gold and for silver. But there was one mineral that was much less glamorous, much less sexy and exciting, and that was borax. But it was actually known as the white gold of the desert.
In 1880, borax was a rare but in-demand mineral used in antiseptics and detergents. One impoverished couple desperately trying to make a living in Death Valley was Aaron and Rosie Winters. They heard from a passing prospector that they could make good money from borax if they could find it. They learned from their fellow prospector the then secret method of testing rock for borax. Anxious to keep potential profits for themselves, the couple waited until the dead of night to perform the test in Death Valley.
You burn the mineral to see if the powder that we have in front of us here contains any borax. And what Winters did is to add sulfuric acid to borax-bearing mineral. We'll add some alcohol. I used cheap whiskey back in the 1890s. And the flame should burn, hopefully a green color, borax is there. And as we can see, the flame is green in color. And in 1880, the Winters knew that they would become wealthy because they had borax.
From these humble beginnings, a whole industry grew in Death Valley. It made the Winters' fortune and also gave scientists a priceless clue in their quest to understand the geological history of Death Valley. Because borax deposits like these can only be found in the beds of ancient freshwater lakes. The seawater that once covered this valley had long gone, 1 billion or more years earlier. But the presence of borax proves that fresh water must have flooded into the area when Ice Age glaciers started to melt from the surrounding mountains around 200,000 years ago. As the glaciers melted, rivers flowed towards the lowest point, Death Valley. Gradually, a vast lake spread out across the flooded valley floor. The valley's catchment area was huge. Its rivers drained more than 9,000 square miles, an area bigger than New Hampshire. The water pouring in from the surrounding mountains leached minerals such as borax from the rocks and deposited them on the lake bed.
You may hang up or press 1 for more options.
In a lot of the lake beds, this mineral, borax, would appear as a kind of a white fuzzy mineral. It was actually called cotton ball.
The borax proved that a lake existed here. Geologists called it Lake Manly, after one of the pioneers, William L. Manly, who had named Death Valley in 1849. But they had no evidence to tell them its depth and its size. A solution to this puzzle is revealed in this small hill with a road cut straight through it, near the valley's edge, at a spot called Beatty Junction.
It's very fortunate to have a road cut right through this gravel deposit. So in the exposure, we can see very well-rounded pebbles. We can also see some crude layering in the gravel, and they're stacked in against each other. And we call that shingling.
The shape and the smoothness of the stones tells Caskey exactly how these pebbles got here.
The way the stack tells us that the direction of water flow that laid these pebbles down like this was from the right to the left. So we know that this had
weird.
That strong evidence that this is a beach environment.
By looking at the height of this pebble beach above the valley floor, Caskey calculates the dimensions of the lake.
On this beach gravel bar that we're standing on, the waves would have been crashing at our feet. And as we look south, it's hard to imagine a lake sitting out there across that vast salt pan. But Lake Manly would have covered about 600 square miles, and it would have been about 450 feet deep. It's odd mapping shorelines on a really hot day in Death Valley. You kind of long for the ancient days of yore when there were big lakes out here. You can imagine this was a beautiful place full of lush vegetation. You know, it's quite a different place than it is today.
For Caskey, the next step is discovering why Death Valley no longer has a lake. And there is evidence about that in one of its most unusual landscapes, this twisted, jagged field of white peaks that's called the Devil's Golf Course. Even the sounds here are mysterious. In the silence of the desert, there is a faint popping noise as the relentless sun sucks every drop of moisture out of the parched surface.
The salt that we see here is the remains of an ancient lake. It's called Devil's Golf Course because it's probably the least likely surface that you would ever want to play golf on.
The surface is made up of rough salt crystals, popping when they expand and contract in the searing heat. But this salt did not come from the sea. Just like the borax, the salt was leached from the rocks when fresh water started flowing into Death Valley 200,000 years ago. The salt was originally dissolved in the freshwater of Lake Manly, and Caskey has a simple experiment to show exactly how it ended up on the floor of Death Valley.
I'll pour the water and salt solution into this pan, and as the water evaporates, we should see salt forming, and that's exactly how this salt crust forms. Hot enough out here today to evaporate pretty quickly. In a fairly short amount of time, some beautiful salt crystals form on the edges, but it's essentially how a salt pan forms. When the rainwater comes in, the salt goes into solution, basically just like the water that we have in this water bottle. And
where are they popping from?
From the moment the water starts evaporating, salt crystals start forming.
Today, Death Valley's salt pans cover more than 200 square miles, an area 3 times the size of Washington, D.C. They are the remnants of the ancient lake that finally disappeared 2,000 years ago when Earth's climate began to warm up. Death Valley's temperatures just kept on rising.
Well, Death Valley is definitely one of the hottest spots in the world. The record high was 134 degrees Fahrenheit, recorded back on July 10th, 1913. And just to give you perspective on that, the caretaker of the Furnace Creek Ranch, who actually was the one doing the recordings back then, he describes that day as being so hot, he saw the swallows falling dead in flight.
Geologists today understand how Death Valley's unusual geology is responsible for the punishing climate that killed off its lake. It stays so dry because there are 3 distinct mountain ranges between Death Valley and the moisture carried off of the Pacific Ocean, over 200 miles away.
Where we have the Sierra Nevada to the west of us, the Swift Plains to the west, laden with moisture, and they rise up, they lose most of that moisture on the west side, and each set of mountains wicks a little more moisture out of the clouds. And here, with our 3 sets of mountains in between us and the ocean, by the time that moisture gets to Death Valley, there's either all gone or we just get a few drops of rain.
Almost all storms from the coast are stopped by the 3 mountain ranges, each one in turn having an effect the scientists call a rain shadow.
So we are in the rain shadow of a rain shadow of a rain shadow, an average less than 2 inches a year.
And there is another way that geology influences the desert climate. Air heated under the cloudless sky is trapped by the surrounding mountains. In summer, Death Valley becomes a deadly, dangerous furnace. The local weather station provides a graphic demonstration of how quickly that heat could have destroyed Death Valley's lake. Every day, Callaghan checks the rate of evaporation.
In the summer months, it may take 5 of these containers here, so I'm going to fill them up and dump them into the pond until it brings the water level up to the needle. Now, our average rainfall is barely 2 inches a year, but the evaporation pond records up to 150 inches of evaporation.
That huge discrepancy between the amount of rainfall and the speed of evaporation means that a lake 12 feet deep and 30 miles long would evaporate in just a single year. Lake Manly was bigger than that, but over time, it never stood a chance. The scientists' studies of Death Valley have solved the mysteries of its freshwater past. Borax, discovered here in the 1880s, proves that Death Valley was once filled with a freshwater lake. Pebbles unearthed on an ancient shoreline show the lake once covered 600 square miles, an area 3 times the size of Chicago. When the last freshwater pools dried up here 2,000 years ago, Death Valley started its reign as the driest place in the U.S. Which makes it ironic that the investigation's next phase, examining the valley's most recent geological updates, involves scientists studying the awesome power of fast-flowing water. Around 100 million years ago, Death Valley's ancient seas gave way to exploding volcanoes, whose peaks were then wrenched apart to create the lowest spot in America. From around 200,000 years ago, the valley filled with a freshwater lake, but the rain shadow surrounding mountains dried up the water. For the past 2,000 years, Death Valley has been hotter and drier than anywhere else in North America, which makes it all the more mysterious to find Mosaic Canyon, a deep chasm seemingly cut by water in this parched and arid land. Especially when there is evidence of massive boulders having been pushed around like pebbles.
Look at the size of that boulder. Look at how high above my feet it is. It's about 3 feet in diameter, and I can't even estimate what the weight of that thing is.
She may be in a desert, but Messina knows there is only one force that could have lifted the boulder up so high.
Water brought it here and left it here. The force of the water that came through here had to have been pretty severe in order to get that boulder up there, plastered against the wall. This boulder gives us evidence about the force of the water that comes down these canyons during flash floods.
A flash flood is one of nature's most lethal weapons.
If there were a flash flood coming down this canyon, I wouldn't have enough time to run out of its path because the water flows down at an incredible velocity. Flash floods are among the most violent processes on the earth. They can carry material the size of an SUV without any problem at all.
In one of the driest places in the world, the flood water comes from a surprising source: rain. On average, Death Valley receives just 2 inches of rain a year. This is less than half the rain that falls on New York in a single month. But violent summer storms mean it can all fall in just a single day. The floods transform the desert landscape in a number of ways. One is known as the desert bloom, where seeds and plants that may have lain dormant for up to 10 years burst into flower after a sudden rainfall. This phenomenon might be beautiful, but there is another deadlier side to these floods, with a human cost.
In 2004, there was a flash flood that came down Furnace Creek. It was just this muddy slurry that was dense enough to pick up a vehicle and carry it downhill. And several times higher. The 2004 flash flood is small in comparison to some of the events that we see preserved here in the rocks.
Flash floods happen all over the world, but there's evidence here of their particular and rare geological effect in Death Valley.
This marble is very highly polished. It's not scratched, it's not gouged. It's been polished by very fine grain material that comes down as part of the flash flood. So it's really smooth and it's fluted. It's really unique.
To uncover how these unusual polished walls were formed, Messina takes a closer look at what geologists term the Badlands.
I think it's called bad because nothing will grow on it. There's just this very loose material out here, and it erodes so readily that plants can't even take root. So this is Badland.
The rock that makes up the Badlands is the dried up remains of the 2,000-year-old lake bed that once submerged Death Valley.
This is nothing more than desiccated mud. It's called mudstone because it's slightly lithified, meaning it's turned into rock.
Mudstone's minerals are arranged in tightly packed flat sheets.
The rain can't penetrate the mudstone. And therefore, the rain picks up a lot of particles and carries them downhill.
These particles are the key to the canyon's smooth, polished walls.
It flows through here so laden with sediment that it causes a lot of polishing and incision. So every time a flash flood comes through, this canyon gets deeper, the walls get higher, and the rock gets more polished.
The sediment-laden floods can carve into Death Valley's rocks with tremendous speed and force. These canyons have been gouged out, where the rocks have been fractured and weakened by the continuous
about
stretching
12 more
the valleys
packages.
undergoing.
Fucking knock it out.
This is upfront, in-your-face geology happening right here. Death Valley is dynamic. This is a place where things are happening.
Who's this motherfucker going out to? Chili Willy. There's your Chili Willy. Chili sauce over there. And that chili sauce. There's some books right there, guys. Alright, that goes out to chili right there. We'll get it wrapped up real quick. Yo. Get this out to you real quick, guys.
And yet, some mysteries remain unsolved, including one of the world's most
my boys.
Rivers. The rocks that seem to walk by themselves, moving thousands of feet across the floor of Death Valley. Over 1.2 billion years, Death Valley has been transformed from a watery landscape to a barren desert.
That's Chris's rolls. Where's Chili's at?
Processes that have shaped this extraordinary region. There are still mysteries to be solved. And there is no part of Death Valley.
Here, this must be Chili's. Chili's, there's yours. Alright, it's pretty tight. There it is.
Just 2.5 miles long.
Better open it up and put some paper in there, man. Put something in there to keep it from rattling.
I love this place because it's odd. I can come there 100 more times, and every time there'll be something different. Something I didn't see.
Stretching behind these rocks are long, grooved trails in the earth.
There we go.
It is clear that they are tracks.
Let's get it, my boy.
As the rocks move across the valley floor.
I just want to make sure it doesn't jingle. Get this in a bag for you right here.
This slightly tilted surface.
My boy.
No mere pebbles. Some of these rocks are over 700 pounds. And some of the trails are nearly 3,000 feet long. The phenomenon was first detected by scientists some 100
My boy, there you go, Chili. Billy. Chili Willy. Billy Willy. It'll weigh a little bit more.
On the racetrack since
Put it there for 11 ounces, yo.
To within a single inch.
Geology is really nothing more.
I had to eat something. I was getting lethargic.
And rather than looking for evidence of things that took place a long time ago, what I really like about working on the racetrack is you're looking at things that are happening right now. It's an ongoing process.
Her first clue is the surface on which the rocks slide.
If I try to move my hand over it, I could probably file my nails. However, after it rains, there's so much clay in the lake bed sediments that it gets slick.
My boy.
It's like Teflon. It wouldn't need very much force to set even a very large rock into motion, just because the friction on the surface is almost nil.
But water alone isn't enough to make
Yes, we're moving on, man.
Messina has identified a second factor at work.
You can have rain, but if you don't have wind a couple of days later, I don't think these rocks are going anywhere.
racetrack is a natural wind tunnel. The wind funnels into the valley from the south. Close to the ground, the winds can exceed hurricane strength, reaching speeds of over 90 miles per hour, enough to push the rocks into action.
And there is no such
All these elements are in place. The rocks can be viewed in a mysterious
Since no one has ever seen the rocks in motion, we can only guess how fast they go. But based on some of the evidence that I've seen, these rocks aren't inching along by any means. And the best estimate we have is about 3 to 4 miles an hour. So a nice brisk walk.
But until this phenomenon is witnessed, the mystery of Death Valley's sliding rocks will remain.
I hope that this mystery isn't solved. It's what keeps me interested, and I think it's what keeps a lot of people interested.
Geologists studying Death Valley have figured out its extraordinary geological evolution. Stromatolite fossils show that this area was once covered by seas. Turtleback rocks prove that the land was stretched apart by tectonic forces, taking the valley floor down to the lowest point in America. Pebbles at Beatty Junction prove that Death Valley was once covered with a freshwater lake. And the smooth, polished walls of Mosaic Canyon show that water is still at the heart of Death Valley's modern evolution.
That's Chili Willy.
One of the most extreme geological
Put
wonders
that
on
in the
Earth,
package.
and it's still evolving. Its valley floor is being constantly pushed apart by forces deep within the earth. This means that the crust here will continue to stretch.
Alright, Charles. Thank you, buddy.
One day, tens of millions of years into the future,
Margaret's had it.
Death Valley could be separated by the sea from the rest of the U.S. Today, Death Valley continues to sink at a steady rate of 1/10 of an inch a year, while its surface continues to be sculpted by water, living proof that the earth is never at rest.
If you love ancient history, then this is the channel for you. History Hit TV. It's like Netflix, but dedicated just to ad-free history documentaries, including a huge library of ancient history content from the 9th Legion to Boudica to the First Britain. Simply check out the details in the description below and make sure you use code Odyssey on sign up.
This is brilliant. This is obviously an iconic image. Taking a camel ride by the pyramids, surely it encapsulates the spirit of Egypt.
But such an image is completely misleading, because there weren't any camels here when the pyramids were built 4,500 years ago. And that's the thing. Ancient Egypt is instantly recognisable, but also completely misunderstood. So, I'm going to try and change that. The Great Pyramid of Giza, final resting place of King Khufu, over 140 metres from bottom to top. No wonder it still pulls in the crowds and the occasional Egyptologist.
So here, it's hard to really get it into words, but we are now entering into the depths of this iconic monument of ancient Egypt. So okay, it's very busy. the iconic monument now. So here, and as we set foot on this journey upwards, it's a brilliant metaphor for the way that the ancient Egyptian civilization actually rose up from the earth to a real zenith. So, maybe I'll show you something really brilliant. Because the pyramids are really only the tip of the iceberg. Oh, so all this was a big city, overwhelming the size. It's absolutely so cool. In this series, I'm going to explore the story of what I consider to be the world's greatest civilization. More than 4,000 years of history that has shaped our world and left unmistakable marks that can still be read today. We're looking into every nook and cranny. Little known tombs. It's staggering. I've never ever been into a tomb quite like this before. To the hidden corners of vast monuments. It's like being on top of the world, isn't it? Yeah, we're in the top of God. So it's really no surprise that weird and wonderful theories about ancient Egypt crop up all the time. But what I find so amazing is that this most intriguing civilization was actually created by people not so very different from you and me. And that's the story I want to tell. A story full of secret treasures, dark deeds, and sometimes controversial theories. This mask was originally made for someone else. And for the first time, I'll be piecing it all together. From the earliest Egyptians to the last of the pharaohs. Oh, look at that, look at that! Oh, that is so beautiful! Welcome to my story of ancient Egypt. The big question is, how did ancient Egypt begin? Where did the first Egyptians and their extraordinary culture come from? This immortal civilization was thousands of years in the making, so to pull it all together is a daunting task. But bear with me, as it's utterly fascinating.
Look up, cry.
But we won't begin with massive monuments. Some enigmatic clues you could easily miss. This is Kurta, around 100 kilometers south of Luxor.
Damn.
Unless you're an archaeologist, you almost certainly won't have heard of it. Because there aren't any great temples or royal tombs to admire.
34.
But high in the cliffs,
15, 22, 34.
Thousands of years before the pyramids. And this is where our story begins.
Welcome to Kurta, Joanne.
Thank you so much for having me here. It's incredibly exciting.
It's the first time you're here.
Nothing escapes the sharp eye of Dr. Dirk Huyger, and he's got something very special to show me.
Not many people have been here before you because it's quite recent discovery.
These carvings in the rock reveal an amazing story about the beginnings of Egyptian life. It's a 19,000-year-old picture gallery, complete with its own hippo.
Back line, very short tail, hind legs, belly line, front legs, and the mouth is shown. It was smiling, but then again, the hippo is always smiling.
But another type of animal is by far the most common here. That's
Not just cattle is the mighty orbs, the wild prophet love cattle. And extremely powerful images that seem to be in movement.
They are the charging down towards us, aren't they? These wild aurochs were ancestors of the domestic cow. And nearly 20,000 years ago, beef was the main thing on the menu.
About maybe 50% of their diet was composed of aurochs. So they were experts and masters in representing this animal. It's always high on the cliff, very prominent positions that give an excellent panorama over what must have been in the Paleolithic hunting grounds of the people.
It's easy to picture these early hunters here as they tracked their prey. But the landscape would have looked very different from today. Because back then, this was savanna grassland, a green and fertile region. Do we have any idea why these creatures were engraved on these rocks here?
We can guess, John. Maybe they wanted to influence the hunting. Maybe this is some sort of hunting magic.
It really is magical to sit here and imagine Egypt's earliest nomadic people passing right through this spot and portraying on these very rocks the animals that they saw all around them. Human figures and boats joined the animals as the carvings became stranger and stranger. But these carvings are also the earliest glimpse of the amazing things to come. These are the first signs of what makes ancient Egypt, well, ancient Egypt. As for its ancient landscape, this evolved under dramatic circumstances. 10,000 years ago, gravity tilted the entire Earth off its axis by about half a degree. This had a profound effect on climate. And as the world began to change, Egypt would never be the same again. And these early people were nomads, seasonally mobile pastoralists who moved around following the summer rains. And these rains really were the vital, life-bringing force which created the greenery on which wild animals depended. But of course, with climate change, these rains began to dry up. Okay, you can cut the rain. The diminishing rainfall forced both animals and people towards large lakes, which formed during the rainy season. One such area is Nabta Playa, 100 kilometres southwest of Islam. Here, these nomadic hunters began to settle into communities, but still reliant on the annual summer rains. They needed to predict exactly when these would return, and so they turned to the night sky. Welcome to the beginning of time. Quite literally, because this is Egypt's oldest calendar. At around 7,000 years old, this stone circle from Nabta Playa is the earliest evidence of how Egyptian weather forecasters became astronomers. They aligned its central stones to the circumpolar stars, visible in the night sky all year round. When the sun appeared directly overhead, the stones cast no shadow, and midsummer rains were approaching. This meant that the animals would drink, the plants would grow, and the world would survive for another year. So in many ways, this circle represents the solution to the very real problems that the Egyptians. I think think the really great thing about these mini monumental markers is that this is the earliest example we have of the way in which the Egyptians are aligning their monuments from the Philistines to the sky, to the cardinal points, and from now on, every monument will be aligned to the heavens, to the very gods themselves.
Oh.
If the stars and the rain were this closely linked, then this world and the next must be one and the same. Now this has been described as Egypt's earliest sculpted stone monument and dates from around 5000 BC. This chunk of sandstone was quarried over a mile away from where it was eventually discovered. This certainly suggests a kind of sense of community where people were already working together to achieve a desired aim. In this case, the stone was hauled into place, and then there are clear signs that it's been sculpted into a specific shape. Now you might have to go with me on this, but some believe that this is in fact a cow, with its large hind quarters and this sculpted head. Now the cow was a vital part of everyday life for these people. It was a source of meat, of milk and of blood, key sources they needed to keep them healthy. And yet so important was the cow, they chose to take it through into the afterlife with them, to sustain them on a spiritual level. And this is the beginnings of the great cow goddess, Hathor may have started off as a source of milk and meat, but eventually she would be loved and idolized by millions of Egyptians, since she represented love, joy, beauty, and motherhood. And although her image develops from a lifelike animal to a female face with cow's ears, this may be Hathor's very earliest incarnation. Yet Hathor is only one of the multitude of gods and goddesses. The Egyptians discovered everything. Over the centuries, there are hundreds, if not thousands of deities, each with a specific purpose and appearance. Some came in human form. Some have animal heads.
It's a hamster!
It seems that there are few aspects of life that really have their own gods. We know that in the very earliest times, their gods resembled familiar things, the world around them, elements of nature and certainly animals. And over time, the animals, their forms, their shapes, their characteristics are distilled down into this sort of divine figure. Each one worshipped for a different quality. In the case of the ram, they were worshipped for their procreative powers. In the case of the cow, for their nurturing, motherly instincts. And of course you've got rams, which is the daemons, which is the ones that live on the edges of the Egyptian world. The lions, the crocodiles, the jackals. But it wasn't just about finding the appropriate divinity. It was about gaining power over them. The goddess Sekhmet was a ferocious lioness and a bringer of death. So the Egyptians transformed her into a deity as a way of controlling destructive powers. By worshipping Sekhmet, it was believed that she could be placated and transformed into a more benign deity. On so many levels, the Egyptians were trying to tap into nature to affect the way that nature then in turn affected them. In many ways, Egypt's unique religion was the glue that held society together, uniting the population and underpinning almost every aspect of life. It's everywhere, in tombs, in temples, in everyday life. And yet, there is another, even more, without which ancient Egypt would never have existed at all. Later Greek historians famously observed that Egypt was the gift of the Nile, and how right they were, because as the climate continued to change, the desert lakes eventually dried up, leaving the Egyptians with just one source of water. This is an incredibly special place. Located in modern Sudan, it nonetheless forms the very source of Egypt. For it's the place where two great rivers meet, the White Nile and the Blue Nile, which combine here to form the world's longest river, flowing from the heart of Africa and out into the Mediterranean Sea. For much of the year, the wide, lazy White Nile is the main source of water, until annual rainfall in the Ethiopian highlands swells the faster-flowing Blue Nile. Today, the modern Aswan dams hold back these floodwaters, but until the 20th century, huge volumes of water and fertile silt surged downriver to flood the entire Nile Valley, bringing life and fertility to the desert that is Egypt. This annual Nile flood was the single most important event in the lives of every ancient Egyptian, for its life-giving waters brought the nutrients and minerals which enriched the soil all along its banks, and this allowed agriculture to flourish. Egypt is blessed with some of the most fertile land in the world, where farmers can grow everything from sweet corn and garlic to bananas, sugarcane and cotton. Badawi, it's quite intensive farming, isn't it? The land gives the people a lot, doesn't it?
Yes, but we need to give the land also rest. We grow one time and we leave it for 1 month, then after we use that land again to grow again.
That's amazing that it only needs 1 month rest. And then you can be planting again.
Yes, sometimes 15 days, sometimes 1 month.
But it really does emphasise that this land of Egypt has always been so rich and so giving to the people. It's always given the people everything they need. And it's the Nile that turned this desert land into a paradise. 7,000 years ago, the people who could no longer survive in an increasingly desert landscape were forced to migrate towards it as their only source of water. So ancient Egypt took shape as these people came together along the banks of the Nile. In the north, settlements clustered around the Delta and the Fayoum, and in the south, around the Kenner Bend. This was the beginning of Egypt's so-called two lands, Upper and Lower Egypt, which developed into two distinct cultures. But what they both had in common was the astonishing fertility replenished every year by the miracle of the Nile. El Kab, located to the south of the Kenner Bend, is one of Upper Egypt's earliest settlements. And while it may lack the wow factor of the pyramids, it's actually far more revealing to see traces of this amazing evolution. Because here we can see how a nomadic lifestyle was soon replaced by a settled social structure. And although it was a slow and gradual process, archaeologist Elizabeth Hart can identify each stage of this transformation.
That's a good point.
Wow, we do working in closer.
But it's much cooler down here.
It's lovely, actually.
So down at this level, we have sterile soil where nobody lived. And then starting around 4200 BC, our layers of silt from the Nile flood, followed by wind-accumulated sand. And then another layer of silt, and then more sand. And here you can see it really well. A thin silt layer from the Nile coming up and flooding, and then the sand. And over here, we have a heart feature. So this tells us that humans were actually living on these and coming into the Nile Valley and then moving back out. And we also found lots of potsherds and stone tools in these layers.
You know, it might be a small space, but you've got people's real lives unfolding within it, haven't you?
And we have thousands of years of it here. When we started, people were just moving into the Nile Valley. They were just starting to farm. And by the end here, we have pharaohs and a whole united Egypt. It's really impressive when you think about all the change that happened over this chunk of sand.
Although we are still centuries away from the grand pharaonic monuments, you can still find traces of the lives these ancient people lived, if you look hard enough. For very little has survived, except for tons of pottery.
Yeah, this one is, yeah.
So it's 5,000 years old.
So it's 5,000 years old.
They are so tactile. These pots help us to identify when this early society began to produce a food surplus, a pivotal transition which required robust pottery for the storage of large-scale food and drink production. These bread molds from slightly later are one of the most common finds.
So you heat the mold, then the dough gets into it, and by the heat of the mold, the bread will be baked. But this comes in massive amounts. These are the beer jars.
Ah, bread and beer.
Bread and
The
beer.
Egyptian staples. Oh, nice slice of beer jar. This is the nuts and bolts of how Egyptian chronology all came together in the early days, isn't it?
Yes. The pottery is especially fundamental to understand how people were living.
Yet in Egypt, living was only half the story. Because what really sets the ancient Egyptians apart is their view of death. To them, death wasn't the end of life, but a new beginning. A transformation from the world of the living into an everlasting afterlife. And such a belief would shape Egypt's most mysterious
Get this put up, Chris.
my favourite subject. Mummification. The origins of this enigmatic tradition are only now becoming clearer. The burial of their dead has strong significance from the very earliest times. This is a typical burial from around 3400 BC. The body is curled into the fetal position and here placed within a reconstructed pit frame, surrounded by the belongings he might have had in his earthly life, like pottery, jewellery, and a palette of repairing cosmetics. Everything that was important to him in life accompanied him into death. And I think that's quite significant because it shows that already 5,500 years ago, the Egyptians wanted to take it all with them. They clearly believed that something happened beyond death. Death was simply a transition into another state of existence when you continued to live, and it was assumed you would need everything you'd needed in your life on earth. His body was naturally mummified in the hot desert sand, but its placement here may not have been accidental. Because even when dead, the body had to be preserved in order to house the soul for eternity. The skeleton simply wasn't good enough. Skeletons, bones, they are very, very anonymous. And yet, when the soft tissue, the skin, the hair is all present, we are ourselves. And that's exactly what this individual represents. Being face to face with one of the very earliest Egyptians, gives us insight into the development of their ideas about the afterlife. It started off as a practical thing of burying the dead in a relatively small space, bundled up, and then it developed these layers of kind of like the symbolism, the fetal position, this idea in rebirth into the next world. It's almost like the seed from which Egyptian funerary belief system evolved. This is a very beginning of the process which will be repeated a millionfold throughout Egyptian history. This is combination of the esoteric and the practical, which really just sum up the Egyptians in a nutshell. From the very beginning, the Egyptians were masters of making sense of their world, no matter how complex and mystifying it might seem to us. And the same ability to bring order is also found in the way they structured their early society, adopting levels of bureaucracy that border on the obsessive. In the ancient city of Abydos, the site of Egypt's first royal burial ground, archaeologists found the origins of a system that we still have to put up with today. It's most fitting that this city of death is the find spot of the earliest means of calculating that other great certainty, taxes. The evidence comes from small bone and ivory ladies of the fleece, which have been dated to around 3250 BC. The originals are probably the size of a postage stamp, and you can see that each one is engraved with images of animals, of birds, of plants, and so forth. And each one is pierced for suspension to a chest or pottery vessel, which would have contained oil, linen, grain. And it's thought that these symbols represent the regions that produced these commodities, which were then brought here to Abydos. What could have been sent as tax payments, these tiny labels show how these early people were already capable of collecting duties from a vast geographical area. Some experts even believe these symbols can be vocalized. By turning the simple drawings into sounds, makes this the world's earliest known writing. How is it interesting that the world's earliest writing wasn't developed to express emotion or express passion? It's simpler means of calculating taxes. These symbols soon became a sophisticated writing system with elegant signs we call hieroglyphs, which means sacred carving. And these signs represented every aspect of the Egyptian world, which were only translated in 1922 with the discovery of the Rosetta Stone. And a common language was needed as goods were transported between the two eyes of Upper and Lower Egypt. The people of Lower Egypt had also developed trade links with the rest of the ancient world. But as more warlike regions began to emerge in Upper Egypt, it soon became clear that the Nile had spawned two very different and distinctive cultures. And in many ways, the only thing they really had in common was this great river. The inevitable clash between these cultures is recorded on what many consider to be ancient Egypt's founding document. Taking the form of a giant ceremonial cosmetic palette, this is an exact copy of the original Narmer palette. And however idealized and embellished, it depicts the pivotal moment when the southern king Narmer defeated his northern enemy. A split second after this mace comes down onto this northern enemy's head, and he's executed and he's killed with no more, Narmer himself remains the first king of the United Egypt. And what this means is that the whole of the country is now united under one. He is setting himself up quite literally as the god king, as the one central figure at the very pinnacle of the pyramid that forms Egyptian society. And from him, everything else flows. Egypt is now the world's first Egyptian state. What made ancient Egypt is all here. The art forms, the forms of religion, and even the world's first writing hieroglyphic script. And this is the name of the catfish, the chisel, striking catfish. As the first king of Egypt, Nala is protected by the cow goddess Hathor, stands beside Horus, the falcon god of kingship, and is dressed in all the same paraphernalia as every king who succeeds him. He has the tie-on false beard to emphasise his virility and strength, and this is matched, of course, by the tie-on bull's tail. It's a wonderful feature. This idea you could just tie a little tail onto the back of the belt and then take into effect the power of the bull. This palace is Egypt's earliest historical document. It's the blueprint of how every future pharaoh will be portrayed in the company of the gods. Yet perhaps most is Nama's mighty pose. This powerful image with the mace held high will be endlessly repeated throughout Egypt's long history. This is a horrible way to die, to have your brains bludgeoned out. And yet, even this, the Egyptian artists can show in normal ballet-like pose. It's been sanitized, it's been elevated to a piece of art, and yet the message still gets through. For the next 3,000 years, every one of its subsequent rulers would try and link themselves to Egypt's first pharaoh. To rule legitimately and successfully, they had to be absorbed into the complexities of the Egyptian hierarchy, both in this world and the next. So their names were recorded on a series of king lists, accounting all the family tree, and the best preserved is here, in the temple of Seti I at Abydos. It lists himself and 75 of his royal predecessors, going right back to the very dawn of Egyptian history, with the very first up there, King Nama. And the other important detail about this is that it's essentially emphasising that royal continuity, because Seti has his own young son, Ramses, the crown prince, actually reading out these names on a piece of papyrus paper. So it's as if Seti is saying to the gods, look, I'm now Pharaoh, and this is my son who will succeed me, to become yet another name on this remarkable list. In all, Egypt had over 300 pharaohs, organised into 30 dynasties. But in the case of Egypt's earliest kings, being merely mortal was not enough. They needed to prove their dignity by exercising absolute control over their subjects. And the evidence for this was found in the desolate desert surrounding the ancient city of Abydos. This was Egypt's first royal burial ground, the original version of the Valley of the Kings. Being here, real sense of the importance for the ancient Egyptians, whereas the wind funnels down this valley and swirls around the sound. If you listen very carefully, you can hear the whispers. A whispering amongst those voices. And here, Egypt's earliest kings were laid to rest, in huge subterranean burial chambers. Like this, the location of the final resting place of Egypt's third pharaoh, King Jer, one of the largest and most complex tombs of the first dynasty. And although it's been recovered in sand, it clearly demonstrates the power that Jer still wielded, even in death. Jer himself was buried here in the central chamber, but all around the 318 subsidiary graves of his courtiers. Not only that, a little way beyond, many others were also buried. In total, 587 individuals accompanied this man to the next world. Which is incredible enough that there is evidence of a more sinister twist. The fact that this tomb was all sealed over at the same time suggests these people may have been victims of ritual sacrifice, perhaps even ritual stabbing, as portrayed in art at the time. And certainly, that power over life and death would give any king a godlike status. Now, later kings seem to have realised that killing all their courtiers in one go is not the best use of people who were a precious state resource. After all, who'll be around to make the next king's cup of tea? Although this cruel and short-sighted practice of ritual killing soon died out, it had nonetheless demonstrated that Egypt's rulers had complete control over their subjects, an essential step along the route towards building the pyramids and indeed Egypt itself. Yet the Egyptian people were not slaves. By this time, Egypt was a land of plenty, where all could enjoy its bounty, both in life and in death. This is the later tomb of an official called Uruk-Kartar. And here he is, greeting as he's coming to the door of his own tomb, emerging from the world, captured in all his splendour with his finery on, his jewelled bells and his white linen kilt, even detailed down to his little sort of pencil moustache. Looks a little bit like Clark Gable, to be honest. The scenes in his colourful tomb depict a refined life. It's a world away from Egypt's earliest farmers. We have Uruk-Kartar seated in front of a table of food with blue vegetables, there is something called offerings to sustain his soul. Uruk-Kartar is the royal butcher, an important member of court, and with royal courtiers no longer sacrificed for burial with their king, they could now make their own elaborate preparations for the afterlife. There are a couple of scenes up here of the household servants making the beds of Uruk-Kartar and his family. They're stretching out the linen sheets, they're bringing even the little fly whisk in the ancient Egyptian pillow, the headrest there. So even in the afterlife, Uruk-Kartar will be comfortable. Uruk-Kartar's tomb is in Saqqara, a sprawling city of the dead for Egypt's first capital, Memphis. Yet Saqqara wasn't just the burial site of courtiers, but of kings, and the site of a revolution in royal tomb building. And whereas previously the dead had tended to be buried away in the desert, hidden away almost, here at Saqqara, high on the desert escarpment, the dead were literally placed on display. Up to this point, the Egyptians had tended to build their tombs and temples, like their houses, from organic materials, from the mud brick, wood and reeds, which rarely survive. But in the third dynasty, the great innovator, King Joseph, took and something far more permanent. What he built in stone, which could potentially last forever. Joseph built this huge stone wall to surround his tomb complex. His architects and workmen still drew their inspiration from the natural world. You can see that the masons are just trying to get their head around how to actually work with this, what forms to put it in. So we have Egypt's first hyper-style hall of columns, sure, but it's taking the form of reeds bound together to make the kind of columns that would have been in Joseph's palace down by the Nile. But this is a palace of eternity, and must have built in something as solid as stone. At the rear of this complex is an intriguing stone shrine where I can come face to face with King Joseph himself. The shrine looks like it's suffering a severe case of subsidence, and yet the Egyptians purposefully built it on this very definite tilt. It has these two holes here where modern tourists can see Joseph, but Joseph can see them, can actually see beyond them. Because this faces true north. It faces the northern star, which the Egyptians call the imperishable ones. And so at death, Joseph's soul could rise up and merge with these stars, so he too would be imperishable, and he too would never die. In order to ensure that his soul could live on, Joseph's body needed somewhere safe to rest, within a tomb truly fit for a king. Most burials were topped by a simple single-story building called a mastaba, meaning bench. But Joseph did something radical. Joseph really wanted to impress with his funerary monument, so another step was built on top. And I think Joseph must have quite liked the effect that this gave. So, the third step, fourth step, fifth step, sixth step. When they stood back and looked, they realised they'd built Egypt's first pyramid. Pretty impressive. The step pyramid stands over 60 metres tall and still dominates the Saqqara landscape. At the time, it was the largest building on Earth, reinforcing Joseph's status as a living god in the grandest of ways. It certainly secures a place in Egyptian history, with ancient visitors flocking here to marvel at his achievements. Now, Joseph had created a true landmark, but it also created Egypt's first tourist attraction. If you come with me, I'll show you the evidence. Because in here we have what many tourists still leave today, appreciative graffiti. And this is the original handwriting of a couple of ancient visitors from around 1300 BC who were so impressed by what they saw. They described Joseph's pyramid as if heaven were in it, and they credit Joseph with being the inventor of stone. But why did Joseph build this? Was it just an ego trip or an exercise in personal vanity? Or was it designed to show the world just how far Egypt had come? Because in only a few centuries, these disparate people had come together to create the world's first nation state. Egypt was now an unstoppable powerhouse, a nation unified both politically and culturally under a single ruler whose authority was limitless. Yet it wasn't just the king who could achieve immortality, for the man who designed and built Joseph's pyramid was destined to become even more famous than the pharaoh he served. This statue base once held a full-size figure of King Joseph, but carved into its base is also the name of his architect. And here we can see it with this reed, owl, and then the little mat with a little bread loaf on, which reads Imhotep. And here he is, the man himself. Although most likely a commoner by birth, Imhotep rose through the ranks to become one of Egypt's most powerful officials. He was made the royal chancellor, the prime minister. He was even made high priest of the sun god. He was the ultimate local boy made good, because he then gained a reputation as an academic, as a great healer, and he was famous the length and breadth of Egypt. He was ultimately worshipped as a god. Imhotep represents the ultimate in social mobility, a kind which was certainly possible within Egypt's unique society. This was a society in which ideas were often taken to extremes, with 1.5 million people united by an absolute belief in the power of their king and in the certainty of the afterlife. Egypt enters its most ambitious era so far, the Pyramid Age. Over 130 pyramids will be built across Egypt, and they represent the zenith in royal tomb building. Huge state-sponsored civil engineering projects that used vast resources of materials, manpower, and time. The largest of all, the Great Pyramid of King Khufu, which took over 20 years to build. And in order to build something so ambitious, an entire city was created, specifically to house the construction workers, just beneath this monumental wall. It's known as the Wall of the Crow, and it separated the silent, sacred space of the day from the busy, bustling city of the pyramid builders. This 5-hectare site once housed workshops, bakeries, a tool-making facility, and a fish processing area. This was an integrated, self-sufficient community of over 8,000 people who even had their own medical care. Anthropological archaeologist Dr. Richard Redding has been excavating the site since 1991.
Where we are now, this is kind of a big workshop, a big industrial park, where there's lots of activity going on. Out here, you'll probably see some granite statues, maybe granite columns. We find tools out here for polishing the granite. We find tools out here for chipping at the granite. That's very well planned. We have 3 streets. We have North Street, Main Street we're on, and we have South Street down there.
So we're walking down Main Street.
You're walking down Main Street.
The pyramid workers lived cheek by jowl in 2-story barracks.
You would have walked in, you would have been in a very quiet, dark, long, narrow room. This is where they would have slept. There would have been a higher bed for the overseer, and then everybody would have laid down, probably overhead, in this direction or the other direction, exactly like this. You'd be lying here like this, in a nighttime position.
Very comfortable. Can I try out the overseer's bed?
Sure, you want to try out the overseer's bed?
Delusions of grandeur. Is it this one or that one?
Yeah, that's the wall. You're where we are.
Oh, so this is all right. So if I sat down here.
Yeah, the overseer's bed is actually buried under a few centimeters of sand, and the floor here is probably under about 1/2 meter of sand.
So, oh, this is nice.
Yeah.
I keep my eye on you now.
No, that's right. You can see me. If I got up in the night and I tried to sneak out to go someplace, you would see me.
Everything the workers needed was here on site. The team have recovered data that shows that workers consumed 74 cattle and 257 sheep and goats each week. This corral area could hold a week's supply of cattle before more were shipped in from Egypt's banks.
You could have almost just in on delivery, coming down, another small herd coming down from Comohisan or the Delta, coming down and in.
It's a really well-oiled machine. You can see now how efficient the Egyptians were at obtaining their food, bringing it to the right place at the right time for the right people. It's brilliant. It's absolutely
It wasn't just simply the food, it was everything. There was the copper to make tools. There was the stone being brought in here from Aswan and other areas. So a lot of things were coming into here. These were government workers. They got everything from the government.
In many ways, this settlement is Egypt in microcosm, a highly ordered social structure with job specialisation and mass population. It's hard to believe that in a relatively short period of time, Egypt had been transformed from simple subsistence into a united state which could provide for everyone who worked on its behalf. What we're seeing here is a final building block in Egyptian culture, but not just for the Pyramid Age. For once this infrastructure was in place, it would never change. So whether they're building a pyramid or setting up a colossal statue, the level of organisation and cooperation would remain the same. But this is the foundation stone of Egypt. The pyramids are eternal testament to just how powerful Egypt had now become. And in many ways they are Egypt at this time, dominating everything around them on a gigantic scale. Towering over the Giza landscape is the Great Pyramid. It took around 20,000 people to set in place the 2.3 million blocks of limestone. It remained the tallest structure anywhere in the world for 3,800 years until the building of Lincoln Cathedral spire in 1300 AD. It's a phenomenal achievement for any civilization at any time. For me, its exterior can't compare to the sense of wonder once you venture inside. The roof of the Grand Gallery passageway is built of multiple layers of enormous limestone slabs, rising over 8 meters high. Massive, massive blocks of masonry built on a godlike scale. That's surely what Khufu wanted. I sincerely hope Khufu's eternal resting place was rather less congested the next day, and it still gives a real atmosphere of the busyness that must have been here on a daily basis. These guys were hauling massive, massive blocks, hundreds of feet up, literally into the air. These guys were magicians. These courses have been laid. These are perfect. I defy any modern architect to be able to replicate this, using the tools that the ancients had at their disposal. Here we are at the zenith, at the heart of the pyramid now, King Khufu's burial chamber, and we've hit it at exactly the right moment, because the pyramid is close to lunch. Hold ourselves, and you really get a sense of the sanctity of this divine mausoleum. The walls and roof of the burial chamber are lined entirely in granite, and it was within here that the body of the great King Khufu was sealed, ready for his final journey into the afterlife. We're at the heart of the pyramid in terms of its architecture, but we're literally in the heart of ancient Egypt. I feel like I'm speaking in a whisper, as the acoustics are so extraordinary. It's a sterile, plain, slight room. It is pretty much like a bank vault. And when you think about it, that's exactly what it is, because it once contained Egypt's greatest treasure, the mummified body of the god king, which contained the soul, not only of Khufu, but of all the generations of pharaohs, stretching way back to King Nama. Forget the jewels, forget the gold. Egypt's real treasure was in here. And it's the first time I've ever been in here without crowds and crowds of other people. And speaking now, the sound of the voice reverberating around immediately takes you back 4,500 years to the day of the funeral, to the sacred words the priest would have chanted to revive the soul of the God King. It's miraculous, it's a wonderful, spectacular place that affects every sense. It's beyond words, really. I think I'm probably better stop talking now. So now all the elements that made up ancient Egypt were in place. A well-fed, highly organised population that unswervingly followed their God King, and all of whom shared this fervent belief in an afterlife. Life in Egypt was good. With its mighty pharaohs, multiple gods, and magnificent art, it's easy to think that ancient Egypt was always powerful and successful. But there were also darker times, conflict, civil war, famine, and an overall feeling of catastrophe. And the only way it could survive was through its own resilience and the strongest of leadership. Now this is Sesostris III, who ruled Egypt almost 4,000 years ago. He's strong, he's muscular, everything a pharaoh should be. And yet look at his face. His scowling features have been interpreted to suggest his harsh rule and his large ears, his ability to hear any plots against him. Sesostris embodies the way Egypt's monarchs ruled during its turbulent times. This king controlled his enemies through a series of military fortresses and magical curses. But this is a new era in Egypt's history, not only ruled by military power, but by fear and suspicion. And Egypt's darkest times threatened to destroy its entire civilization. I've already explored how Egypt's ancient culture began thousands of years earlier.
This is going to go out to Shinoe.
Natural environment and a society united by a complex ideology. But in this episode, we'll see how the massive self-confidence of the Pyramid Age was not to last, as a dark age brought this civilization to the brink of annihilation. Make no mistake, this is the home of the dead, and we're in amongst them. These were times of famine, civil war, and anarchy. Kings have been reduced to something on a minuscule level. But this collapse triggered one of the greatest revivals of ancient times, with Egypt re-emerging more powerful and wealthy than ever before. Welcome to my story of ancient Egypt. Saqqara, Egypt's great Pyramid Age began. But among its glories, there's also evidence of a far less well-known side to Egypt's life. its descent into a dark age. The zenith of Egypt's Old Kingdom was the Great Pyramid of Giza, and only 200 years later, King Unas Causeway was created. It might not look much today, but it's the highlight of Unas Pyramid Complex, a 750-metre-long causeway which symbolically connected life and death. It goes right from the Nile Valley all the way up onto the high desert plateau, right to the foot of the Pyramid of Unas. So it would have been used for his funeral procession, but it would also have drawn up that life-giving force from the valley below up to the city of the dead here at Saqqara. A narrow slit in the roof once allowed enough lighting, but the extraordinary thing is that this causeway was designed for its sole purpose, the king's funeral procession. Carved upon its walls are scenes revealing both sides of life, the forces of order and of chaos. It first portrays an idealized version of the time of plenty. Here we can see within an Egyptian temple funerary context, scenes of the rich bounty of fruit, vegetables, the crops, the meat, the fish, all wealth. Natural environment of Egypt, which was all obviously brought to the land through the good offices of the king, the bringer of all bounty, the intermediary with the gods. But also this causeway contained something rather more disturbing, evidence of dark forces at work. Further on down the causeway emerged a counterpart image, the flip side of bounty. An image so unusual, it's now displayed in Saqqara's museum, and it really is one of ancient Egypt's most haunting and revealing works of art. Here we see these dark forces at work. What we have are two rows of emaciated victims of famine. These poor people, they're weak with hunger, they're falling down, they're suffering. And this is basically ancient Egypt coming face to face with reality. Because these are believed to be the Bedouins who inhabited the desert fringes of Egypt. So it's as if this kind of idea of suffering, the forces of chaos, are on the periphery of Egypt, but they're getting ever closer to the Nile Valley. Egypt is starting to wake up to the fact that chaos isn't all that far away. This is ancient Egypt beginning to suffer. Such gritty realism had rarely been portrayed before. Chaos depicted as the suffering of real people. This isn't happening in some esoteric realm of the gods, where chaos is sort of portrayed as some sort of disparate magical force, very detached from reality. This is reality. Through such realistic images, the Egyptians were expressing their fears to the gods, appealing to them to keep these forces of chaos at bay. But instead, the starving famine victims would turn out to be a chilling omen. Up until now, Egypt's prosperity had flowed from its one source of water, the River Nile, whose annual floods enriched the soil, allowing life and agriculture to flourish. This natural abundance was the very bedrock on which Egypt and its perpetual world order was able to thrive. But this lifeblood was about to run dry. Evidence shows that at the end of the 3rd millennium BC, the Nile flood levels fell dramatically. As the very thing that brought them life began to diminish, the Egyptians believed that their gods had begun to abandon them. And for the next century, The ancient texts talk of suffering, starvation, and even cannibalism. Additionally, Egyptian society had been built on the belief in the divine power of its kings. Without this belief, the Pyramid Age would never have been possible. But now, as time had moved, Egypt's king seemed increasingly powerless in the face of this natural disaster. And this would come to a head with a ruler who was well past his prime. Princes have lived for 100 years. He was Egypt's longest-lived monarch, King Pepi II. And this space was once a ceremonial running track, the type of place where Pepi would have to display his physical prowess to prove himself to his people. Now, when any pharaoh had celebrated 30 years' reign, they had to perform the Jubilee ceremonies, and this involved running the ceremonial Jubilee race, 4 times round this circuit as King of the North, 4 times round the circuit as King of the South. It was the ultimate public display of their fitness to rule and their strength. It really showed who was in charge of Egypt. But that's where Pepi's advancing age would eventually let him down. Of course, when Pharaoh was relatively young and fit, this would have been a great celebration. But in the case of poor Pepi, then in his 90s, it became all too clear that Pharaoh was no living god, and this really undermined the whole concept of what it was to be a pharaoh. Clearly, as mortal as his subjects, any natural disaster must have seen the fault of this less than superhuman king. And this combination of a weakening pharaoh and failing harvests led to rapid decline. Ancient Egypt now faced its first major political crisis, for the power and apparent divinity of the pharaoh that had been so very important in the Pyramid Age had now vanished. Everything that bound Egyptian society together had begun to fall away, and Egypt was plunged into a dark age. In this time of growing uncertainty, when the Egyptians had lost faith in both the monarchy and state-run religion, they increasingly turned to the power of magic. This is a rather unsettling thing. It's an ancient Egyptian mask. It's almost 4,000 years old, and it's made of linen, covered in a thin layer of plaster, and then painted predominantly black with colours picked out on various features. Of course, the Egyptians are not known for making elaborate arrangements for their afterlife. The death mask, placed over the mummified body, recreated the features of the dead to make them recognisable to the gods. But this mask is different. It was made to be worn by the living. And we know this because of the very distinctive eye holes, which you can see there. And this would allow the wearer to see around them. You can imagine when this was applied to the face, fastened on, tied on behind the head, it would transform that individual into a completely different entity. Traces of paint on the linen reveal how it might have helped the wearer embody some form of magical being. Whoever wore this was going to some effort to transform their appearance, to try and tap into the hidden forces of the gods and to control the world in which they lived. It's as if the Egyptian individual that wore this was trying to take charge of their own destiny. But the mask isn't the only evidence of magic. For in their dark ages, the Egyptians increasingly began to write out curses and spells on pots and figurines. Scrolled across one was the curse. Die, Henry, son of Intef. A form of magic sufficiently small scale to be performed within their own home. One of the most graphic ways they did this was to take a piece of clay or a simple pot like this one and write upon it the fate or the person that they wanted to control. They often used red ochre because red was associated with the powers of destruction. So if I was doing this, I'd put on the thing I'd want to stop, which are early morning calls and alarm clocks. So you've got to imagine Egyptians from all walks of life doing this. The priest wanting to protect the pharaoh, the soldier in battle against an enemy, or simply the hated mud rival. So all sorts of Egyptians could be on the receiving end of something like this. And then, to activate the curse, they smashed the pot. It was a symbolic act to annihilate the name of the enemy, and therefore to control that enemy. Oh, that does feel better. Not unlike voodoo, such practices are found in many ancient cultures, and Egypt was no exception. But it's far from the way we imagine the formal, time-honoured rituals of the temple, led by the king at the head of the religious hierarchy. This is an Egypt that's becoming more suspicious, more fearful, and more aware of the threats to their world, natural disasters, political breakdown, and foreign powers. And this little wax figurine is a means to control anyone that threatens the balanced order of Egyptian life. Welcome to the Age of Fear. The time when every element of Egypt's worldview was in doubt. Their faith in their king, in their land, and even in their gods had all faltered. This is one of the lowest points in Egypt's long story, and its effect reverberated throughout the Nile Valley. The king, traditionally based in the north, was no longer a source of wealth, so royal officials abandoned court and relocated back to their hometowns throughout the country. Disunited, Egypt reverted back to how it had been 1,000 years earlier, breaking up into a series of local regions called nomes. And now a new kind of leader emerges to dominate the Dark Ages. No longer a single king, but multiple warlords. And we know much about one of them because he left his detailed autobiography in his rock-cut tomb at Moala, well away from the usual tourist sites. His name was Ankh-Tifi. Now, Ankh-Tifi is a small-time official who's worked his way up through the ranks to become the regional governor, or nomarch as it's known. And in the declining central government, the power vacuum that opens up is now filled by the Ankh-Tifis of this world. Ankh-Tifi's tomb is quite modest by ancient Egyptian standards, but its interior walls tell of his rise to power. And Egyptologist Gary Shaw is going to help me unravel Ankh-Tifi's story.
You can see the man himself.
Ah, the great man.
The great man carved, standing there.
He's got a great hairstyle.
He does.
That is real good. I'm liking him already.
The man himself, he has a great tomb as well.
The hieroglyphs and images that fill the walls reveal how Ankh-Tifi exploited the power vacuum at the end of the Pyramid Age, reducing the king to nothing more than a footnote.
The only time you see the name of a king in the entire tomb is right here. This tiny little cartouche.
Oh, it couldn't be any smaller. Look at the size of this.
This is Neferkare, and that's it.
Is that it? It's in the old tomb?
The old tomb, there was one mention of a king. And just, I think that really emphasizes just how important he thought he was alone. He didn't need to mention the pharaoh. He didn't need to say that the king told me to do this, so I did this because of the king's favors. just did it himself.
That is extraordinary. I think that cartouche alone of everything in the tomb encapsulates this whole period. Kings have been reduced to something on a minuscule level, and the local rulers are shown on a huge scale, and it's all about them, isn't it? Antifi had enhanced his own political career and wanted to ensure the gods were in no doubt as to his importance. So the elaborate language, once exclusive to the king, was now part of Antifi's own boastful propaganda. This warlord was an egomaniac.
He also says that he's a hero without equal, without peer, and you get that here, and a hero without peer. Pretty much almost every inscription in this tomb ends or includes this statement at some point inside.
And what did he do to kind of justify these claims?
He emphasizes all the good things he did for the people. This was meant to be a time of drought and famine, so we're told in the texts, and he tried to guide them through this. He was managing it by feeding everybody and doing all sorts of good things, giving bread to the hungry, ointment to those without ointment, and sandals for those who were barefoot, and wives for those without wives.
So it's basically telling us about a time of turmoil.
Yeah, but he's probably just over-exaggerating, because the more he exaggerates just how awful it is, the more great he looks when he says, well, these are the nice things I did for everybody. And you get this here, he talks about the entire South dying from hunger.
Look at that. That's a really graphic item. I love that.
The guy falling over, yeah.
He's
definitely dead. But then it gets even worse. He says that every single man is eating his children. He didn't allow this to happen in his home, but he lived it. He was fine. And at the same time, he's also a fantastic warrior, we're told over here.
I didn't know that was coming.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. These texts on this particular column talk about his abilities as a warrior.
In his biggest boast of all, Antifi, the local hero, almost claims the status of a god.
I am the beginning and the end of mankind. Since nobody like myself existed before, no ruler exists.
In Egypt's Dark Age, warlords like Antifi had replaced the real kings of Egypt. And Antifi's delusions of grandeur, so vividly expressed inside his tomb, are even more emphasized on the outside, because he chose burial inside a rock shaped like a natural pyramid. He wanted to be the local pharaoh. And in a way, he was, because whoever fed and protected the people also led the people. But as the power of warlords like Antifi grew, so did the conflicts between them. And over time, as they either defeated their neighbours or formed alliances with them, two separate dynasties of warlord kings emerged. One in the north at Heracleopolis, where they wore a red crown in Lower Egypt, and one in the south at Thebes, symbolised by the white crown of Upper Egypt. Egypt was a divided kingdom of two lands, and between them lay a war zone. Situated at its centre lay Egypt's most sacred site, its earliest royal burial ground, and still today an evocative and atmospheric place. This was the resting place of Egypt's first kings, whose mummified bodies were buried in elaborate burial chambers beneath the desert floor. A safe place for their souls, or so they thought. The hostilities between the two warring factions were about to plumb new depths of horror, with an assault so blasphemous it would change the face of Egypt forever. One of the most violent acts was recorded in later texts as the vile deed, for the northern warlord kings fighting their southern opponents here actually desecrated these royal tombs. For their troops set fire to the tombs and destroyed the royal mummies. At a stroke, Egypt's physical link to its ancient past was severed. Such an act of desecration was completely unimaginable, and the Egyptian people were rightly appalled. Although the northern kings deeply regretted what their troops had done, the destruction was irreversible, and the origins of Egypt's royal past lost forever. Of course, the problem with such times of destruction is that there's very little left of them for us Egyptologists to find. But clues do remain if you know what you're looking for. Today, what's left of the violation of this royal burial ground is surprising. Thousands upon thousands of broken pots. Although most are not part of the destruction itself, they represent centuries of atonement for the loss of Egypt's physical connection with its past. Now, not long after the desecration, this became a place of pilgrimage where people came with little pots like this one, filled with food, drink, incense, which they offered up to the souls of the dead kings and buried there. It was believed that death and souls of the kings would join with the soul of Osiris, god of the dead. And as this place became a site of pilgrimage, it's as if the people of Egypt were trying to make amends for the desecration of the past. Egypt's spiritual connection to its royal ancestors was all it had left after the northern warlords had destroyed their physical remains. And the desecration soon provoked violent retaliation. Directly across the desert from Abydos lay the stronghold of the southern warlords, and they would soon rise up against their northern rivals and attempt to resurrect Egypt as a united land. Back in 2000 BC, Thebes was a one-mounted town, and yet its warlords had two distinct advantages over other leaders. They lived on a bend in the Nile called a Kenner Bend, a strategic important of rich farmland. And their local god was Hangin, the god of war. The warlords of Thebes would reunite Egypt, when one in particular came to the fore. His images were carved into the walls of his Theban tomb complex, and his name tells us much. This is the Theban warlord, Amenhotep, and is a real clue to what was happening at this part of Egyptian history, because his name, Amenhotep, means the local war god Montu is content with Hotep simply means content with nothing. So, if the war god was happy with Amenhotep, this means that he was a very powerful military figure. And this is a wonderful scene. There are a lot of little clues here to know what's going on. If you look really closely, you can see hands embracing him, flanking him, his back, his front, around his middle. He's been embraced by the gods, the chief amongst whom is Montu himself. And there he is, he's nose to nose with the king. He's giving him the breath of life and infusing him with his own divine power. It was the power of victory, one that finally brought an end to Egypt's first dark age. Amenhotep really did live up to his name as a true son of the war god, because he took his armies north, he conquered the north, and he reunited Egypt. Best of all, got the red crown on. And this is the red crown of the north, because Amenhotep is declaring to the world, I might be a southerner, I might be from Thebes, I should be wearing the white crown, but look at me now, I have the red crown. I am the king of the north, I'm the king of the south, I have reunited Egypt. As Egypt's new king, he became Amenhotep II. But his victory came at a high price. The grim details of what his soldiers went through can be found on the west bank of Deir el-Bahari. It was inside one of the tombs here that the remains of Amenhotep's warriors were uncovered in 1923. bodies silent witnesses to Egypt's civil war of 4,000 years ago. With careful analysis revealed these facts in detail. Now, the archaeologists found over 50 bodies in the tomb, and these are original. All of them have been naturally mummified in the hot, dry climate, so you've still got the skin, the hair, and crucially, evidence of how these men had fought and died. Some of these bodies had been pierced by arrows. This one goes right into the left side of the chest. Others had actually been buried with these leather wrist guards that archers use. 10 of the warriors had been killed with ebony-tipped arrows, but in others, the wounds are even more brutal. You can see here, somebody's hit this man on the head with a real whack. You can see this very, very graphic. It's such a profound image. The weapons used against them as they fought for control of Egypt. Arrows, slingshots, and even rocks have been hurled at the warriors from above. The history of their bodies is collected from the and carefully wrapped in linen. This linen bore the insignia and tomb contracts belonging to their leaders. Just as significant as the bodies themselves, where Montahotep was to bury his fallen heroes. Today, the warrior's resting place is a little-known sealed tomb. That 4,000 years ago, Montahotep honoured his dead soldiers with a burial amongst the graves of his highest officials, making them part of his monument to victory. The new king had created what could well be the world's first known war centre. Now I'm looking for the special permission to see Montahotep's soldiers for the first time. These guys are going to be taking down the stone wall for me, allowing me to actually meet the very people who fought in Egypt's civil war around 2000 BC. So I am very, very excited. And it was the same curiosity which drove a team of American archaeologists to excavate their original grave in the first place. Now reburied in a neighbouring tomb, the bodies of Montahotep's soldiers have rarely seen the light of day since their discovery over 90 years ago. Now this is really, really super frustrating, but in the interest of health and safety, I can't go in there immediately much as I really want to, because all the stale air is built up as the walls being sealed, and we've really got to let this out with all the fungal spores and the bacteria and everything else that's so detrimental to health. Early Egyptologists tended to rush straight in and risk the so-called Pharaoh's curse, so a little waiting is essential. Can't believe we're actually going to enter this tomb now. It's one of those rare moments you get in a Egyptological career into a tomb that's hardly ever visited. The wall had to come down, and who knows what we're going to find inside, because I certainly have never seen this before, so it's a very, very special moment. This literally wasn't at all what I expected. Nobody knew what to expect. It's staggering. I've never ever been into a tomb quite like this before. A mask is a very good idea because there's all sorts of things floating around in the atmosphere in here, not just the dust of ages, but the dust of human beings. And as such, we have to be very respectful. It's a large rock-cut tomb, and although its walls are unfinished, it's typical of those created for courtiers and officials throughout these cliffs. Wow, this mummified body. It's absolutely incredible. Oh, that's quite something. And if you look along the length of this very long tomb, look at the floor. This isn't stone. These are human remains and mummy wrappings. And there are chambers and corridors leading off, again full of wrappings, the linen of ages. Some of it is claimed to be the very linen that bound the bodies of Montehotep's warriors to help preserve them for eternity. But at first glance, it's hard to get a clear picture. For this particular tomb seems to have been reused many times during Egypt's long history. Up to the shoulder, to see the way the skin's folded and dried out. Partial human body, still with much of its soft tissue intact. It hits you immediately in the face and you're confronted with what a tomb is all about. Make no mistake, this is the home of the dead and we're in amongst them. It's a very, very emotive and powerful place to be. But what's striking is how little is left of their bodies. Like many other tombs up and down the Nile, they've been subjected to centuries of looting and damaging. And amongst all these linen wrappings and debris and human remains themselves, are the tangible remains of these men who died so bravely in their efforts to reunify Egypt from Montehotep, their leader. Having just come out of that tomb, very, very mixed emotions. I don't really know what I was expecting to see. Certainly some of Montehotep's soldiers. Perhaps some of them were, it's unlikely. Essentially, what we're looking at are the ancient Egyptians themselves. These are the ancient Egyptians. Temples, tombs, pyramids, this wonderful culture. It's all well and good studying these esoteric aspects that are distinct and marvellous and grand. But when it comes down to it, we should really be interested in how these people. Montehotep's reunification of Egypt marks a new beginning, the dawn of what would become known as the Middle Kingdom. The rise of Thebes. Montehotep made it the new spiritual heart of Egypt, and it would stay that way for the next 2,000 years. But whereas the war god Montu had dominated the previous century of Egypt's story, the deity that now took centre stage was Hathor, the goddess of love, joy, beauty, and motherhood. The goddess whose origins can be traced right back to the earliest of times. And believing that Hathor dwelt in the cliffs of Deir el-Bahri, Montehotep chose this site not only for his war cemetery, but for his own tomb complex. It was Montehotep that first built here, in this dramatic place where the cliffs meet the desert. Believed to be the home of the goddess Hathor herself, it was a fast track to the afterlife. And for Montehotep and his men, who had lived and died by the war god Montu, they all now rest in the eternal embrace. build at Deir el-Bahri was Montuhotep, the founder of a reunified Egypt. He was so influential that almost 600 years later, female pharaoh Hatshepsut built her own funerary temple right next door to tap into the religious and political power of her illustrious predecessor. In the Middle Kingdom, life for ordinary people was on the up. Food was plentiful. Wealth and trade flourished. And farming was revitalized with new irrigation systems. Yet the Dark Age had nonetheless left its mark on the Egyptian mindset, as revealed in the way they prepared for the afterlife. In the Old Kingdom, tomb walls were often covered in elaborate scenes and texts, replicating an idealized version of the Egyptian world. But in the Dark Ages, people had seen their sacred sites ripped apart. So instead of such tomb art, many in the Middle Kingdom opted for its cheaper equivalent, with something much smaller and much more intimate. While these may look like children's toys, they were in fact made nearly 4,000 years ago to be placed inside Egyptian burials. Now, these wooden models were designed to provide visitors with an eternal supply of food and drink in the next world. And so we have all the basics here, the Egyptian staples of bread, beer, and beef. So we have the bakers at this end, and they're grinding the grain to make flour, which will then be made into the bread loaves that are cooked in this fire. And the baker but presumably shielding his face from the heat coming from other examples. Move to the middle, and we have the butcher here, who's putting the throat of this ox, and the later down here to keep the animals in the situ rather than his throat. And we move on to the end, and we have the brewer. This is a fabulous example, because he's pushing the mash through a sieve, and the sieve's really actually, in proportion with the rest of it, this individual has ordered rather more beer than either bread or beef, because this section of the model is almost half explained. But you can see the vats of beer carefully laid on their side. It's a wonderfully evocative piece. People have been looking for 4,000 years. They start to look at them. The key elements of Egyptian culture were back, and they look little different from times of plenty in the previous millennium. Look at this busy crew grappling with a sail, ready to launch the boat off the Nile's banks. And this granary silo. Inside, workers haul sacks of barley, while a scribe counts the crop. And of course, there are also female figures. In Egypt, women enjoyed much the same status as men, unlike their sisters in many other parts of the ancient world. They're also producing one of the Egyptian staples, but the linen, the cloth, which was used to make pretty much every Egyptian garment. And you see this standing woman here, she's spinning the thread, this spindle, and the thread that she's busy with, who lay hand on her two companions here, the weavers, and they're using this horizontal loom that's pegged to the ground to produce the bolts of cloth which will be fashioned into wraparound dresses, the kilts, the loincloths, and worn by pretty much every ancient Egyptian man, woman, and child. The lines depicted in these busy little scenes are the comfort and the community representing the Egyptian ideal. This is the kind of death mask. This isn't the finest piece of art you'll ever see. But that isn't the point. These are real things. This is up close and personal. The things that once plunged at the start haven't disappeared entirely. For now they are projected outwards to the world beyond its borders. For a Middle Kingdom on focused on national security and wealth creation. Susceptible to interest and devastating military campaigns media. But he also opted for a more permanent kind of solution. Southern Egypt and Nubia, modern-day Sudan, and where Aswan is the border between the two, and Egypt maintained its control over Nubia through a series of forts. With around 8 of these built by Sesostris himself, these Middle Kingdom forts were within signalling distance of one another along the southern Nile down into Nubia. They were all part of a massive state building program designed to subjugate the local population and maintain the flow of goods and people up into Egypt, particularly Nubian gold. Very few of these forts still survive. These are some of the last images ever recorded of the largest building. It was filmed in 1962 during its excavation. After the creation of rock and gas, these massive mystic walls disappeared forever beneath the waters of the Nile River. But Stonehenge isn't completely lost to us because the excavation records are kept here at the Egypt Exploration Society, and they reveal an unexpected aspect of Middle Kingdom Egypt, as well as photographs. They hold architectural plans of the fort drawn up during the excavations, giving a real insight into the immense scale of the Egyptian crackdown in Nubia. Well, thank you. Yeah. This looks like an amazing photograph.
Oh.
So what we can see here, along the bottom of this strip is
Hey, Grandma.
Nile, and then right on the bank.
Yeah, I was just grinding up through it. I have 2 more to do.
Massive.
Yeah, I'll be done with 2 more packages.
Uncover in full extent what you can see.
Yeah, I closed that yesterday. Just want to have everybody's stuff out tomorrow morning.
Very rarely do you think ancient
So I don't have to do it. I can just sort of relax.
And yet, here is the evidence in front of us.
Absolutely.
I've been snacking up here on stuff. I got cherries, and grapes, and water.
With the castles of Europe, that all constructed 3,000 years earlier.
I should be home within the half hour.
Most astonishing of all.
I'll go ahead and put it up for tonight. I'll eat it tomorrow.
There's a little scale.
But I should be home in about 30 minutes.
So just the Nile-facing wall here is well over 400 meters long. Think about the Great Pyramid of Khufu at Giza. That's 200 meters along the base. So we're talking about the length of 2 Great Pyramids along here. The total circumference of this wall is well over a mile. And the walls, these outer walls, are 11 meters high.
Inside which you could fit around 20 football pitches. Because as well as controlling the Nubian gold supply, Egypt intended to rule by intimidation.
This is the Middle Kingdom's great monumental architectural statement. Pyramids, monumental tombs, were not really the kinds of buildings they needed. What they very much needed were these heavily fortified fortress towns to guard the frontier of their territory. When this fortress arrives in the barren, empty desert landscape in the Middle Kingdom, this would have been a massive statement. Something very, very big, powerful, strong, scary has suddenly arrived in the desert.
So anybody travelling from Nubia north into Egypt has to sail past this, and this would have taken quite a while to sail past, wouldn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Imagine looking up, you're in a little boat on the Nile, and you're looking up and up and up and up,
Yep.
and you can see all these arrow slits. They're training arrows perhaps on you, just, you know you're being watched. It's that big brother mentality, isn't it? Rising up by the Nile, Bullhead was a gleaming citadel of power. But most of all, it was an early warning system, the eyes and ears of a nation defined by suspicion and fear. But Egypt's southern border wasn't the only one to be fortified. The northeastern border of Palestine was also secured with such defences to monitor the large number of foreign traders regularly travelling to sell their goods in super wealthy Egypt. And the visit of one such group is portrayed here on a tomb wall. A caravan of wealthy merchants and their families. Clearly not Egyptian with their distinctive hairstyles and brightly coloured clothes. Known as the armoured people, they traded in such goods as the black lead ore, vital for Egypt's production of iron. Their distinctive products have been found across the Nile Delta, where many of them settled to live and work among the Egyptians. But within a century, some of these arrows had infiltrated high office and eventually took over Egypt itself. Now these nomadic armoured people who came in and out of Egypt on a regular basis to trade, or trade here in this wonderful tomb scene, and yet the most important part of the entire scenario, three small tables planted in the middle. They reveal one of the other terms the Egyptians used to name the army. Basically, a crook, a scepter, and that's written with two symbols, and that's pronounced Heka, it means ruler. And then the third of the three symbols is kind of undulating uplands, which means desert or hill country. Basically, the Egyptians used this symbol to denote a foreign land, so you put these things together, and ruler of foreign lands. And this really is the clue to what happened next, because these armour of Palestinian origin eventually became the Hyksos, the Heka Hasid and the Hyksos, and they ruled Egypt from the north between 1650 and 1550 BC. But as tension between the foreign rulers and their Egyptian subjects gradually escalated, Egypt entered a second dark age. The Hyksos made an alliance with the Nubians to the south, and the Egyptians found themselves trapped between two ends. Although we know little of this difficult time, some fascinating texts do survive. Perhaps the most compelling are the words of a royal letter sent by the Hyksos king south to Thebes. Its message would prove so explosive that it galvanized the Thebans to once more regain control of their land. Now this letter was either a colossal diplomatic faux pas or simply downright rudeness, and it involved the Egyptian goddess Taweret, the pugnacious, blade-wielding Hippo. Taweret may have been a protected deity, but she was also a ferocious creature, with features borrowed from the hippo and the crocodile.
Alright, hey, music, man.
Feared.
There you go, bro.
So it seems the Hyksos king, Apophis, set out deliberately to insult the Thebans. Now the letter takes the form of a complaint in which Apophis is basically complaining that the bellowing of the sacred hippos in Thebes is keeping him awake at night.
Expel the hippopotami from the lake. They do not allow me to sleep day or night because their noise is in my ear.
Now many have taken this to be a rather eccentric comment, but I think it actually alludes to the powerful women of Thebes. It seems that Apophis is actually comparing the wife of the Theban leader with the feisty hippo goddess herself. And soon it will be the Thebans who will decide that the Hyksos had had their day. They had to go. And and soon this war of words had escalated into armed conflict between the two powers. But the Egyptians of Thebes had also gained the means to launch their attack with something developed by the Hyksos themselves, state-of-the-art weaponry. In particular, a new kind of bow, known today as the composite bow. It would revolutionize Egyptian warfare. Wasn't it a lovely shape? It's a beautiful thing. This may look like a bow made of solid wood, similar to those the Egyptians had always used. But the secret of the composite bow is all down to the elements within.
It's composite because it's made out of different materials all joined together. So there's a wooden core from the centre of the bow, but inside the curve on the belly of the bow is horn, which forms a really powerful spring.
So the heart, the camel, and the bow.
Yeah, that's right.
I was gonna double check all the dates real quick. Round down 79S.
And it's all covered over with birch bark. The blue elements.
Before the Hyksos occupation, the Egyptians had shot arrows from bows carved from solid wood. They were quite large, unwieldy, and only effective at fairly close range. But in the composite bow, animal horn added flexibility and the sinew strength. It's a clever combination of ingredients, isn't it? Making it the ultimate in ancient art. It just asks you to do that, doesn't it? It's fabulous. There's a real sense of power behind this, isn't there? It's beautiful.
Let me show you. So this is why it's such a game changer, really, because it's a bow that you can use. It's quite short, you can use it in chariots, and yet...
Wow, that was brilliant! Well done. The composite bow was easier to handle and shot faster arrows with much greater accuracy. The Egyptians had little choice but to adapt or remain an occupied nation. So by copying the new military technology, they were eventually able to push the Hyksos out of Egypt, all the way back to Palestine, securing Egypt's northern frontier once again. And when the new bow was used in conjunction with the other Hyksos introductions, the horse and chariot, the three combined to express the power and supremacy of Egypt's new Egyptian rulers. This marked the start of the New Kingdom, which began when the powerful Theban leaders took the throne. This dramatic rebirth in royal power was mirrored by the rise of Thebes' local god, Amun, based at his cult centre, the Temple of Khan. And it would be Amun who now protected Egypt and its kings. Yet thanks to the Hyksos legacy, these were a new kind of king. And it's on this temple's walls we can clearly see the effect of the Hyksos occupation. For as Pharaoh smites his enemies, this is Egypt reborn, a fully armed, fully charged superpower whose kings, shown on a monumental scale, are superheroes. Over some 800 years since the Pyramid Age, Egypt's story had been one of upheaval, collapse, finally rebirth. The Egyptians had reclaimed their culture and entered a truly golden age. Hundreds of tons of stone to portray a mighty pharaoh. Colossal testament to Egypt's golden age. I think it's probably here at the feet of the Colosseum Memnon we get a real sense of who Amenhotep III was. In my opinion, Amenhotep III was ancient Egypt's greatest pharaoh. He presided over the zenith of Egyptian culture and civilization. He is the golden age. He is the epitome of everything that made ancient Egypt brilliant. The rise of this great civilization was powered by its extraordinary belief system, where the pursuit of the perfect afterlife was everything. Capable of withstanding disastrous and dark ages. To then re-emerge as the most powerful empire in the ancient world. In this episode, I'm going to enter what I regard as Egypt's greatest era, the New Kingdom. What an amazing journey. A time of luxury, grand designs, and unparalleled splendor. Isn't this absolutely beautiful? But like all good things, it couldn't last forever. Egypt's powerful religion would prove to be its greatest weakness. And I'll discover how the priests became so rich, their power struggle with the crown destroyed the very unity of Egypt. It was this very conflict that would transform this golden age into one of decadence and corruption, and would eventually tear Egypt apart. And by looking again at Egypt's greatest superstars, I'm going to investigate what really happened during the glittering New Kingdom. Welcome to my story of ancient Egypt. The New Kingdom, nearly 3,500 years ago, in the time of Amenhotep III, when Egypt's expression of power and belief reached new heights of enormity. I joined an international team of archaeologists who were excavating just one of the vast monuments Amenhotep created, his funerary temple. Now, being here, you really get a sense of what it was to be like 3,500 years ago, when this place was a building site, much as it is today. All these statues all around, Amenhotep III's image coming up in their hundreds. And yet, as the archaeologists today assemble all these pieces, this is literally history coming out of the ground, piece by piece. In the Pyramid Age, royal tombs and funerary temples were a single complex. But 1,300 years later, the two were built separately, reflecting a new era of opulence, epitomizing the greatest dynasty of all, the 18th, the time of Amenhotep III. For centuries, pretty much the only visible remains of Amenhotep's funerary temple were his two colossal statues. Now archaeologist Dr. Ulrich Sarusian and her team are finally uncovering the full splendour of this once mighty monument. Covering over 86 acres, this was not a tomb like the pyramids, but a huge complex, the largest funerary temple ever created. It's massive, unbelievable. You have to imagine, this is only the major temple, the main temple. You have to imagine other temples, processional ways, sphinx avenues, magazines, workshops, traders, pools, gardens, priest house, administrative houses. All this was a big city in the overwhelming size. Its grand design was built as the place where his soul could be worshipped for eternity, while his mummified body was buried in the Valley of the Kings nearby. But during his lifetime, inside the temple, a permanent priesthood was employed, all ruled over by the pharaoh. Amenhotep's massive statues flanked the temple's main entrance. Beyond them lay a second floor, and third. Amenhotep's image repeated throughout the temple complex. I wish one day they find the time machine. I go back. We may not have a time machine, but 15 years of work have begun to reveal some of the temple's former glories. Normally they would have been meters up in the air, but to actually engage, so very intimate, holding hands with the pharaoh. This colossus from the temple's second gateway is flanked by one of the best preserved statues of Amenhotep's principal consort, Queen Tai, his great royal wife. Here, and by me, I can hear it saved by all the pictures like this. So he's protected her centuries, really, hasn't he? Carved to be no bigger than Amenhotep's lower leg, Queen Tai's size served to exaggerate the pharaoh's superhuman status. These massive statues were more than a memorial. Each worshipped to guarantee the immortality of the king's soul, the pharaoh as God. This is my great surprise to you. And Ulrich has saved the very best to last. It's Amenhotep's head, 3 meters tall, carved from the finest white alabaster. Oh, not to say. Over the years, I've seen many of his portraits, but rarely one as stunning as this. Look at his nose. This is an absolutely amazing portrait, sculpted face of Amenhotep himself. I've never seen anything like it. With hundreds of statues like this, Amenhotep was multiplying the image of himself as Egypt's most powerful god, bringing light and life to the world. Because whoever controlled Egypt's religion controlled Egypt, and with it a vast amount of wealth. Now Amenhotep wore gold from top to toe, and he handed it out to his courtiers as gifts, but he also used it as a diplomatic weapon. Amenhotep's clever use of Egyptian gold is recorded on stone scarabs like this one. They served as the pharaoh's news bulletins, which he circulated around his empire with updates inscribed on their base. In this case, it was a marriage system. It effectively records his marriage to a Syrian princess, a princess from the land of Mitzrayim, and it recounts how sent gold to the princess's father, nail all the ground. It reports their name is Philippines, and it arrived from Mitanni in Syria, with no fewer than 317 ladies in waiting. It's so marvelous. With this diplomatic marriage, only one of men, they were an effective way of securing peace and prosperity. Amenhotep was able to utilize his key resource, his gold, kind of everything he wanted to maintain the status of his supreme monarch in the ancient world. Gold brought Egypt peace with its neighbours. With Amenhotep III's empire stretching from what is now Syria as far as modern Sudan. But within Egypt itself, gold had a different use and could even guarantee a fast track to the afterlife, emphatically expressed by a great treasure in the museum in Wigan, a stunning golden face. Originally part of a woman's coffin, her lifelike features were preserved to allow her soul to recognize her in the afterlife. Isn't this absolutely beautiful? Clearly the gold suggests to us that this was someone of very special, high status, very wealthy. While I lived to never know her name, she was truly destined to be rich in preparing for her perfect afterlife. Covered in gold ring, she stares out at us with eyes of alabaster and black obsidian. We can really see into the world, into the thought patterns of the Egyptians themselves, because as stunning as this face is, it was simply in a tomb, literally buried in a hole in the ground, not for human eyes, but to be seen by the gods and the spirits of the dead whom this woman wanted to join. And that's why her skin is gold, because the gods have golden skin, and she wanted to be recognised by them as one of their own, taken into their eternal care. For the Egyptians, it was a special pact between themselves.
Last one, yo.
Made their country, made their empire so very powerful, so very special. In the Golden Age, this special pact shone more brightly than ever before, with Egypt's wealth poured into their faith in the life, and with increasing amounts of gold accompanying the royal mummies, their tombs needed to be kept secure at all costs.
Looking 8 hours on this shit. Whoa.
So a secret burial place was established for Egypt's pharaohs.
Yo. Big monster. Robo. You monster.
It was essential that each royal mummy was buried safely in their tomb, in a custom dating back to the beginning of time, because each one became a royal ancestor whose cumulative souls formed the very essence of Egypt. The royal tombs had been desecrated once before, breaking Egypt's spiritual link to its ancestors. So to prevent this happening again, the pharaohs of the New Kingdom chose burial deep in this remote valley, where they could lie undisturbed in rock-cut tombs. And this became Egypt's most sacred place.
12.
Such elaborate preparations for the afterlife
There you go, Robo.
also fueled a growing economy. And just as in the Pyramid Age, the industry of death shaped the lives of many ordinary Egyptians. For not only were there tombs to cut and temples to build, but statues, shrines, coffins, sarcophagi, and all the paraphernalia of the afterlife. And with this came all the ingenuity of sourcing everything from alabaster to granite to gold. This is a copy of the world's earliest surviving geological map, dating from around 1150 BC in the reign of Ramses IV. This map is a guide to the stone quarries and gold mines of a 15-kilometre stretch of Egypt's eastern desert. It's almost as detailed as a modern geological map, with different colours for the different rock types. So, over here, these large areas of black are the sedimentary rocks. These are the igneous rocks like granite. Other little features include areas of gold mining.
Let's go on
And
the
then
block.
throughout you have this very subtle speckling. And these are the areas of gravel. known to be very accurate. The map was made for one specific quarrying expedition. When 8,000 men were sent into a desert valley 130 kilometers from Thebes to mine stone for royal monuments. But what's special about this map is that it leads us to the ordinary people who were employed by the pharaoh to build the tombs in the Valley of the Kings. It was discovered by archaeologists at the workers' village of Deir el-Medina, a purpose-built settlement to house the tomb builders, architects, artists and scribes, together with their families. This would have been a bustling place, its streets full of children playing, deliveries being made, and all the colours, sounds and smells of everyday life. It's one of the workers who lived here who made the map. Now we even know the identity of the map maker, the scribe, Amennacht. His distinctive handwriting is well known from a range of other literary works, from poems to prayers, maps to tomb plans, and it's thanks to one particular little inscription with his name on that we even know where he lived. Amennacht lived here. This is the scribe's house. Amennacht was one of the many skilled workers that rose through the ranks of society in the generations following the reign of Amenhotep III. He became the head scribe of this entire village, so a very, very important man. And yet it's a very sad tale as well, because as he gets older, we know that his eyesight started to fail, because a prayer of his has survived, in which he makes this very personal address to the local goddess Meret Sega, who lived at the top of the mountain there. And he's imploring the goddess. He's saying, my eyesight is failing. I see darkness by day. And for a scribe, for a consummate draftsman like Amennacht, how sad.
Yo!
Amennacht praised Meret Sega, both of them symbolically portrayed without their eyes. It's hard not to release this image that as he got older and more infirm, he would come up the steps of a flat roof and with failing eyesight try to focus on the job in hand, trying to mix his paints, apply the lines and the words and so forth, and needing the full sun on a day like this just to get through the working day. But just like his predecessors who built the pyramids, Amennacht would have felt a sense of greater purpose. We can imagine him and his neighbours in Deir el-Medina working towards a single aim, creating the royal tomb. The New Kingdom pharaohs had created a new image for themselves, elaborate building schemes requiring new towns full of workers, a strong economy supporting an ever grander vision, both for this world and the next. But the spiritual conditions that had brought Egypt to its zenith had also created a serious threat. In the New Kingdom, much of the Egyptian state centred on Thebes. While its west bank was mainly dedicated to its city of the dead, the east bank was where most people lived, and the site of Egypt's main state temple, Karnak. As Karnak was rapidly becoming the largest religious complex of the ancient world, its influence grew exponentially. And likewise, the power of the priests. To get a real sense of what's going on, we need to go behind the scenes. I'm being allowed through an ancient passageway, once only accessible to Karnak's clergy. his main gateway and gives a view of Karnak not many get to see. Just look at that. You fit Notre Dame and St. Paul's cathedrals in here and still have acres to spare. It is immense. Within Karnak, a series of chapels, shrines and sacred precincts covered a total area of more than 250 acres. This was Egypt's religious heart for almost 2,000 years. The reason why Karnak is so
nice one right
is
there.
that every pharaoh poured so much of their wealth into this temple. Their gold and their spoils of war all filled the temple's coffers. But each pharaoh also wanted to build their own halls, shrines and obelisks in an attempt to outdo their predecessors and get all the greater glory of Karnak's chief god, Amun. Over the course of centuries, Amun had risen from a local heathen god to Egypt's state deity, and his worship was the engine that fueled the nation. So every pharaoh had to keep Amun content, offering him their wealth and tending to his every need. And this privilege fell to Karnak's high priest and was performed in the temple's inner sanctum. Ceremonies at which the only others permitted was royal. Here we are, at the Karnak temple. This is where God himself lives inside a sacred statue. The original wouldn't be much bigger than a big solid gold. It had lived inside a little golden shrine, sealed by a pair of small doors. Each morning the high priest would come in, he would awaken the god's spirit, he would wash him, anoint him with perfume, apply his eye makeup, and then dress him in various linen outfits applied with small pieces of jewelry to the god's statue, and then the god would proceed to enjoy his day. But Amun received daily meals of finest food, roast meats, bread, fruit and vegetables, accompanied by wine and beer. Clouds of incense would drive away his forces, and musicians and dancers entertained them. And by keeping their most important deity content, it was believed that Amun would in turn make the Nile flood each year, make the sun rise each morning, and maintain Egypt's supreme status. The high priest's direct access to Amun made them the greatest beneficiaries of Karnak's growing prosperity. This tranquil lake is where the male and female clergy bathe twice each day and night to maintain their ritual purity before the gods. Known as the pure ones, they set themselves apart from the rest of society with their distinctive appearance achieved through their own set of daily rituals. Part of this process of ritual purity involved using an array of implements on a daily basis to transform their appearance. One of the most important things they had to remove all body hair, male and female clergy, using razors like this. So every day having to shave their heads and their entire bodies, keep them free from lice and all these kind of things which would have inhibited their sense of cleanliness. It was essential that they also had a very clean mouth because they'd be speaking the words before the god. And so they used something which is a modern thing. Basically made from salt to kind of bicarbonate, rather like a modern bicarbonate toothpaste, which would get their teeth easily. Scrupulous not only with dental hygiene, they wore reed-woven sandals and robes of pure white wool. Having transformed themselves in a wonderful way, they admire their transformed appearance because it was important to distance themselves from the great unwashed. For the ancient priests, cleanliness and he would sit by night on the flat temple roof, which was effectively an ancient observatory, and he'd be able to chart the progress of the stars and planets in the sky, watch the movement of the heavens, and by doing so, the priests of Egypt were able to work out when to celebrate specific events. But of course, what this meant is that Karnak never closed. It was a 24-hour-a-day concern. It meant the priests were always there. It meant the priests were always watching. Fully aware of the potential threat posed by the Karnak clergy, Amenhotep III employed his own relatives in the temple to guarantee their loyalty. But such subtle means of control were about to pass. Enter a new pharaoh. Son and heir of Amenhotep. Just unlike his father, Akhenaten was no diplomat. His zealous ambitions would soon plunge Egypt into an age of political and religious extremism. Early in his reign, Akhenaten found a swift way to stamp his authority on the priests by building a controversial new temple complex at Karnak.
Alright guys, that's it, man. Everybody have a great weekend. What's left? About 6 hours. I'll be back up here. If not sooner.
That was built a little way beyond, and it was a new revolutionary building. It wasn't built like the old style Karnak in huge, big, monolithic blocks of stone, but these small, easier to handle blocks, which meant, of course, it could almost spring up overnight. But most shocking of all were the images that this new temple portrayed. Akhenaten had begun to dismantle Egypt's traditional religion and replace its many deities with a single god. If you look very carefully, the images are very different to what went before. Amun is nowhere present. The god of Karnak himself isn't represented in his own temple because the god shown here is a form of the sun god called the Aten. And you can see the multiple rays coming down, ending in human hands, giving their blessings to the main figure here. And it isn't the high priest of Amun. For Amun's priests were no longer in control at Karnak. And Amun himself was now replaced by the Aten sun god. Life in Egypt was turned on its head. And whereas previously courtiers would bow very low before their monarch, now times had changed. These people have their faces in the dirt before Pharaoh. They're lying prostrate before him. This marked the beginning of a new age. It was an age when the only way to reach God was through his intermediaries, twin monarchs, Akhenaten and his wife and co-ruler Nefertiti. And when the priests objected, the royal couple closed Karnak, sacked its priests, and seized its treasury. They then moved their whole court 400 kilometers downriver from Thebes, and in less than 10 years built a brand new city. Known today as Amarna, its palaces, temples, and tombs were filled with images of the Aten, the sun disk god. Gone were the multiplicity of gods to worship. Now it was the sun that was celebrated each day with hymns, prayers, and offerings presented on a truly lavish scale.